Just one question. What if you miss?
I won't.
Ooh. Ladies and gentlemen, we were finished up a conversation, so that's why there was no sound, Tim. Pong was muted because we were talking.
We've been talking. Sorry,
we've been talking, handling some things. I also, because I was trying to use Stream Elements, and Stream Elements for whatever reason wasn't allowing me to broadcast this to restream. Although it's supposed to be able to do that, I don't know what the fuck is up with that. Trying to get some things prepped and ready because I was, in case you guys are uninformed or you've been out of the circle, I got a journey that I'm about to go on, and hopefully take you guys on as well to help. One, and I'll get into that as well, streamline some things in my own life, and just something that I think will be super dope. Again, and I'm speaking on my Monster Hunter World to Monster Hunter Wilds journey that I'm going to be doing, and that's going to be doing 100% mostly live. And just working on some things, man, behind the scenes, working on some personal development, something to keep me in line, get home, get a little workout in the morning, jump on, get a little streaming, stuff like that, man. And I also want to get better with like my editing and stuff like that. But there was one thing that I did want to kind of start the show with, man, because living split screen is this is the number one thing that I want everybody to understand. Living split screen is non-console centric. We do not stand on one side versus the other. We are two dudes who have a lot of professional knowledge, business knowledge, life knowledge, I would say, along with gaming, right? I know this past week has been a very interesting week for people, and I do want Living Split Screen to be a place to where people don't necessarily have to people can escape to, right? You want to come into something like a void, but can be still open in conversation. I'm pretty sure, as you guys who have been here, have heard from us, right? We get in all kinds of topics, go all kinds of ways. The main thing that I do want to say though is, for me, and maybe it should be just because I have had a life where, and people can feel however they want to about this. I've had a life to where I've had to be forced to see diversity, and I'm not saying that like in a bad way. I'm light skinned, bro. Like I've seen every aspect of different parts of life from different people's perspective, and continue to try to see things from different people's perspective. And I try to carry that into what we talk about in the gaming and just my overall thought process. Needless to say, I try to be as open of a book as possible, and keep my thoughts open as well, right? Just because I do believe we all have to be able to sit down and have a conversation. And again, it's just like the whole console wars thing, right? Me and Pong don't sit here and get involved in the drama. Again, I do think it is I'm not going to say a negative, but because we don't get deep into it like that with drama, it is something that is not going to garner the most attention across the board, right? Which is fine. I have come to realize it's just going to take a little bit more. Well, it's just going to take more work overall. And I would love to set that stage for Living Split Screen, especially moving forward. So that's kind of why I'm taking some of the steps I am behind the scenes. So I could push this thing a little bit. We could push this thing a little bit further. But the main thing, and it's kind of was brought up to the crux, well, at the end, I should say, of what me and Pong were talking about, is no matter what you guys believe in, if it's religion, politics, religion is the main one, right? I can go back and forth with people about religion all goddamn day, right? But I was also raised different, right? Raised Lutheran, Christian, got into understanding some things about Judaism and understanding the Jewish heritage as well. Also getting into Yoruba, understanding the African roots of that, and people feel a lot of different ways about that as well. I've been around Wiccan. Like, there's just been a lot of different things and perspectives that I've been exposed to that have helped me have an overall different perspective on things, right? Or just more of an open perspective. But I'm rambling. Main thing that I'm trying to get across here is we have to find ways to, and this is for everybody. Chat, maybe you agree, maybe you don't. Right? Tell me how you feel in the chat as we're getting into it, and I'll properly introduce the show. We have to find ways to be able to have casual conversation with each other about things that we may never agree upon, and be able to walk away agreeing to disagreeing and not hating each other because of it. Biggest reason I say that is you end up cutting off a lot of people out of your life that could be dope people, right? Or it could just give you a different perspective than what you currently have, right? And being able to have that conversation, I think is extremely important. Now, because of history and because of how people are, can you do that with everybody? No. 85 to 90% of the time, most of the time, you're not going to be able to have conversation with people and walk away and still be good people and still be friends with each other. I've seen a lot of politically charged, racially charged, religious based things affect people's relationships, how people see things, outlooks on things, everything. And not enough of people saying, hey man, I may not believe in that, or they allow their beliefs to get them so caught up in what it also means to be a good person, what it means to be human, what it means to be somewhat of an intellectual. Because I think being an intellectual is much more than just being smart, right? There's street smarts that go into that. There's book smarts that go into that. There's being able to just engage in casual communication that goes into that as well. And I do want us to be able to put more of our listening ears on versus judging everybody, man. Right. That's just been something, especially over this last week. Again, you see it happening. Like, guys, if you don't believe in what certain people believe, again, there's people that I have muted. There's people that I retweet. There's certain things that I stand behind and retweet as well that I do have some belief in. Is everything black and white for me? No. I plenty of times came on this show and talked about the gray in things, right? Me and Paul both believe in the gray side of things, because everything can't just be black and white. So yeah, I wanted to lead with that, just to remind people to just try to continue to be good to one another, man. There's so many negative things that are happening in the world, so much bad energy that's out there in the world. I just don't think it's worth hating everybody over an opinion. If you can come to it and we can agree to disagree. And I don't think there's enough of that happening. So that's the main thing. But enough of that. Vandal real quick says, you're still Rain, you're mixed. Everything is black and white for you. Oh my God. I mean,
exactly what I was thinking when he said that.
Yeah. I mean, quite literally. Jesse James says, "What the heck are you talking about?" Oh, Jesse James, maybe tuned in a little bit later, but I just wanted to kind of go on a little diatribe, a little off tangent about, based on things that have happened politically, conversations that we were having in the background, and just what I've seen on social media over the last, honestly, it's been over the last some time, honestly. How people are reacting to things, how they're looking at things, and I want people to understand why we're here. You know, you find people that you mess with, that you support, and people would choose to stop supporting these people when they find out certain things, or when they find out that this person may feel a certain way or anything else like that. And the main thing that I can always go back to is more so religious based things, because, you know, I won't get any deeper. I won't get any deeper than that, because America is a Christian based country, and there's a lot of things that I could get into about that could rub people the wrong way, and it's neither here or there. I'm agnostic, so I don't necessarily care. There is a higher power. I don't necessarily know which higher power to necessarily think is more factual than any others. But I do believe in being a good person, and that's the main crux of why I was going down that route, just to remind people, hey, just continue to work on trying to be a better version of yourself, and just kind of build up from there, man. So, but anyway, back into the living split screen shenanigans. One, I think we got Palm's mic right, man. I think he sounded very sexy and sounded good. No peeking or nothing like that. So that's gonna be good to see. Vandal says he's atheist. And see, Vandal, I don't necessarily believe in that either. I think that's a bit extreme. But you know, to each their own. To each their own. You know, I'm not gonna be the one to judge you. I don't necessarily care. Believe what you want to believe, my guy. I think that's kind of the point, man. It shouldn't be so much focus being put on what you believe versus understanding why somebody believes what they believe, right? And I think that is the main point that I'm trying to get across more than anything, right? Let's try to have an understanding. If we can't, hey, it is what it is. I appreciate you regardless, you know?
Oh yeah, no. And you know, again,
Decado, good point.
Belief is very personal, right?
Oh yeah.
Or non-belief, if you want to, you know, call Vandal's side of things non-belief. It doesn't matter. It's all personal, and it can evolve over time. I was raised Catholic, right? Straight Catholic. Went to Catholic school most of my entire life. But I have strayed from that to extremes on the, you know, I'm not Satanism or anything like that.
I mean, people would consider Wiccan being as close as you can get.
Correct. And obviously I have delved into those. That side of things as well. I've just delved into
that was from the outside
philosophy as well. And as I get older, right, I'm coming back more full circle. Again, we don't need to get into religious discussion or whatever else. Again, I'm not asking for any testimonies here, everybody. But I'm just saying, but the one thing what I wanted to say was, for me, the one thing that has stayed steady is believing in higher power, right? Whatever that higher power was, that has evolved and changed.
Something is greater than you.
And I still don't have a firm grasp of what that is, right? And I don't think humans are meant to have a firm grasp. I think we created a bunch of symbolism to try to, for our limited brains, to try to, you know, put pictures and faces to that type of entity. But at the same time, I do think that it's important that everybody realizes that not whether you're talking about religion or politics or anything else, a lot of people go through transitional periods. A lot of people evolve as they get older. A lot of people change in their beliefs for a variety.
A lot of people find a lot more hate in their heart over time too.
Sure, of course, but a lot of people find kindness in their heart too, right? Some people are can be very awful people, but all of a sudden they start a family and they have kids, and kids change their entire perspective on the world, right? All of that is in play when we're talking about human beings. That's why I still think that one of the biggest problems we now have is that there is a lack of discussion, that we can't have discussions, that everything is black and white. When I grew up, sure, of course.
It can also be where you were based at too.
Yeah, sure. But there was always, but I'm just thinking in general right now, the world, right? We are more tribalized now than ever before, and things are, for a greater amount of people, things are very black and white. There is no gray. Either you're good or you're evil, right? And that's where I
like a good Deadpool,
because I think I used to have conversations with friends, coworkers, right? Mentors, people older than me, people younger than me as I've gotten older. I used to be able to have discussions back in the day about a variety of topics, and we used to learn from each other. Sure, we wouldn't agree. Sometimes discussions got heated, of course. But at the end of the day, if we were friends or if we were coworkers, we never wound up hating each other over those discussions. Those were agreed upon discussions that two people, or even more, we used to have group discussions in certain areas, certain cases, agreed upon to have. And it was just a mutual agreement. It wasn't something we said beforehand, okay, whatever's said here, nobody's going to get really offended. We've lost all of that. We've lost much of that ability. We haven't lost all of it because there's plenty of people, again, Steele and I can have conversations about things that I could never have conversations with a lot of people.
It's probably the majority. Yeah. There's and a lot of the times those things lean 90%. 90% of the time, you end up in conversation with people where the end result is we have to hate one another for some reason.
Right. And that's the problem, right? And I think that has
it's been like that for some time, though.
And again, the whole victimhood stuff that I've spoken out about plenty of times. I hate that because that leads into it, where people get offended at every damn turn now. Like it's just like, oh, bro, come on. Like if you can't have, I was just watching it happen this week on mainstream media. I don't watch mainstream media unless there's important stuff going on. Then I like to see what they are saying. I think they're worthless and they're burning down, just like I talk about this industry. But going back and watching them, they're having internal fights on live TV because somebody starts to have a conversation and breaks a line, this imaginary line. Oh, you can't talk about it like that. And they start having fights like on TV, and people are like literally getting ready to get up and leave the set because somebody said something, dared say something during a discussion that wasn't appropriate in that person's eyes. Like that back in the day. No, bro, you sit there, you listen, you have a back and forth about it, right? And you let the audience or people listening to you judge, but it's supposed to be about whoever's involved in that discussion exchanging ideas, and whether or not you ever change the other, it doesn't have to be about changing the other person's opinion. It's actually about strengthening your own opinion sometimes, or evolving your own opinion sometimes by taking information from another perspective, right? But also as you discuss things, you actually strengthen your position in a lot of ways because you get better at talking about it. The other person gets better at what they're talking about from their side of things as well. That's another piece of the pie that I think conversations have lost. That's why podcasts are so interesting, because a lot of podcasts, not all podcasts, but a lot of podcasts do welcome that open, honest discussion. And you can talk about things and you watch people actually have old school discussions about how things, about any topic really. And we don't get that in just everyday life all the time anymore, because everybody's got to be so careful because you don't know how somebody's going to react.
I mean, but that's part of the problem, man. I mean, at least from what I've experienced, and I'm glad that you were able to have a little bit more of a wider experience, But from what I've always experienced in the South, it has always been, I mean, especially in the South, it has always been one way or another, right? When I grew up, there was always people who, again, you just couldn't have those conversations with, and again, with my background coming up, there was a lot of that I personally didn't understand, and I sometimes I just like putting that on just me being mixed, and people act like mixed people don't have like they don't have problems or issues either. Oh,
you're a chameleon, Steele. You can fit in wherever, bro. Come on.
Yeah, that's not true. That's not fucking true. That's not fucking true at all, boy.
What do you mean?
I tell you what, that's what people assume. And look. There's a lot of light-skinned folks who do play the one side versus the other side, 1,000%. I don't disagree, but there's people who do that in all spaces. My main point with saying that, though, is just like, maybe it's just because how my parents raised me, how my mom raised me, or whatever the case, just to try to be more open-minded. And again, that's just the biggest thing, that if there's anything that you take out of this intro conversation, especially with everything that has gone on over the last week, last 6 months, what's going to happen for the next 4 years, right? I want people to try to be open-minded about certain things. I'm not saying that you have to agree one way or the other. People still have to prove their worth at point blank period at the end of the day, right? I don't have necessarily the best faith in our country either, but I don't necessarily have hate for it, right? So that's just kind of where I'm coming from on it. So we'll see what ends up happening, man. And yeah, Vandal, he says, my cousins are mixed. They have told me some effed up stories, brother. Like, again, I've been fortunate, right, that I have not gotten in the place of feeling like I am the outsider, right? 98% of the time, I have these conversations with people. People take you for what you are. And I'm pretty sure I've mentioned this here. I mean, if anything, it has always been skewed one side versus the other for me, but it doesn't mean that I carry any hate in my heart for, again, my mom's German, right? I've been told that my grandfather was Hitler most of my life, right? That's the first thing that people say. That's the first thing people say when I tell them that I'm half German. Oh yeah, well, your granddad must have been Hitler. I don't know where the fuck that came from. I had one great grandfather that was part of it, but he fucking ran away. He escaped because he didn't fucking agree with the shit, right? What do you want me to do about that? But just because my mom's blonde hair, blue eyes, doesn't mean that she agreed a lot of that shit that happened. And my mom's a white lady. You know what I mean? Like, and my dad is, and again, like I was telling Pong in the background, and I've probably mentioned this here, my dad is like Wesley Snipes, bro. Like, both of those things are there for me. I get the perspectives. I understand the lineage, my ancestry. My father made sure to make sure that I understand what that was about. My mom made sure to understand that. So it's just like, maybe that's why I have that open mentality. But again, let's try not to focus on the hate and focus on love, focus on care, focus on, again, it's not, you don't even have to completely understand. Just be willing to listen. And I think that's be the main thing. Yeah, Vandal, my dad is Blade, pretty much. He is Wesley Snipes. There you go. Close enough. He looks kind of like him, actually. I'm not gonna lie. If he, matter of fact, I probably should have suggested that he be Blade one year. I think that would have probably been dope. We could have had a good Halloween. Could have had a real good Halloween. But anyway, back to gaming talk, because we got a lot to get into. PlayStation 5 Pro is officially out and looking very
mid.
Very, very.
It's a 7. It's a 7 still. 7s are mid. That rule's already been set a long time ago.
Well, you know, when the gaming conglomerates are considering the price along with the review, you should leave the price out of the review. What does the price have to do with the review, man? What does that have to do with the button?
Did they really do that still?
Yes. What does the price have to do?
So value is not supposed to be included in the review?
No, what does that have to do with the box, man? What does that have to do with anything? Why can't you just accept the box for what it is? Oh, and guess what else is good? FPS boost. It's real good. FPS boost and resolution boosts are real good, especially for games like Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. Real good for those types of games, right?
Who would have known?
Oh, another thing. We're also underestimating the power of the PlayStation 5 Pro. It's very early on.
Oh, yeah.
It's very early. In case you guys didn't know, it's very early. We don't know what's going to be quite possible with the Pro. It might just take a whole nother leap and bound that we've ever seen. So you guys got to buckle up. There's going to be a lot more frame boosting and resolution boosting to come. But that's a plus now. So Hopefully you guys are looking forward to that. And again, I am not the person that's going to sit here and tell you what's valuable to you. I don't fucking care. I know Pong and Mav have both said that, hey, if Xbox came out with a pro version, I'd probably cop it. I know Mav said can you step back from it a little bit? I was listening to you guys on PM to PM. And I'll tell you guys straight up that I don't fucking think it would have been valuable this generation. I don't see the fucking point, because I'm going on a slight tangent real quick because it's fresh on my mind. I can't hold it. I just can't hold it. Real quick tangent. You know what I can't stand? When we as gamers complain about optimization in games and games releasing incomplete, the number one thing that PC gamers complain about is that, oh, these devs are acting like, you know, we just need to throw more hardware at the problem. And that'll fix. And bro, me and Pong have mentioned this on this show. If we were in a perfect world, the devs would tell us all to get top of the line product so that we can get the top of the line experience. But you know what is more important than the fucking top of the line shit is ingenuity. And that's what console gaming was supposed to be about. The PlayStation 5 Pro, to me, is people admitting that they do not give a fuck. You don't care about optimization. Because to me, I'm not going to tell you not to buy whatever the hell you want. But you know what I am going to tell you? To stop being ass backwards. Can't tell people to speak with their wallet and then you go spend $3,000. Oh yeah, man, I bought a PlayStation 5 Pro. I bought a brand new TV. I bought a sound system. I bought this, about that. We're still not getting 4K games. We're still not getting 60 frames. The PlayStation 5 Pro has demonstrated it is not going to be the 60 frame beast that people think that it's going to be. Number one reason being because of the processor. You know what would have been more valuable if they would have not only upgraded the GPU, but also upgraded the processor to be a bit better than what they had in there. That's a pro to me. That's a worthy upgrade to me. Instead, what people are admitting is that, oh, yeah, nah, man, just throw more hardware at the problem and it'll be all right. Oh, yeah, man, don't worry. Those games, Pong, they're going to be optimized later. Don't worry, man. They'll optimize that in 3 to 6 months. They just couldn't get to it right now.
Brute force is where it's at, brother. Brute force.
That does not solve the fucking problem. It just really doesn't. Brute force doesn't solve optimization. Brute force doesn't force these dev studios, this talent, to reevaluate how they are building games. And again, there's just being more and more reinforcement for the fact that what devs and these studios look at the beginning of development is something completely different from reality. Because we just had Mark Cerny, who came out and said that the majority of their player base is choosing 60 frames or choosing the performance mode in their games. And they're telling you that, oh, but we're going to push resolution. We're going to push ray tracing. And the PSSR, the little pisser resolution thing that they got going on, come to find out it's 4 years behind the time right now as far as that upscaling goes. But you want me to have faith in a company that does not know how to maintain their own in-house studio, can't release multiplayer games. Matter of fact, you had Hiroki Totoki just come out and say, oh, we're gonna check out more of these single player games. You want me to have faith in a company that also seems to be lost in what their consumers want and what they want to do, and are truly moving into the Apple mindset of things. And that is a very scary place to be in, right? But again, slight tangent, to each their own. You find value in all the things that you find value in. I will be the first one to tell you that I just don't think it's a valuable thing that you should spend your money in other places, in other ways. But if that is of value to you, I'm not going to fight with you on it. But for the sake of conversation, I am going to tell you it's a money hat. Throwing more hardware at the problem does not fix the issue. It doesn't. If somebody has a 3070, a 2070 on PC, my answer is not, oh, well, you should get a 3080. Oh, no, you should get a 4080. That's the solution. No, they do need to optimize more. They need to optimize better. It is continuing to prove what matters more than anything else. They say, and then people tell you, oh, well, these games look good, but you're still not getting the 4K that you were promised at the beginning of the generation, even with a Pro. So, hey, here's what it is. Nonetheless, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for tuning in to Living Split Screen, a non-console-centric platform that talks about everything going on within the gaming community. I am one of your hosts, Steel Rain. That's I, Steel Rain I. That's T as a 7 everywhere. Google is probably the easiest place where you can find that information. Just type it right on in, or you can find me on the streets of X, otherwise known as Twitter. And real quick, shout out to Decado dropping off the 5 bags of major bricks, coming in and saying, here, I need some more splitters in chat. I need to see more green in chat. I need to see these names highlighted. Decado being one of the main conductors of Living Split Screen. Much love to you, Decado. Much love to all the people who just joined that Horde tier. And shout out to Yopi, man. I know he said he's going to be back at the top of the year, but I want to send you my love, brother, in case you end up seeing this. Haven't chopped it up with you in a minute, but nothing but love to you, and love to you as well, chat. Now, before I pass it off to my brother from another, the uncanny gentleman himself. Matter of fact, I've done enough talking. I think I might as well just pass it off, and I'll get it to my section, because I haven't played shit this week. I'll just completely be real with you guys. I haven't played a goddamn thing this week. You know what I did? I did a character creator. That was the only thing that I did this week. But so I'll have Paul talk to you about some games, and I'll talk a little Dragon Age of Veilguard. In my section from what I played previously. I did play a couple matches of COD. Got some COD for you guys in the background as well, if you're interested in that. And no sly, I did not play Mirthwood, and actually I'm probably not going to be playing much else for a reason that I will tell you guys about soon. But to the uncanny gentleman himself, somebody who I do consider a brother from another, somebody that I do value opinions, thoughts, and just his overall outlook on things. The X-Man that is not Cyclops or Iceman, but he is my brother from another, the one and only Pong. So, what's going on, brother, man?
Man, oh man, we are back. If you guys can't tell, Steel and I are feeling pretty good, even though Steel's been working, so he's coming fully alive, right? This week has been crazy for me as well, just because I was swimming in old circles, obviously with the big stuff going on in the US. Kind of went back to where I used to kind of do the Twitter stuff and the YouTube stuff and all that kind of stuff and the politics side of things, and got back into that all week. So I actually Steel's passing off to me to talk about games, and I haven't done much game this week either. I'm going to be real. My mind's been elsewhere, but I am still a filthy casual. So obviously I have been playing some games, but I'm still a filthy console casual. I am still have been on my Xbox nonstop with Call of Duty and with Diablo. So I was hoping, Path of Exile 2 was going to be out, because I am planning on switching over to Path of Exile 2 once it does drop, but obviously that got delayed till December, I think, now. So I am still rocking and rolling on Vessel of Hatred, and I'm sure you guys are all super excited to hear about more Diablo, but my God, it scratches the itch, and it will always scratch the itch for me, as far as looter goes, and as far as a time sink goes, that I can jump in and jump out of. I'm up to Paragon level 120 now, so I'm just having a great time. I can't again, is it perfect? No, they still have things that they have to work on. I can't believe I'm saying this a year later with all the patching that they've done, but there's still little things here and there that aren't right. And obviously, I'm not even the most hardcore Diablo player, and they have a whole different collection of critiques for Blizzard. But does it still just feel great? Yes. Do I love the new class? I absolutely Spiritborn. I absolutely do. And I love my build, and I have not followed. Guys know me. I don't do meta stuff. I don't look at builds. Every once in a while, I will go somewhere just to see if I'm having an issue or if I'm seeing something that I don't like in my build. I will go places and check out other people's just to try to see if there's something I can tweak a little bit here and there to try to make it feel a little bit better. But I haven't done that at all for the Spiritborn. And I've done a full Centipede build now, full poison build, which is what that is. And I don't know if I've just gotten lucky. I'm not going to compare myself against people who are rocking meta builds. But I'm just saying, for a solo player right now, this is probably in my top 2 builds I've done out of what build is this? Is this build 5 or 6 for me through the season so far since it's launched? This is probably my top 2 builds, how good it feels going into situations where I'm getting mobbed. I'm loving this build so far. And I've just gotten lucky. It feels like where it's all kind of lined up. So just been rocking and rolling on Diablo. I'm still playing through actually the campaign too, Vessel of Hatred. Little by little, I haven't done a major run to get through it all, but little by little, I keep doing that. Otherwise, I'm just making daily runs. World bosses and legions and realm walkers, which is the new one. I'm having fun there. The pit is really cool. You get tons of experience, tons of good stuff out of the pit. So I'm just rocking and rolling through that on a daily basis. Okay. And then obviously Call of Duty. I didn't play much during the week this week at all, but last weekend got to hop in with the fam, which was dope. And we had a great time. And again, that game, shout out to Treyarch. Maybe we'll touch on it too in our topics, but they just told us what's coming season 1.
The season 1 map. Season 1 is thick. Ranks coming way sooner than ever before. The Warzone update, all the characters are going to be able to, again, I even made the post on X. I can't wait to get my spawn and my Gundam back. I know it's only going to be available in Warzone, but again, that's what I most of the time jump back into, especially when rank releases for Warzone, or if it's coming along with it. I know they're dropping rank for multiplayer, so I might end up jumping in on that. But yeah, man, it's they're lining it up nicely, right? Lining it up nicely.
They got the content roadmap, brother.
It's good,
and they do. I mean, again, it's the
way you're supposed to do it.
Like you said, some things are coming sooner than later, but I think it's impressive how ready they are for this, and that Treyarch, obviously, again, the extra time that was given, Steel, and this is a point I think that
it has to happen for the future.
It has to happen.
It has to happen for the future. Every game.
I like, again, business wise, money wise, I will understand. Like,
I think they'll make more money holding off.
I think so too, Steel, especially if Treyarch can keep pumping out time. If they can do a big expansion next year, instead of a full release like Modern Warfare 3 was supposed to be, if they can do a big expansion,
everything,
and even whatever, $20, whatever, 30, I don't know. They would, again, you don't want to break up your base. That's why they don't do map packs anymore. So I guess that wouldn't work. But anyways, if they could just do a big expansion and keep people invested in this,
cosmetics, man.
I think, I think then I think it'd be so worth it, because obviously Treyarch, in the extra time that was given, allowing Raven to completely take over the campaign, which has been done in the past before, but I'm just saying with the extra time, allowing those two teams to make Black Ops 6 in a much better fashion, I think is showing up in all areas, because there is less complaint. They're always going to be complaining. Always. It doesn't matter. They're never going to make a perfect Call of Duty. Just like any big game.
It's hard to make a perfect game.
But especially of this level, right? Again, this is another one of those games, Steel, like we talked about with Halo. You get your campaign, you get your multiplayer, and they got Warzone in there as well, which is a whole nother level. And all of them have to be good, right? And people judge the entire game on all 3 levels. Yeah. Even if they don't play all 3 levels, they still judge the game on all 3 levels, which happens with very few games these days, because teams don't try to do this anymore, but Call of Duty is a staple, right? I'm just saying that I think this shows what can happen when you give Treyarch, one of the best in the business at what they do, and obviously one of the top 2 Call of Duty devs, this extra time to perfect that game and polish it. This is what you wind up with. The least amount of complaining that I've seen from people.
Yeah, across the board. It looks across the board. Everybody's feeling, again, the thing that we talked about, the people that have been away for some time, the people who don't play COD like that, the people who say, oh, I don't want to feel like spending money. Maybe I play it through Game Pass. I've seen more people talking about, hey, because there was shout The Last Stand. I don't mind shouting them out. They give some good thoughts and whatnot. But even the guy they were talking about it over there. I don't agree with everything that they say, but and I do feel like they're fucking a bit disconnected as well. They talk like anyway, the different thing. But even for them, one of the guests that they had on, he was like, hey, I don't play COD much anymore. I like to really play the campaign. Is it worth jumping into the campaign for buying COD for the campaign? And one of the first responses that they had was, well, you don't have to buy. You can just play it in Game Pass. Right. And one of them explained like, hey, they got Game Pass for like $10-15 for the month or whatever deal that they ended up getting. And they tried they tried it out. So again, I mean, it's the option. It's the thing that we were talking about, that it is being opened up to more people, more eyes, and them having the content pushed up where it is right now. Again, the big content drop for season 1, and again, that comes in a couple weeks, and like right before like a Thanksgiving break. I think they're in tune with what they're trying to do, right? This shows what that time has done. So yeah, I definitely agree with where you're coming from on that, Paul.
You take it over.
Oh no, my fault. I didn't mean to take over.
No. That's fine. Call of Duty is.
Call of Duty taking over.
Yeah. No. I was thinking you were going to keep going, but
you're
okay.
not.
No. And I think that's the other thing, because the Call of Duty director I was going to mention was the Call of Duty director did come out this week, and say that Game Pass has allowed some of the old players that haven't touched it in a long time, some of the skeptics, some of the people who fell off, to try out Call of Duty, and they're seeing that in the numbers. They're seeing that in the players, which is exactly something we talked about that was going to happen, right, Steele? That no matter what, at the end of the day, it was going to be a win-win, one way or the other for Microsoft, for Xbox, but for, obviously Treyarch and for Activision this go around, because no matter what happened, just gaining more players, whether they buy the full game or whether they play through Game Pass, getting more players that potentially are going to spend more money, because there will always be a percentage of those players that spend more money, is just bonus money that wouldn't have been there if this is just a full price game everywhere, right? Now, does that offset what they lose from the people who don't buy it full price, instead of playing on a Game Pass? Well, that's something that they got to decide internally. But at the end of the day, I think it's going to be a win-win, because I think ultimately it all even itself out, and they might wind up with gaining. Again, if they do get that, I've heard some numbers. Some people are projecting 3 to 5 million Game Pass subscribers because of this.
We'll see.
We'll see. I don't think so. Like long term, I don't think they retain that. Maybe they get it for a couple months, but I don't think they retain that. But maybe they will. But even if they gain 2 million Game Pass subscribers, then ultimately in the long term, what that provides them in monthly revenue, it might all just actually be more. But again, I think it's a win-win no matter what.
They still got to prove its worth, right? They still got to prove the worth. Like with Nvidia coming out and putting limits on streaming, putting the 100-hour streaming, like you got to prove your service is worth it, man. Which I think is also going to be interesting to talk about. But was that what else did you have going on? Was that pretty much it?
That's all I've been playing, bro. That's all I've been playing. Like I touched on this this PC game. I did touch real briefly the Unliving Be a Necromancer. I've had my eyes on this for a long time. Picked up for like $1, literally one of the key shops, a little over $1. But it's pretty. Again, I barely touched it all, but it's pretty cool. But yeah, so I don't have a whole lot. Again, I'm a filthy console casual these days, man. That's all I've been doing, is playing console. Again, Diablo and COD. Like I said on PM to PM, all I need is Madden in there, and I'm a full casual. Let's go. If I was just playing Madden right now, it'd be Call of Duty and Madden and Diablo. So yeah, no,
That is just nasty. That is just naked and nasty.
With all the games out here, but with all the games out here, you're absolutely correct. Because Metaphor Refantasio is sitting in my library right now. I put 10 hours in, and I want to get back. Freaking amazing game. I just haven't had that block of time because on the weekend we've been playing Call of Duty.
Yeah.
Right. For the past. That's
gonna be a thing
because Metaphor is not one of the games where I can sit down to for an hour or even 2 hours at night before bed and just drop it. I will wind up getting sucked into the universe and I will wind up playing and I'll be way past my bedtime and I don't want to screw up my bedtime. And so I just have not turned that on. So again, I feel kind of awful. Like I was saying, it's weird. But I do feel kind of awful because I got all these games that I want to play, newer games too, on top of all the old shit that I picked up, like that I haven't even played yet. But just newer games that I do want to hop into. But my God, Call of Duty, Diablo, those are two massive time sinks that take up my free time when I should be playing something else. But they're so damn good still. Like I want to play them. It's not like I'm hating and just going, God, I got to play Call of Duty. No, it's like, fuck yeah, I want to play this goddamn game. This game is freaking fun. I'm having a great time playing Call of Duty for a change. Like I like the past couple ones, but this is on another level. This feels like the 360 era Call of Duty, and I'm not being hyperbolic. I'm not saying that it's like, oh, all the way back and oh shit, my God, we're back in the 360. No, I'm just saying it has a lot of the same feelings when I'm playing it that I used to get from the 360 era Call of Duties. That kind of fell off for me personally for a while. Now people can argue all day long to the blue in the face that it never fell off for them, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, it's great. Sure. For me, it just didn't have the same enticement that the older ones did.
It feels different. It really definitely is different. Yeah, it's not hyperbolic. I think this time the population is talking about it, man. So, and everybody's feeling pretty solid about it overall. So it's not just hyperbolic this time. This is like legit. Like they hit a nail with something. And again, there's not very many. Well, there's other first person shooters for sure, but I don't think any of them are like COD, right? Unless you go to CS:GO, right? So, and even that, I don't think CS:GO is as good, nowhere as close to as good as COD is. Point blank. I mean, hey, that might be atheist to say on for a PC player, but I cannot stand CS:GO. I think it's the dumbest game ever. I have never been a CS:GO Counter-Strike player. I mean, it's different. It is different. It is different. But anyway,
but it's like I said, like Mav pointed out, just a year where COD is like this brings up all gaming.
Yeah.
Like it just feels different. Like the energy's up. Like even though everybody,
I agree, Crow.
Call of Duty. Listen, when you got this many people all agreeing on a game, it's pretty damn cool, and it does bring the energy level up, and it does feel different.
It feels good in the gaming space. It does feel good. Yeah. I saw Oates ask about it. He was like, he asked if GeForce Now was limiting. Yeah, man, GeForce Now is going to establish a 100-hour playtime limit. The rule will come into effect January 2025 for new members, and in 2026 for people with an active subscription, and that is going to be as of December 31st of 2024. So again, yeah, I mean, you got some time for those who are in there. We'll definitely talk about it later a little bit more and get into it. I don't necessarily agree with it, but I do think that this is speaking to a particular audience, because trying to act like everybody has 100 hours to play the game, or everybody plays a game for 100 hours or plays games period for 100 hours, you got people sadly mistaken. This is for the casual audience, but and it's very blatant that is more so what it's intended for. If you are trying to be hardcore on NVIDIA's cloud infrastructure, you are going to be willing to pay that extra amount that you may go over. I'm not saying that it's right, but the shit ain't cheap. And NVIDIA is proving that they got the best service out there right now as far as cloud streaming goes. And it's on PC level. It's not Xbox. This isn't Xbox Cloud as an example. As impressive as that is as well. You're talking about a service that is giving you PC level performance, PC level quality, the performance of the newest hardware that is out there through the cloud. Nobody else is offering that right now, right? So, hey, it's definitely going to be something interesting to talk about. But To get into a little bit of what I've had going on, in case maybe you've been under a rock, maybe you just haven't been paying attention, or tuning in or listening. Laura, Jasper, it's 100 hours a month. It's 100 hours a month. It's obvious. It's not made for me and you. It just ain't. It just ain't. But yeah, it's a month. But in case you've kind of been missing out, I've been planning a little something behind the scenes because I want to create consistency, and it's like not only with what we have going on here, but also because I want Living Split Screen to become more television like in a way, right? And overall, from everything that I've been taking in content wise, just learning about things and everything. Look, if anybody is complaining about not being successful on YouTube, you got to keep in mind that you 100% control your destiny, and it's not for everybody, right? It's not easy. Now, we established from the very beginning, Living Split Screen is not going to be a place where we're going to intentionally do things for the sake of just making as much money as possible. I think that kind of goes completely against what me and Pong kind of stand for. Not to say that like we wouldn't do like promotions and stuff like that for things that we agreed upon. Like somebody came through and like protein shakes. Like, shit, if it tastes good and it got some good stuff in it, hey, fuck it, let's do it. Energy drinks.
We're all down.
G Fuel. Hey, I don't think G Fuel is necessarily bad. They got some good product in there. Hey, I'll do G Fuel instead of drinking my Celsius that I'm on right now. So,
Saturdays, I'll drink G Fuel all Saturday. Let's go.
He said, Vandal says, just e-bag more. Nah, I won't do that either. I only want, because the thing for me is, for stuff like this, especially when you're trying to take your passion, your hobby, the things that you enjoy, and make them something greater, it can't be because of the money, right? Real life still has to move behind in the background, and with that, there's going to be some things that I am going to try to adjust as well, and I want this Monster Hunter journey that I'm going to do not only live on Living Split Screen's YouTube, mainly so we have some additional content throughout the week, but also I'm going to be doing on my Twitch channel, Steel Rain. Essentially, you can find it the same way how my name is set up here, except I think that Twitch doesn't allow me to do the eyes, but nonetheless, I got like 25 followers or something like that. It ain't shit, but nonetheless, I'm doing a journey from World to Wilds, because I spoke, I believe, last week about how Wilds kind of just drove my interest back up, and that kind of sent me on a spiral. I re-downloaded Monster Hunter World, downloaded some cosmetic mods, because again, for me, I don't believe necessarily in mods that necessarily make the game easier. I think that's dumb. And of course, Nixie, money is nice. And I would love for me and Pong to be able to stop doing our day jobs, as an example, pay us a decent salary, and, you know, on a month-to-month basis or a yearly basis, and us to do this, right? Get Pong on board with content creation, all that good stuff. Like, you know, us churning out content. Maybe even at that point, we could just hire our own editor and somebody that agrees with somebody that me and Pong can agree on, and can kind of mess with, and then have him not him, but them, or he, her, whoever it would end up being, and just have them cut up our content, because I do believe in our content that much, right? Vandal says, have you considered selling coffee? What we're going to do, Living Split Screen coffee? It's going to have a bag with a split in the middle.
No beads, brother.
No. We
ain't slanging no coffee around these parts.
We'll do some G Fuel, though. Maybe we'll make our own energy drink, energy powder, man. That's the next step. But yeah, so starting Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, and I'm going to try to stick to the schedule, from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. Central Time, I'm going to be starting that Monster Hunter World to Wilds journey, and I want you all to be a part of it if you'd like. I know it's kind of middle of the day, so if you can't tune in, it is what it is. There will be VODs for it afterwards and everything, and I will be working on churning out content as well for that journey, mainly because I want Live Split Screen to kind of be the backbone for an even deeper community that we can build, right? Me as a gamer, I tend to find games that I do involve myself in and get lost in for some time, or just spend more time with than others. And because there are other changes that are going to end up happening again, planning on moving and everything else, and it's probably going to more so happen at the top of the year or closer to the top of the year, around spring or so. Hopefully, that there's some things that I just want to streamline and also work on for my personal development, whether that's editing or communication, especially for me, just becoming more comfortable talking overall. I know we go for hours on here, but talking can be difficult sometimes, man. And just being and working on those things and being engaging, and these are things that I also have to carry into my real life. Work is going to end up requiring some of those things if I end up getting that customer success position that I'm trying to move into, because that's kind of the field that I'm trying to get myself more involved in. Because it's just I'm so passionate about customer service in totality. And so one of the number one things that I think is extremely lacking in this era, and has been lacking for some time, and it's only progressively getting worse. And we need to be focusing on, and it is something that we need to focus on, or we are going to lose it to AI, to robots, to the personal touch is going to be completely gone. I think we still need that no matter what. So it's something that's a future that I want to work towards. But anyway, get back to gaming. This is going to be like a development journey, man. So you guys will be able to see, not only am I going to grow in the game, but hopefully, I want you guys to keep me accountable for, changing in real time as well, as I go through that experience. And I want anybody, if you're newer to the Monster Hunter, if you're a veteran, if you've been checking out the content for a while, maybe you're not even interested in that. This is a game that I'm going to be playing for some time, right? And I'm talking about all the way into Wild's release. I plan on being an Iceborne around Christmas, right? Because I just felt like it's just a perfect time for it, right? Snow weather is right around the corner for a lot of people. I don't really get to experience that in the South, but Iceborne can be that, and I think it's going to be really dope. And no, I'm not moving to India, Nix. But I think it'll be really dope to kind of have that, kind of tie things together. Gaming time of the year, Christmas, snow, we in Iceborne hunting monsters, and just the excitement that I have jumping into Wilds. I want to build up a little something on my own. I want to build, not just on my own, but I want to build up something that people can come hang out, check it out, have a good time with. And so it's something that I can, be consistent with, man. So in Monster Hunter is, again, I've been newer to Monster Hunter. I didn't really jump into the older games. World was really truly my first foray into it. Dauntless was one of the main reasons why I even considered playing Monster Hunter in the first place. And just having that experience and knowing what that gives me. Again, I come from playing a single game, and that being the game that I main for some time, right? Especially when it comes to like MMOs like Black Desert Online. I bring that up all the time. Destiny was another one of those that I continue to play. Doesn't mean I'm not going to play COD. You still play COD and stuff like that. But in Vandal, I know that Monster Hunter Rise, me and Pong had talked about that as well, is playing Monster Hunter Rise. But with Wilds coming out, and with what I could possibly do with World, especially, I think I just feel like it's a good transition, right? You get that Monster Hunter World, you get the kind of spring, summertime feel, and then Iceborne, it gives you that whole snowy winter Christmas feel, and then we grind out Iceborne, and by the time spring hits, and again, Wilds comes out in February, so a little earlier, but it's just perfect timing, bro. Like, and again, it's more so my energy for it, how excited I am for it, how much I want to jump into it. And I just think it'll be good content, and I think it'll be good for people to tune into it. And I just feel that for me, I hope it will help me be consistent with some other areas in my world as well. So that's the main thing, man. So Join me for the ride if you'd like. Again, it's going to be Monday, Wednesdays, and Fridays that I'm going to be doing that. It's going to be from 10 to 1. If you're around that time, great. Doesn't mean that that's going to be the only time that I play. Just the main times, because again, I am planning on cutting up content. It's going to be the same thing that I'm going to be doing for Live Split Screen as well. On those Tuesdays, Thursdays, Saturdays, even after the show. Again, I got me a little notebook and everything, bro. Like I'm not playing. I'm gonna start writing down times, all that good shit. I know Pong does timestamps for us here, which I greatly appreciate, and we do that for you guys out there in the audience for maybe there's certain parts in the stream that you find more interesting than others. But like legitimately, like this is when I'm telling you. I'm going to be cutting up content like live. I'm going to be like, all right, I feel like this is a good point. Let me go in here just to make it a little bit easier for myself when I'm doing this as well. Because I do feel passionate about jumping into Monster Hunter, and that's the only reason I'm doing it. I wish I could say, oh, I'm trying to make money off of it, and that's the reason. I don't. That's not the point. Wilds did something, at least for me, that I think is going to be really dope for me to jump back into Monster Hunter, especially on PC, because I will be playing on PC. So that's the main thing. So something to take and consider. And I am playing with cosmetic mods. I also downloaded the whole Nier soundtrack. So that's Replicant, Automata, and I think Drakengard as well. And that's going to be, it's actually modded into the game as well. So there's going to be like combat. It's going to be such a vibe, man, especially coming off of me playing Nier Automata here recently. It's just a lot, man. So yeah, man, that's kind of what I wanted to line people up with. It's again, journey from World to Wilds. It's going to carry through into Wilds. I may even end up creating it. This might be the thing that I created Discord for. But again, these are the type of things that you create Discord for, at least in my eyes. And I get doing something for Live and Split Screen as well. And it is something we will do across the board, but we do need to expand our community out. And hopefully this could be a good way for more people to check us out, come through every Saturday, because again, it's going to be in all my descriptions. All the information is going to be there. Everything just pours back right into Live and Split Screen, because I am going to end up, officially, making this a business and a company, actually like officially LLC in it. Because yeah, man, I'm passionate about this shit, man. So, gaming is not just a hobby. It does get deeper than that for me. Talking with you guys, doing these shows, talking about the industry, having ever flowing conversation, and being a place to where anybody from any walk of life can kind of come through, sit down, know that they're not going to necessarily be judged for however they feel or whatever, as long as you carry a loving heart. Because again, I'm not about to play that shit. I'm not about to play about that shit in chat. You know what I'm saying? People being mean to each other purposely and just being hateful. I'm not about to play any of that. We do all that stuff here. And unfortunately, Vandal, that was the thing about, because my wife was actually, I was telling her about it, she was actually thinking about jumping in too. But as soon as I told her that Monster Hunter World wasn't crossplay, she was like, oh man, I don't feel like starting over again. And I do wish it was crossplay. I mean, either way, I'd be starting over it. So I'm pretty sure she'd be willing to. But when something's not crossplay, it's just kind of makes it a turnoff. But guess what? And I think that's the other thing that really sparked that too as well, is when I got into Wilds and I loaded into that lobby, and you could tell that it wasn't just PC players, it was players from multiple platforms, and knowing that the game is full crossplay, bro, there's no excuse. Anybody can play together. This is the future. That is the future that I believe in. We should not be limited by what device we play on. I should be able to play across the world with whoever. I should be, if I'm doing stuff online, somebody wants to jump in, they can jump in. We can have a good time to their heart's content. I will say though, mainly, and I know we're getting into a little bit of the fanatics of it all, the little details of everything. So I am going to do like an official kind of introduction video as well. But the semantics, I should say, of it all is I don't know where I wanted to take that. So, hey, you guys take that for what it is. But no, Oh no, that's what I was going to say. The number one thing that I do want people to keep in mind, if you're listening to this now or you're listening to it later, I am a type of gamer that I don't mind helping you. I don't mind pointing you good directions, but you do have to be self-motivated. It can't be just because I'm online, you're playing nah, man, because you're going to get to a certain point where you're not going to be where you need to be at. You asking me how to do everything, and I'm not the professional either. This is going to be as much of a journey for me as it is for anybody else, right? I'm familiar with the game. I'm not great. I'm not fucking superb at it. But I do come from that Souls ilk, so you kind of know what you're going to get with that. And doing that stuff in real time, I think is going to be super dope. And I'm going to be pushing the content, so y'all going to see a lot more of not only Live a Split Screen, but you're going to at least see a lot more of myself. And I'm just going to continue to push it as hard as I can until Pong feels he's in a comfortable spot to be able to jump in full force as well, do some things that he would like to do, and we just kind of go from there, man. So that's the main thing. And I'm not playing longsword, although I do need to play longsword at some point. I've always looked over it, right? Like I've been I like that weapon, but I'm gonna try out the dual blades. Dual blades is gonna be my main for sure. I'm gonna do dual blades and bow when Wilds comes out because you're gonna have two weapons that you can kind of swap between when you get on your mount. But I was thinking about doing bow on this new playthrough that I end up doing, but we'll see. I might just do dual blades. I'm not seeing a lot of dual blade content, and I find it funny. Like all of a sudden I want to play bow, and then every time that I look up to see who's live playing the game, just to get a kind of idea of how I want to structure things and go about things. Everybody's playing bow all of a sudden. I'm like, bruh, what is going on? But anyway. But yeah, so that's kind of just been my main thing. I haven't really gotten into gaming. Dragon Age Veilguard, I'm still not negative about. I don't know when I'm going to end up returning to that game now because I wanted to beat that before I transitioned into playing Monster Hunter World. But I have to be somewhat realistic with my goals. And if I plan on getting into Iceborne by Christmas, I'm gonna have to pace some things out, along with working on some things in the background as well. I got to be able to pace myself out, and trying to play another big game, or whatever the case, especially more story focused games, it's going to be difficult trying to do that, because I'm telling you, the majority of the focus is going to be Monster Hunter with me playing Call of Duty. Right, that's going to be my side game that I play when I need a break, or if I need to listen to some content, podcast. It's just the way that I always use Call of Duty, especially because I like to listen to our podcast, right? I go back, I tune in, listen to how we're talking about things, see if we're interesting, see if we make sense. And I think that we do. The only thing that we're lacking on is just putting more of ourselves out there, right? On more platforms for people to experience and cut up our conversations and stuff like that. So yeah, man, there's gonna be a lot of things moving, working. Yeah, Vandal, that's kind of the plan. Live a Split Screen, the Monster Hunter clan. That's kind of what it's going to lead into, right? It's going to be the Split Screen clan, the Splitters. I might even just call them that. Yeah, this might be the Splitter clan, right? We're gonna carry that into the wilds, man. So that's the kind of the idea, to create a group of folks that like to play Monster Hunter, potentially, and also kind of go on a bit of a growth journey, because we gotta move things forward, man. Real life.
Buy World, Steel. Look at you. You're gonna make me. You ain't gotta
do that. You ain't gotta.
I can jump. Yeah, because I want to jump in with you. What did I tell you? I wanted to jump into Monster Hunter and learn it before Rise comes out, right? I really want to. I played Monster Hunter, but before Wilds comes out, I really wanted to jump in, and learn better, right? Learn more about Monster Hunter and actual the gameplay wise. I'm talking about as far as technique goes. So, yeah, I might pick it up so I can jump in with you from time to time again.
Yeah, there's shortcuts for World and stuff like that. Yeah. Then once I get up there, it's again, I don't mind. And that's for everybody out there. Again, I don't mind helping people. But again, I also believe in people. And people putting in their own work. So anybody, if you're willing to put in your own work, because I do think Monster Hunter is one of those games as well. That once you get into a flow, what you like the weapon, all of that, it can literally be your chill game, right, as well. So that's the other thing, and that's what I want Wilds to be, man. It's going to be such an adventure. I think it's going to be a fucking fantastic time. I think it is going to be a huge growth opportunity, not only for Live Split Screen as we become more consistent here, but also just for any personal channels or anything that I bring into that, because I don't want to make Live Split Screen the Monster Hunter channel, but
right.
I will be frank with you guys. I know we have some of an audience here, and I do think that presenting more of my gameplay will be dope for you guys to turn into, mainly off the fact that I do want Living Split Screen to become more TV-like. And in order to become more TV-like, you have to have more content out there. So yeah, man, that's kind of my goals. I'm not going to be giving up on this thing anytime soon. And I know you see a lot of other people from the community that are finding a hard time to talk about stuff and ideas and things like that. And again, chat, I want you guys to get involved as well. I mean, I'm putting out posts out there. I want you guys to kind of give me feedback as well of what you guys think we should change. I'm 100% behind. Again, I don't want to hear nobody, back to what we were talking about at the beginning of the show. I don't want nobody fucking out here judging anybody else about politics and shit when I'm out here every week asking for people to give advice, to give things that they would like to see change on the channel, that they continue to come out week to week to see or watch afterwards, and they don't say a goddamn thing. We've been doing this shit for 3 years plus, and I continue to ask about thumbnails, I ask about videos, I ask about audio quality. And I have less and less people coming out and stepping out saying, yo, Steel, I like what you're doing here. I don't like what you're doing here. There's not real fucking organic people out here, man. But y'all want to be mad with people about all this other dumb shit that you're not going to agree with people on anyway, because you're so stuck up in your own ass about it. You don't really care about the community, bro. Y'all don't. This is what community is about. I stopped saying shit to other people because people don't like criticism. I'm asking for criticism. So it is what it is, man. The biggest criticism me and Pong got, that we're not being real about our takes. Ladies and gentlemen, that person hasn't been fucking listening. And that shows as well. So it is what it is, man. Much love to everybody who is out there. Again, thank you, chat. Appreciate you guys listening to our little rants and diatribes and the interesting start that we've had today. And hopefully you guys appreciate the journey that I'm hopefully going to take you guys on as well. And hopefully things change, man. I want to see my background change and, have more of an office in a space that I can really get out there and, be live, raw, and uncut with you guys with, because again, I do, and I'm starting to believe more and more in the power of my voice and what I could potentially do with it, because I know it's not average. I listen to average all the time, and I know it's not average, and it bothers me that it's not where I'm not where I want to be. So we'll see how things go, man. It's gonna be interesting.
There's going to be lots of changes over the next couple of years, and there's going to be lots of stuff going on, but Steele and I both plan on being here, right? No matter what.
1,000%.
At the end of the day, but there's going to be massive changes for me. There's going to be massive changes for Steele and potentially with moving potentially and all that kind of stuff, maybe new job, all that good stuff, right? And for me, it's going to be the same. So, but we're still planning on being here, right? No matter what. And like Steele, like want to do more eventually, and I'm going to be in a different spot and going into 2026 that will allow me to do more of what I want to do as well, whether it's here on Living Split Screen, whether it's my own channel, stuff like that. I have
it's going to be across the board. Again, it's going to be flow.
Because again, this isn't just like I'm not planning on just giving, like, I don't know if there's one thing that you can say about, the Fun Spec fam, about me and Steel and stuff like that. We've been through ups, downs, all about rounds, all that kind of, and we're still here. And it's not like we're rocking, 100,000, 500,000 million. This isn't a full-time gig for any of us. We all have real lives on the outside. This isn't something where we just showed up and started making a bunch of money, so we stuck around. That ain't the case. We're here for the passion. We're here for the conversation. We're here for the community. We're here for the relationships that we have built, and that doesn't change. That's the best part about this. Is we're here for the right reasons. Right. And if it winds up being something more down the road, fantastic. Yeah, of course. Again, that would be wonderful if I could do this every day, all day, full time, and make a living off of it. I'm not going to shy away from that. But
yeah, it would be dope.
But we all didn't join this for that. And again, that's why we didn't. That's why we didn't jump into the console warring bullshit and all that kind of stuff. We aren't here for that. Again, that's not what it's about. So we're going to continue to be here, and I hope to be able to do more myself down the road. And see where this goes. Because again, I love the community that we built. I love the people in this community for, all the right reasons. It's cool to meet other people that enjoy this kind of industry like I do, right? And I hope to expand that out myself into other things, because I want to have discussions, right? I want to be able to have discussions with people, and some of them, might cause people to not like me, but that's okay. I don't care about that per se. I just didn't jump into this community for that reason. I left another community because it was affecting me emotionally, and I didn't like it. Like the politics side of things. Like, again, I'm passionate about it. But man, what it does to you on a daily basis, the grind of it, when I got real life stuff to do with, I had to jump out. I had to jump out and start afresh. And that's why I came into the video game industry, is because that is a massive passion for me. Obviously, I'm a gamer at heart, always will be. And I want to talk fun stuff, man. We talk high level stuff, we talk business stuff, but we talk a lot of fun stuff, and that's what it's about. And I love meeting other people who are like that myself. So and if there's one thing that anybody can say about me and Steel specifically, is that we're not predictable. You never know what you're going to get in this show.
That is true. That is true.
I mean, outside of gaming talk, you never know what you're going to get. You could show up here from week to week, and sure, we might have a few weeks where nothing really, we don't go outside of bounds maybe, but we have shows where we start like this, where we've talked about different things, and maybe it's not interesting to you. Maybe you come here straight for just our normal game talk, but man, we aren't predictable. So, you never know what you're going to get when you wind up here on a Saturday morning. I like
that's true. I mean, like, especially right now, because I know Oach just brought up something. He was like, maybe you and Paul get together, do like a 10-minute kind of news breakdown real quick on things. I mean, if you haven't noticed though, me and Paul like to get into it, but that's why that's why I'm leaning more towards what we have out there already. Is there's plenty of statements that me and Paul make. If you clip them, I know it would do bananas, right? If I would just do out in a 4-hour show, even if you started the 2-hour mark, you're going to find, even at the beginning of this, you're going to find things that you could clip up and say, oh, look what Pong Steel said, or look this. If we did that, not trying to cause, bad engagement or whatever the case, and I know engagement is bad, but just taking the things that we are saying and delivering it to a wider audience, because how you can't just rely on YouTube as an example to help grow your audience. Like, guys, us having even, the hundreds of people that come and check our show out on a week-to-week basis, even if it's not thousands, right, in comparison to other people, it's still a lot more than most people are able to get. There's people who have been on doing YouTube for years and can't get 30 plus people in chat. Right? I don't even think I'm going to get 30 plus people when I start streaming Monster Hunter every day. When I end up going down this journey, right? But you have to believe in the content, grow your content, put it in front of more eyes. Again, there's billions of people out there, man. You got to put a little bit of that work in, a little bit of that effort in. And I think that's the main thing that I'm just speaking to. So yeah.
Absolutely, brother. Should we get into a chat shout out?
Let's do it. Shout out that chat.
Let's do it. Yeah, let's go. An hour and a half in, we're shouting out the chat. Yeah, the ups and the downs. Why is that a major violation, Dixie?
He's being a pervert, I feel like.
Oh, God. Are we doing pause every time? Man, there's one. Well, there's lots of things I would take away from this generation, but my God, the pause thing is like, even though I do it, it's.
Well, before that, it was no homo.
Yeah, you're right. It was.
It was no homo.
You're right.
I mean, even that, I thought it was funny.
Yeah,
I mean, because before that, it was like, hey, yo, no gay shit, but I love it.
It's just like over the top, bro. It is just constant.
Hey, no,
and again,
no gay shit though. You looking good in that shirt. You looking good in that shirt though.
Oh my God.
No homo. Pause.
Oh man, all the phobias coming out today. Let's go. Jesus. Anyways, God, I hate this world sometimes. Anyways, Ron Slusher's in the house. What's going on, Ron Slusher? Great to see you. Ghost Wolf 35.99. Finally got to follow up on Twitch Steel. Had to verify my number, reset password, and verify email. Jesus, Ghost Wolf, you went through a lot of trouble.
Twitch is crazy, bro. Twitch is so insane.
Yeah, now it's no Diddy. You're right, Oates. That's
true. I never believed in that whole no Diddy thing. That's just weird. I get it, but like culturally, like I get it, but like I think that shit's dumb as hell. Like that's me.
There's a lot of dumb shit nowadays. Let's be real.
I'd rather stick with pause. I like pause better. Pause is better.
Oh, let's see. He said it took 20 minutes.
Appreciate you, Ghost.
Appreciate that. Decato's in the house. What's going on, Decato? Great to see you, brother. Thank you for being in here. The Nixie, of course, is in the house. One of the OGs. Again, appreciate you, Nixie, dropping in. Part of the. I was giving him a hard time at the beginning of the show because he was in here already. Part of the Astro Defense force out here. Of course, Nixie is. Of course, Nixie. No, we're gonna have a good time with it. We're gonna talk about that. I love you, Nixie. Appreciate you being here, brother. Who else we got in the house? We got the one and only East Side Vandal. What's going on? He says Pong and Steel are moving in together. Confirm. Oh hell, no.
That'll be no. I
don't say that.
Come over every now and then, you know.
Steel at all. Like if he was a bachelor, like
that'd be different. That would be completely different. That would be different.
But I'm gonna let Steel deal with the females that all that.
Hey,
I've done that. I've done
that's
that.
All I got.
Steel's on a whole another level even from me, but Steel's got no. I'll move into a hotel before that. Anyways, appreciate you being in here though, man. That would be crazy though to have a podcasting house. I ain't gonna lie. Sometimes that's look cool.
I do. I mean, again, if we ever go to an event, we meet up in link in real life, whatever the case. I think that should be dope as hell. Do it right there on the spot.
Would be. Sanchez MTZ Gaming. What is going on? Great to see you as well. The Sly Crow is in here. What's going on, Sly Crow? Great to have you a part of the show as always. He said, that's what's up. I need to grind more in World. There we go, Sly. Yeah. Nice. A lot of people are going to be getting into the Monster
It's going to be dope. It's going to be dope, man. I think Wiles is going to do some dope things, man. It's going to do
World
some
is sold, what, over 20 million?
Shit.
I think they're at 25 million now. I don't think they hit 30 yet, but that's Skyrim level.
Yeah, 25 million.
25 million. That's crazy, bro. For Monster Hunter, like again, then Wilds is going to take out by the looks of it.
The game came out in 2018.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. But still, I'm just saying overall, like
and they support their games. That's the other thing. Like,
yeah, Capcom always does.
They're going to do it.
The Nam Omar is in the house. I think I already shouted you out, but I'll give you another one. Nam, thank you for being here. Appreciate it. He said you can have our snow from Chicago. Steel, we don't want it.
I don't want that either.
A billion times he can have all of it.
I'm
from
good.
Minnesota.
I like once it gets like under 50 degrees, I'm complaining about it being cold. So I'm good. I'm so good.
Lord Master Jasper, of course, hitting us up from space. Somehow he said he's got about 20 inches of snow. I think he meant snow over the last few days. I don't know how you getting snow in space, Jasper. How you doing that, brother? That sounds like you're on some alien planet shit.
Well, but one of our good friends said, what was it, a fire in space?
Yeah, oh yeah, that was the Mav classic Mav, man. That was a classic.
That was such a fucking fun. That was such a fun night.
Bro.
That was so funny.
He said it was too cold in space for fire. I will, Matt. We could not stop laughing and writing him about that for so. Yeah, that's why there's no fire in space.
Hey, shout out to Bab, man. Much love.
Not that there's no oxygen, because it's cold. Anyways, that was a great night, man. Bro, you can go back and watch some of our streams back
there.
Oh man, we had some massive streams.
Oh yeah, especially the Halo nights, boy.
Those Halo nights. Yo. Anyways, Marty McFly jumping in here. I see you, Marty McFly. Thank you. Tim, the Sorcerer's in here. What's going on? Tim, the Sorcerer, back from the dead, of course, is in here. He says 50s in shorts and t-shirt weather for Wisconsin, Illinois. That is correct, back. 50s, it feels like summer, brother, especially after winter, that first spring day. Ooh, boy, break out the shorts and shorts, man.
And you know what that means in Florida? That means you break out your shorts and a hoodie. And flip flops. That's what people do. Hey, that's
all right too. I mean, we do that up here in spring. Like a lot of people cover up on top, but still have the shorts in the.
It's so funny. I think it's just so fucking funny. I can't do that. It's funny.
Yeah. Stanley Francois is in the house. What's going on, Stanley? Great to see you in here as well, sir. If you guys all can't tell, by the way, my sickness is completely gone. Thank God.
You got that voice back.
I get a little dry spot every once in a while, but man, nah, we're done finally. Of course, the one and only brother from another fun speculation, aka Mav, dropped in here. Whatever he's got going on this morning, he's listening to us in the background. Appreciate you, Mavo.
Appreciate you.
Thank you, brother. And we'll see you tonight, sir. Back-to-back weeks for the Shop podcast with Mav. Is he becoming full time on the Shop? What's going on? We're gonna have to ask him tonight.
El regular.
Yeah, exactly. Roadkill 8018. What is going on? He said, yeah, Call of Duty has got its nails into me right now. Man. I'm playing right now. Hell yeah, Roadkill. Enjoy it, brother. Hope you're having a great time listening to us in the background. Appreciate you for even jumping in and saying hi while you're playing those matches, man.
Yeah.
Asshole. 1977's in here. What's up, masshole? Thank you so much. He said, between Game Pass and Microsoft points, I haven't bought a game with my own money in years.
You're doing it right. You're definitely doing it better than me. I'm still paying for game. I'm still paying for Game Pass every month.
I'm still buying games, and I still got to buy third-party games. But yeah, it allows me to buy, like we've always talked about, more outside. So what are you laughing at?
The Mav. He dropped it. He dropped it. He said it isn't cold. I know he's being funny. He's just
so I know. It is also cold, Mav. You're correct.
It's real cold. Correct, real cold.
It's real cold. The lack of oxygen is the bigger problem. Anyways, Go Pose in the house. What's going on? He says, if you have Amazon Prime, they keep giving a lot of games, by the way.
Yeah, Amazon Prime.
I'm actually pissed, Steel. That's something that I shake my head about. How many games I missed that I should have, because back then I didn't think I would anytime soon. But again, because I'm not that Steam only guy, right? I will play anywhere. I don't give a shit. I got Epic. I got all of it. But I'm pissed how many games I missed out between Epic and Prime Gaming that I just never picked up because I didn't think I was going to have a PC. And I just never picked them up, man. How many games I missed. But now I pick them all up. I don't care what the hell they are. I'm throwing them in my library. So they do give away a lot of games, man, for sure. See who else we got in here. Scrolling.
Real quick. Ghost Fixer says, I'm getting mentally ready for another 8-hour shift at work. Ghost Fixer, I definitely can understand how that goes, man. I do tell you this, man. Just lock in, let it fly through. As I like to say, the busier that you can be, the less you're thinking about the time, the more that time flies by. Time is literally a figment of your imagination. So.
Oh man, if we could only get to that point where we all control our brains that much, right?
Yeah, I mean, I know it's not that simple, but but yeah, that's the idea at least. Much love to you, man. Though.
Yeah. Have a good
Appreciate
day
you
at
being
work,
out
night
there.
at work. Right, obviously. Again, I feel you. Been there. I've been a workaholic since 15, and I've been in places where
Mav says he didn't ask me this week. I just saw it on Twitter.
Are you serious?
That's even funnier. That's even funnier.
I wonder if PTK just had you on the brain because we had you on last week. But when I saw it, I was like, oh, Mav showed up again. Okay. PTK threw up the band signal. That's freaking hilarious, bro. Oh my God. PTK is on another level too. He's been working weekends too now. So he's got that new schedule going. Must be the time change that's screwing him up there, Mav. I don't know. That's hilarious though. Well, Mav, we'll talk to you tonight because I'm sure you'll make time to show up.
That is so funny.
That is hilarious, bro. Who else we got in here? Let's see, I'm scrolling. What do we got? We got the Wacko Games. What's going on? Wacko Games asks, is Death Stranding worth $20? Okay. Real quick.
Yeah, it's all too because you played it. You played it a little bit.
I played it a little. Very little. Okay. I'm a on again, off again Kojima fan. Okay. So not everything Kojima's done do I think is the greatest. So I'm not a Kojima stan per se. I love what he brings to the industry. Yeah. But as far as all of his games go, they don't always hit for me, right? Not all the Metal Gears were.
I mean, again, the game that people say is his worst game, I think is the fucking greatest. So, in Phantom Pain. Right. So,
right, in Phantom Pain, right? So let's just start there. I did play Death Stranding for a quick bit when I first got my PC. It was still in PC Game Pass, so I actually did download it and I tried it. Here's what I'm gonna say: for $20,
it's not bad.
I think everybody should try it. Okay, it has, from the bit that I played, it is straight up Kojima. So if you love Kojima, absolutely, 1000%. This is classic Kojima. Is it a walking simulator? From what I can see so far, yes, absolutely. Is there more to do than what people give it credit for? If you are into exploration, if you like open world scenarios where you can go find stuff in the open world, and yes, in this game, it's pretty much packages, right? But the packages are kind of dope, and the balancing is kind of cool.
There's alien shit that's happening in between, right?
That will pop up, right? Then you do get into battles and all that kind of stuff. I think it's worth $20 to try out. Okay. Again, if you have any interest whatsoever, $20 is $20. Plus on Xbox, it's Play Anywhere. So if you do have the PC console,
I heard y'all talking about that. That is interesting to see. Again, to me, that demonstrates that there's other ways to compete other than just doing exclusives. So
obviously it plays into what they're pushing potentially with a hybrid console and all that kind of stuff too. It's going to be curious.
I love that shit. I love
how much they. I would love to know the contract. Bro, I want to know if it's money pay or if it's a bigger cut percentage wise on the back end.
I don't even think it would necessarily need to be any of that, because as much as people would love to see, as much as people would love to see, but as much as people defend people doubling up on games, you know how many more sales that you would probably end up getting if you allow more people to have like a Play Anywhere feature, to where if you bought the game on one platform, you'd be able to play it on multiple platforms, especially now, at least, right? Previously, when consoles were on a different architecture and things were done differently, I can understand why it didn't make sense then. But now, with there being so much cross-threading, and if cross-play is only going to be more of a thing for the future, I do think, and I'm not saying that has to be every game, but I do think if there were more games that were Play Anywhere, that more people, that would inherently do something to people's brains, especially us as gamers.
Would. I'm saying realistically, though, the money guys that are involved with devs and publishing, you're not going to convince them that it's for the greater good, right? They're going to argue that you are missing out on sales if you do Play Anywhere from a contractual standpoint. Yeah. I mean, again, like I agree with you, obviously, but it's just interesting. I would love to see the contract. I would love to see how it worked, but it's dope that it did. So anyways, yes, Wacko Games, I would say it's worth it. Decima engine is one of the best engines out there, period, graphically. Again, when I fired up on my PC, I was like, holy shit, this is beautiful. That game is gorgeous, and I've heard people playing it on Series X. I've seen some of the screenshots, and even with compression and that kind of stuff. Is it up to the level of my PC? No, it's not, but does it still look beautiful? Absolutely, it does. What he does with the Decima engine, even though that's not his proprietary engine,
he's doing his thing, everybody,
with it. Decima is Guerrilla. Guerrilla Games made that engine. It was one used for Killzone and obviously now Horizon, right? The Decima engine, he does with it, though, he's kind of like the coalition with the Unreal Engine. Him and his team have mastered that engine. And like what they're getting out of it, if you look at Death Stranding 2 and again, the photo mode that they came up with, that uncanny valley situation where you squint, that looked like real people in the photo mode. So what he's done with that Decima engine, what the Guerrilla team has obviously done to update it for current gen,
right,
is nothing short of impressive as hell. So I think it's worth $20. I think it's worth to give it a go for that price. Again, it's going to be on sale for anybody that doesn't know. That's the other thing, Steel. It's not on sale right now over on PlayStation, which is funny. It's on PlayStation Plus right now, but it's not on sale. But you got it on sale over on Xbox, Play Anywhere, so you get the double benefit if you do have a PC for $20. It's on sale for the next 14 days. So go pick it up. I would go check it out and try it again. what your value out of it is, how long you have to play it to say you got value out of it, even if you ultimately wind up putting it down, that's up to you. So I don't know, I can't answer that for you, but I think for $20 it's worth a try for sure.
I agree.
Especially with Death Stranding 2 coming next year, which now potentially opens up the possibility that he owns the IP, that he could have all the versions ready, PC,
I think it would be.
And
I think it would at least be on PlayStation and Xbox day one.
It might be. I would love to see it if it does. MBG, thanks for dropping by, MAG. He says, can we talk about Metal Gear Solid, please? Well, we just talked a little Kojima.
Phantom Pain is the best game out of all of them.
There you go. So that's
I don't know. We'll find out. Because I will play Snake Eater whenever that comes out. I will play Snake Eater.
Again, this is where generationally, like, I get Steel because where he's he's played.
I didn't play Metal Gear back in the day. So I don't have those experiences.
Metal Gear 1
so I get it. I definitely understand.
Again,
I don't shit on it. It's just
you compare it to it now? No, of course not. But what it did back then, Steel, that was a whole nother.
Oh yeah, I understand.
Pad, me and my buddies rolling up on the PlayStation, like first time popping that in. Yo, man, that was like something else, man. Like,
yeah, I 100% understand. Like, I'll never shit on those older games. I'll never go back and play them. That's why I want them to get that. Yeah, right. That too. I do want them all to get that Snake Eater treatment. I want them all to be remade into that style. If you can do that, bro, I think again you have an easy way to make, especially Konami. If you're not going to give Metal Gear back to Kojima, then you need to do the smart thing and pay homage and respect to the IP by remaking those older games in this new style. You don't have to change a whole lot or whatever else. No, keep the story, all the movies, but you do have to bring it forward gameplay wise. Right. And I think that would be really, really doping to see, because again, people like myself, I will play. I mean, it doesn't just have to be Snake Eater. I'll play 2. I think the story is interesting. It's convoluted as hell, but I do think it's interesting. Phantom Pain, the number one thing that I understood about Phantom Pain when I beat the game the multiple times, and that was one game that I did beat a couple times, I was still confused.
Oh yeah,
I had to watch videos, get caught up in history, and find out who Snake was, and the big boss, and who this Solid Snake, Liquid Snake, this Snake. I'm like, bro, which one's the real Snake? So I'm not even the real Snake. What is happening in this game? And then a twist happens at the end of that game, and it's like, yo, what is happening? And Phantom Pain is dope as fuck. Phantom Pain is dope as fuck. But anyway, I mean, again, it's what you speak to. Yeah.
What you get, bro. It's what you get. He pushes things. Yeah. Anyways, I hope they do too. And Kojima, or Konami, I should say, realizes, and I think they've publicly said now that they don't see another Metal Gear game.
Oh yeah,
new one, because they can't do it without him.
Oh yeah, he was the brains behind that. Mm-hmm.
And I think that Sony realized that with Death Stranding as well. Because Sony's not usually the one to give back IP. So unless it was originally written in the contract,
that is crazy though. Yeah.
They're usually not one to hold on to either. But if they realize that they were never going to get Kojima to, be purchased as a first party and come into Sony, what were they going to do with the Death Stranding IP without him? Right. And like maybe it was part of the agreement to do a number 2. That's why I'm not convinced 100% that it's going to be day one on Xbox and PC. I think there could be a little bit of time, exclusivity in there, just because of the simple fact he's still using the Decima engine, which is not his engine, as part of the deal, right? And to get the IP back that they say you give it to PlayStation for a year, exclusive, and then obviously that's part of the agreement to sell him back the IP or whatever the case may be. Again, all that stuff fascinates me. That's why I wish we knew what these contracts were like, but I think that could be part of the reason, because he could have been said, if you're not going to give me the IP back, then I'm not making another one for you, right? I mean, he could have gone that route, and what are they going to do? Like, it's worthless to them then. Yeah. They're not going to make a Death Stranding without Kojima. I mean, okay, come on. So anyways, but cool that came out this week. Really love that it just dropped on Xbox.
Yeah, it was random.
It was totally random. Like I said, I already own it on Steam. I just picked it up on Steam a couple months ago again, for $7 on a or last month, I think, on a Fanatical bundle. I picked it up for $7 finally, not knowing this was going to happen. I may even double dip again just because of the Play Anywhere.
$27 is still cheaper than $60.
Right. And I get to play it on my Xbox console, and I own it. Like, I'm probably going to wind up double dipping with the next couple weeks here and just grabbing it. JB, who else we got? JB1521. I see you in here. He says Xbox gamers have so many games to look forward to. Yeah, bro, it's off. It's crazy. It's crazy what's going on right now. How many games are out there? If you are one of those gamers, like there's a lot of people who still claim this year sucks, and there's a lot of people who still claim that the game industry as a whole is in a rut.
There's people all of a sudden there's people like finding ways to shit on Dragon's Dogma 2 all of a sudden. Now we're coming to the end of the year. I'm like, bro, like there's articles now coming out talking about what happened to Dragon's Dogma 2. I'm like, what? It's a single player game. What do you mean? What was supposed to happen? It was supposed to be the first game wasn't the coming of Christ. It was just a good game that was slept on.
They haven't dropped any DLC. They've been patching it. They've been fixing it, but they haven't dropped any DLC. There's nothing. Again, this concept that
still a good game.
Are going to continue single player RPGs over and over again is weird to me. Like I don't understand. Like it's just not that genre. Yeah, people continue to play Skyrim because Skyrim's
that's different. That's a different beat.
Again, I think that Starfield's on that level, but most people don't. There's a lot of people who don't. So again, it's not going to be that way for single player RPGs, even if they're big open worlds. If there's not consistent content drops, you're not going to see engagement like that. People got too many games. Again, there's so many games now to play. It's a different world in the industry. It's a completely different world. People don't get that. Completely different now. The access to the amount of games that we have is never been higher. Like this is ridiculous what we can play. So anyways, those conversations can keep popping up because they make good articles that people click on. Anyways, Day Reezy's in the house. What's going on? Giving us the hype train. What's going on, Day Reezy? We are so lucky this morning. We have MBG and we have Refudge Gaming in here. Man, how lucky are we, man? Two of the best in the business. Yeah, two of the best in the business. No, none more. What's going on? He says all I'm playing is Metaphor. Congratulations, Joe.
Nice.
I totally understand why, bro. I totally get it.
Yeah.
Blind Giant 808. What's going on? He says, good morning. Good morning to you. Thank you for joining us this morning. Appreciate it so much. Jax 82 is in the house. What's going on, Jax? Thank you for dropping in here and saying hi, brother. Appreciate you being a part of the show. Tababu Kumi is in the house. What's going on, Tababu Kumi? Great to see you. So GPU and CPU should be in lockstep with one another.
Yes. Yeah. 1,000%. I mean, you're always going to have bottlenecks, even on PC. There's always going to be some form of a bottleneck unless you have the unlimited money to spend and everything else. Shout you, what's going on, Jago? And the only thing, again, and I know Pong, you're about to step in here as well. Again, just the only thing is we can't complain about optimization, but then also fall prey to them making it come across like, oh, we're just going to give you better hardware and that's going to fix the problem. Well, I mean, the optimization is still bad though. Like that still needs to be fixed. You giving me this hardware is not, the point is like, that's not what you need to be focusing on right now. All that R&D that you just put on that box, how about you put that R&D in your studios and figure out why it's cost $300 million to make Spider-Man? Like, can you do that for me? Can you find out, put that money, that R&D into Naughty Dog and find out why you couldn't release Factions? Could you put that R&D and find out why you couldn't have a multiplayer Spider-Man game? Could you put that R&D into something that actually fucking matters for the consumer? Not just, oh, power. No, people tell people to get a PC is because we're coming to a point where it kind of starts making sense for you to have that option. PlayStation games are going to PC. Yes, at the end of the day, it is an option, but not everybody needs a 3080 or a 4080 either. And I'm tired, and I get, it's annoying to hear people also say that. Oh, well, you got to spend thousands of dollars to get a PC. No, you don't. Yes, you have to limit your expectations, but are you going to play 4K on a $700 PC? No. But can you play 1080p 60? Probably. And that may not be bad for a lot of people who are playing on a monitor. If you're playing on a TV with the upscaling techniques that we have that are available on PC and that are only going to get better over time, as an example, right? So it's like, that's more so that's the one thing that bothers me about the defense of the Pro coming out, right? Because I do feel like we are in a console generation where that is not the thing that we needed. We need to get into these studios and find out what is happening behind the scenes while we cannot get games the day they release. And I get, it has to release at some point. You can't delay it indefinitely. But why, when they release, do we need a patch day one? Why when they release, do we have to wait 6 months to get a 60 frames patch? Redfall? That's too goddamn long. Because again, it's for both sides. So it's just, that's kind of the perspective that I'm coming from when you get into that conversation of it. But my fault. Again, I didn't mean to get on a little side tangent again, but what were you going to add on to that, Paul?
No, I was going to say, exactly. I just said it all comes back to a lot of times in the optimization side of things, and that we can't think that, just brute forcing and making sure that, just that upping the CPU along with the GPU would have just helped everything and made everything better when it comes down to the devs. Because again, devs are going to continue to use that as a crutch. And like I said, blatantly, and 3-Bits confirmed this, and 3-Bits been a developer inside these studios. If the developers had their way, everybody would own a 4090 or whatever the top line GPU, top of the line CPU, and that's all they would make games for, because it's obviously easy to make games for the top of the line. And it's not as easy because it takes optimization to get it to run on every other single level below that. But that's what they have to get back to again. And if they did have the optimization right, or even just 50% better than they do now, we wouldn't have a lot of the issues on the lower power level systems that we do initially, because we see them in a month, in 3 months, in 6 months, come out with patches that suddenly miraculously make the lower level stuff, hardware, suddenly do things that we were told were impossible. And we've seen it time and time and time and time again, this generation especially. And everybody should get, I don't know why it's, people can't see it and don't recognize it for what it is, but it's a pattern. And it's the truth. Again, it just takes more time and resources, but that's where the pipeline efficiency has to get better for these devs, and they got to figure out what changed that suddenly they don't have the time to do that kind of work on a game, so that when it does come out day one, like Steele said, we are getting a much better product. Not that they're going to be perfect.
Yeah, I'm not expecting for it to be flawless.
Games are complicated, bro. It's not going to be perfect. Again, as we've said, there is no way to simulate 1 million, 2 million people playing a single game at a single time when you launch. But,
come on.
But yeah, exactly. But some of this stuff is devs and on the pipeline that is somewhere broken, and they don't have the time to and resources to make sure that it is in its best possible spot when it comes out. That's all. So, but anyways, great discussion there. I mean, again, we were just doing name shout outs, and this is what happens is Steele and I wind up in discussions because you guys control a lot of our narratives here. You guys dictate what we talk about. You never know what we're going to get. Again, it goes back to my point that we're never predictable on Living Split Screen. Love you all. Sin, I see you jumping in here. He says, I agree with you 100%, Steele. It's like a lot of devs today are lost in the concept of ingenuity. It was almost commonplace in the 8 and 16-bit era. Folks learned how to do more.
They had to. They didn't have a choice.
They didn't have a choice. And again, the fact they were doing that on hardware that was all different from each other, all foreign languages. Mm-hmm. They were all different. They didn't speak anything. And they still wound up putting out multi-plat titles across all different spectrum of hardware, like shows that something has changed. And again, I know games are bigger, but your teams are bigger. Your teams
more money is involved.
Like bigger. You are given more time
industry
to
is
develop
bigger.
games by years now.
Yeah.
Some of those studios were pumping out a game a year.
2 years.
Back in the day.
3 years max.
Now you get 4. Now you get 5. Now you get 6.
Now you get a decade.
Yeah, now you get a decade. It's crazy, man. But yeah, hopefully they can figure that stuff out. And hopefully, again, I've said all along that AI will help with some of that. I know everybody's scared of AI, but AI can't be scared.
You can't be scared of AI, ladies and gentlemen. It's proven more. It's proven more and more. If you're not using Chat GPT actively, I mean, I use it all the time just to bounce ideas back and forth. Again, it can be a motivation tool for a lot of people. I'm not saying that you need to give your life to AI. Don't do that. It's not a person. It's not somebody that you can depend on, but it is something that you can at least kind of go back and forth with. And get a little bit more involved, and it is going to help and streamline things.
Yeah,
that's the idea. At least
I watched a dude steal.
It's not perfect.
Side tangent. I watched a dude legitimately, and I know
we need to control it.
Made sure I looked it up. I went and watched a dude do a whole interview for a 6-figure position that he wasn't qualified for, using ChatGPT to make the answers in real time.
Mm-hmm. It was listening to listening to it and then giving. Yeah. I've seen multiple people doing that.
That's okay. That's where it's like, oh shit, man. There's gonna be some.
That's dangerous, but again, it can only do but so much, and unless you have a deeper understanding of how to use that on the job, because once you get in the job, you still have to perform the duties, right?
Costing that company time and money and everything. You can't go in and perform. Like, it's like crazy. But anyways,
I mean, again, that's the great side of it all. It's the great side.
It is. Arthur One, I see you jumping on here. Is Pong the one playing in the background? Oh, hell no. You're not getting this kind of high level play from me, bro.
Who said that?
Arthur One.
Oh, Arthur? No, it's my gameplay. Most of the time, all the gameplay that you see, or I'll say 99% of the time, all the gameplay that you see is my gameplay.
Yeah, unless we co-op something and Steel has that footage.
Yeah, absolutely.
You're not getting this Call of Duty gameplay from me, bro.
I think it's average. I think it's all right, but
you're fine. Yeah, but you're still way above me. Anyways, Jago 6 jumping in here. Great to see you in here as well. No, I have not tried zombies yet, Jago 6, by the way. I don't know if Steel has yet or not.
Yeah, I tried zombies. Mm-hmm.
That's right. You did tell me you jumped in for a little bit. No, I have not tried it. I'm not the round-based dude. I don't like round-based. I like the open world. I know that's sacrilege, but whatever. I like the open world, although I have heard from Mav and Steel, who both have told me that I might like it because it is a little bit, there's some of that open world to it. And it's not as tight corridor as the old one was. So maybe, I plan on playing it at some point with the fam and trying it out, but zombies is definitely not anything I've tried yet.
The last 3 times I tried to load into zombies, people were trying to do glitches, and I'm good on that, bro. Like, I'm not trying to glitch. Like,
easy experience shit.
Yeah, like that's what everybody's doing. That's what everybody's doing right now to level up. But that is so. That bothers me. I get, hey, you want to unlock everything in the game. You do what you want to do. It is what it is. I'm not going to be the dude to limit you or tell you whatever. I think it's dumb. I don't appreciate that shit. I think it's corny as hell. I mean, people have been doing this in Call of Duty for a long time, though, with custom lobbies and things like that, easy XP. I don't see, because at the end of the day, what's the point of the prestige system? What is the point of any of these systems if you're just going to take advantage of it anyway? There's nothing there.
I used it in Elden Ring. I used the spot in Elden Ring to level up.
I mean, but that's also more RPG style. Those things that exist in those games, but I mean, even that, it's not for me. But again,
it's not for you, right?
It is what it is. I just won't play.
I know. Yeah. MF, great member for 8 months.
Hey,
do that shit in a private match, though. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. When it's multiplayer, it's different for me too.
That's the main thing for me.
Get your crew together and do it, but don't have an open lobby where you're taking randos in and then expect them to follow along with you. Like that annoys me as hell, because again, you're wasting my time. If I'm a rando and I jump in, I don't want to do it. You're wasting my time. Like, why are you doing this? Like, do it privately or get your whole crew together and lock up the lobby. One of the two. So anyways, that's just how I feel about those. I know. This is why I know the Elden Ring. I did the one where you could shoot those bird things from the cliff.
A lot of people did different things.
Yeah. I sat there for hours. I ain't gonna lie.
Kumi says, would you say Treyarch has successfully made COD great again? Call of Duty great again? I would say that they did. Again, I think it goes way beyond as well. Just in having that additional year, I do think that additional year did help. From what I'm seeing now, I think that additional year helped them more so get their future plans together, get the content strategy together more so than anything, right? Because again, you get towards the end of game development, from everything that we've heard and seen and everything. You're just kind of tidying up things. And because COD was already on a particular cycle, you'd imagine that those devs are kind of used to churning out a certain quality or level of game. And then with them moving to Omni movement, it just makes it feel new anyway, right? And then how negatively the last game was received, and even some of the other Call of Duties prior. I think Black Ops 6 kind of resets things for sure. Again, is it perfect? No, it's not. Is Warzone going to come out and people still only use 2 guns in the entire game? Probably. Same thing for ranked, same thing for multiplayer and things like that. But doesn't take away from how the game feels as you're playing it. So there's that. Nixie says servers is hurting the experience. I haven't had a server issue, bro. Like, I had some packet bursts the other day and I still didn't notice the lag. I do, again, 90% of the time, I'm still finding more moments than anything that it's a me thing, not a game. It's not the game. If I don't body somebody, I just don't body them. Now, I will say the last like 5 games that I play, because there's been this thing about skill-based damage, and I hope people are being funny, and I hope it's not for real. I don't see how that would work, but there are some matches where I am running around shooting people and they don't die, but they turn around on me and kill me. It's not because I'm missing. It's not because the hit detection is off. It's sometimes it just doesn't hit the way that it's supposed to. I just don't know. When the game came out and it was fresh, I didn't have any of that. Then all of a sudden, that's my form of skill-based matchmaking that I'm experiencing. It's like, why all of a sudden I can't kill people with this gun I was just killing people with? That just doesn't make sense. It's just, what is happening? It sounds weird. I'm having a hard time believing it's a thing because I don't see how you would even implement that. Again, skill-based matchmaking is enough. You're playing people who are similar to your skill level. I'm not against it per se. I do think it should be in different playlists, right? Have skill-based matchmaking in ranked, and then have just overall matchmaking in regular playlists, right? I do 100% believe in that. It's kind of what it's set up for. But outside of that, it just becomes questionable. But yeah, I haven't had the packet burst issues. Not at least I had. And I haven't played Black John. That's a good point. He says, I usually play hardcore until I get what I want. My brother does that. He's actually, when he plays COD, he's been jumping more into hardcore. I used to play hardcore a lot, actually, back in the day, especially on Modern Warfare 2 back in the day. And I don't know, I just kind of fell off of hardcore because the last couple of times I played, it was just like, I'm getting spawned, like I load into matches where I'm getting spawn trapped, and then it doesn't make it fun because I'm instantly dying because you get one tapped. But I might have to play some more, a little bit more hardcore and see what's good with that. Yeah, and I do feel you, Kumi. He says, I do miss persistent lobbies though. Find a lobby you really like and stick with it. Yeah, I feel like there's still maybe a little bit of that happening. Cause I've ran into similar people, like not maybe the next match, but hey, I played you a couple matches back or whatever the case. So, all right, ladies and gentlemen, let's get into these upcoming games here. It's a little bit of a list to go through here. Just a few games coming out, and then we'll get into a few of our topics. We've been kind of flowing in and out of different things. So, from the top of the show, different topics as well. But we'll probably get a little bit deeper into some of those things. So let me go ahead and get this rolling. All right, let's see here. Of course, when I bring this window up, it's not even on the window that it's supposed to be on. That's how it goes, man. Sometimes you got to work with what you got. Show me what you got for a pork chop. All right. Hopefully that helps it still look good there. Fix the OBS here. All right. So starting this week, November 11th through the 17th. And again, this is coming from releases.com. They like to go by more anticipated games, then kind of go throughout the rest of the list. So to start off with, we got Dragon Quest 3 HD 2D remake.
Looking pretty damn good. They did a little bit of censoring in this one as well.
Oh, well.
That's a new. Yeah.
Dragon Age? I didn't know there was like Anything?
Dragon Quest.
Dragon Quest. Sorry, yeah, Dragon Quest.
Yeah, again, stupid shit, stupid artwork shit, stupid stuff. It's weird, man. It's starting to invade a little bit over in Japan to some of the companies, but again, it's minor. It's extremely minor. So again, but yeah, no, I'm looking forward to Dragon Quest 3 HD 2D remake. I definitely want to jump into this again. I played Dragon Quest back in the day on NES. It was something that me and my buddy used to go back and forth with. We used to pass the controller. I used to go over his house and play Dragon Quest games all the time. I love Dragon Quest. It's where the slimes came from. It's freaking classic, bro.
You know what's funny? When I yeah. This game reminds me of like back in the day so much, bro. Like, or when I see like Unicorn Overlord and stuff like that, like this makes me feel like how the games used to look back in the day, but I know they didn't look like this. So, but when I see this is how I imagine they looked back in the day.
Sure. Yeah, absolutely. But they didn't at all.
No, they didn't at all.
It was
nowhere
completely
close.
flat.
Yeah.
It's completely flat.
Exactly.
With little pixels.
Yep,
like,
exactly.
But yeah, it's such a beautifully redone though. I love how they combine the 2D, 3D stuff, how Square figured this out. It's amazing. It really is. I love it.
So shout out to Dragon Quest. That comes out in 5 days on November 14th. And this says, years ago, the great hero Ortega bid farewell to his wife and child as he set off on a quest to defeat the villainous Archfiend Baramos. Ortega failed this quest and Baramos still threatens the world. Now, on their 16th birthday, Ortega's only child is summoned by the King of Alahan and entrusted with a mission of the highest import to take on Ortega's quest. Vanquish Baramos and save the world. Shout out to Dragon Quest. Then from there, maybe everybody's most anticipated game here. It's got co-op play in there as well. It doesn't look bad for a Lego game. I mean, again, it's interesting for what I've seen so far, and that's Lego Horizon Adventures. Maybe this will actually be the Horizon game that has a better personality in it. But if you aren't familiar with it, it is in a far future where giant mechanized beasts roam a landscape reclaimed by nature and humans live in primitive tribes, and ancient evil seeks to destroy the world. Join Hunter Aloy as she leads a colorful crew of heroes on a quest to save the meadows, forests, and mountains of Earth from a man called Hellas, who leads a gang of sun worshippers that are following ancient evil shrouded in mystery. This is all in Lego style with customization and all that good, cute stuff. So there you go. I heard people, some people who got early access to this were having a good time with it. So again, the Lego games aren't bad.
With Lego games,
I mean,
again.
Well, people were saying this is one of the better Lego games. It actually plays like an RPG. It's actually fun. It's like more of an action adventure game, man. It has more depth to it than the other Lego games.
Of course, because it's a first-party Sony game. Yeah, I know.
It has more depth to it.
Changes everything, bro. Changes everything. They're the only ones that can do shit.
This one has more depth.
Right. Totally.
So hey, there it goes. There's Lego Horizon Adventure. Hey man, I'm just telling you what people told me, man. It's gonna have more depth than any of those other Lego games. It's gonna set a new standard for Lego games. Then on November 14th, we got Skydance's Behemoth. Was this a VR game? Why does it look like a VR game? No? No, it's because it was. Okay, yeah, I was thinking about the right game. Yeah, this is the game where the dude looks up and the giant almost steps on him or whatever, the giant monster thing or whatever. But Skydance's Behemoth tells an original story set in the Forsaken Lands, the plague-ravished wasteland of a once glorious empire, with its inhabitants are driven mad and cities have fallen to ruin. Players take on the role of a cursed warrior, embarking on a perilous quest to rid the lands of an insurmountable threat, the monstrous behemoths, in glorious VR fashion. Hey, you know what? This game's going to be even better on the PlayStation 5 Pro. So there you go. There's another reason for, you know what you should do? You should get a PSVR 2 and the PlayStation 5 Pro, and for a cool $1,200, you'll be in the game. $1,200-$1,300, you'll be in the game. But shout out to Skydance's Behemoth. That comes on November 14th. And then on November 12th, we got Farming Simulator. I'm pretty sure I don't have to give you a little details about that. Let me know in
Come on, what did they change, Steel? What have they made better?
All right,
What's the feature trailer?
I'll put the voice on. Farming Simulator 25 floods the fields with a host of new machines, gameplay features, visual upgrades, and even fresh water to grow rice. You get fresh water in this game.
Oh, you can grow Spanish rice now. I just saw it on the trailer. Let's go.
Spanish rice. That's the one thing that was missing from last year. Adding even more agricultural depth and diversity to the family-friendly series, embark on a global farming adventure to build an agricultural empire in lush East Asian landscape filled with rice paddies.
8 farm animals, including water buffaloes, goats, and baby animals. See, they introduced baby animals too. Look at that. Look at the baby goats. Oh man.
Hey, no hate on Farming Simulator or any other simulators. Hey, if you're into that, shout out to you, man. That's what's up. Dr. Dinglenut says Spanish rice and fresh water is Ultimate Edition only. That's.
Thank God they're not locking it behind a DLC.
Oh right? Man.
Thank God they're not locking it down. Bro, I can totally see that. I have dabbled in Farming Simulator in the past when it's showing up. I just had to see what it was about. I can see how it's relaxed.
I can understand.
Totally chill.
It's just like bus driver simulator or a truck simulator. I can see how that can be fun for people. Nixie, I see what you did there. He says a lot of YouTube gaming content creators' favorite game is Farming Simulator. That is true. They do some good farming out there, man. You know, somebody got
150 brands, licensed brands.
Yeah, they full out, man. You got water buffaloes you can jump in there with.
Yeah.
Andrew said it hits Game Pass after like 6 months. I did notice that.
It does.
You get challenges and stuff too, man. You got weather changes.
It's tough, bro. It's tough. It's complicated, especially the machinery, because there is like better machines.
Yeah.
And you got to set up your fields right. Like you got to do like everything. It's not a joke, but it's funny. It's just weird that people like that's like their thing, man.
Hey, if you're into Farming Simulator, guys, I put on the voice for you. Hope you're into it. He said, Ghost says, I mean, our favorite gaming characters have to eat. You know how funny that would be if that's how that actually worked? If things were like Wreck-It Ralph and everybody was able to get like, I don't know if you guys are familiar with that movie. Maybe you're not. But Wreck-It Ralph had this thing to where like
has watched Wreck-It Ralph.
Wreck-It Ralph's a fucking bomb ass. That's fucking 1 and 2 are fucking great movies. But no, you want to talk about bringing the tears to a fucking grown man's eyes, especially it's such a fucking cute movie. Anyway, but I think the way they have it set up where everybody's in their own like games and then they go on break when people aren't playing and they meet up in the halls. It's, you know how fucking dope that would be. Like if that was actually something that happened, like just imagine them doing that. I always thought that was fucking dope.
It is.
MF Gray says, came here for Hot Topic, stayed for Farming Simulator. Hey,
we can help you out stay. Come on, MF.
There you go. All right, then up next we got Flint, Treasure of Oblivion.
Looking forward to this one for sure. This is a tactics strategy game.
Okay.
Pirates. This is looking awesome. So this is on my wish list already on Steam. Can't wait. I'm really looking forward to this one again.
So
it's gonna be the back catalog.
If you're not familiar with Flint, Treasure of Oblivion delivers adventure, but also strategic depth. Thanks to its turn-based combat mechanics, refreshing the genre's foundations by drawing on mechanics from role-playing and board games. Notably, though, dice rolls. When players build their crew, each member brings unique skills to use, allowing them to adapt their strategy to their style of gameplay. During the tactical phases, players can use skill and attribute cards to improve their crew members and gain an advantage over their opponents. Hoist the mainsail and set off to discover the secrets buried in the distant lands of Flint, Treasure of Oblivion. Shout out to Flint, man. If you're into that, if you're looking for a more tactical styled game, there seems to be a lot of those coming out, man. If there's something that speaks to you, again, I don't know how you end up playing every one of them because all of them are extreme time sinks, but if it's something for you, and I know you definitely appreciate them as well, Paul. Hey, man, they're making them still, so there's some people got to be playing them.
Mav and I touch on this like RTSs and turn-based CRPGs, strategy tactics games, they've got to be cheaper to make still, right?
Yeah, it has to be. Yeah.
That's why they can turn them out the way they do. That's why you have so many indie devs that do make them. Because again, all we're told is that nobody plays those games. You know, that genre is niche. You know, nobody plays those games, blah, blah, blah. But there must be a pretty damn strong market for them because that's all especially if you're on the PC.
Yeah, it's PC. Yeah, PC market for sure.
Steam every week's got freaking new turn-based strategy. Like every week, like literally.
I'm saying they all get played, but
no. But I'm just saying the fact that they continuously be made, the margins for a success for a small team must be pretty good. It must not be a high risk genre to go into, because people just continue to turn them out. It's crazy, bro. It's crazy.
Yeah, this one's got some top-down RPG, like Diablo kind of things to it. Like you can move your character around and stuff like that. So it's not just like completely all tactics-based. So, hey, there's that, man. Sounds super dope. Then next up, you got a game called Ved. This is coming to everything as well, November 14th. And Ved is a narrative-focused RPG that boasts a distinctive turn-based combat mechanism intertwined with roguelike components. Dive into a captivating journey set with luminous universe, illustrated with breathtaking hand-painted visuals. Traverse enigmatic islands, vanquish creatures, and harness the potent magic of the Veds.
On my wish list as well. I love the artwork in this game. I think it looks so fucking cool.
I love when the games do this 2D thing and then like pull into the screen to let you know that it's not just flat. I like when they do those types of things. It looks like they got some like AI things involved here though. Oh no, that was just the Beast Man. That Beast Man looked kind of AI, but yeah.
Whatever.
Shout out to Ved. Demo is available now for those who are interested. And next we got The Rise of the Golden Idol on November 12th as well. The Rise of the Golden Idol immerses players in the role of a determined relic hunter on a gripping journey to discover a legendary artifact rumored to have the power to transform the world. In this game, you take on a role of an observer, delving into 15 intriguing cases filled with crime, death, and moral I can't fucking say the word now.
Ambiguity?
Yes, ambiguity. Fucking, why couldn't I? It was right there. There was so many other fucking words that I should have messed up on it. Ambiguity. I can't fucking say now. See again. Exactly, like hors d'oeuvres, hors d'oeuvres. Fucking difficult. This experience builds upon the investigative gameplay established in the case of the Golden Idol, offering you complete freedom to explore and develop your own theories. Hey, there's something down for you, man. There you go. Case of the Golden Idol, the Rise of the Golden Idol, I should say. Excuse me. Coming everything, even on Netflix if you got it on there. Then we got Tetris Forever. I'm pretty sure I don't have to get into Tetris. Y'all know what Tetris is. It's Tetris. 4 decades, celebrates the original genre-inspiring puzzle game. More than 15 classic games from the series. It's a bunch of different versions of Tetris.
It's Tetris.
I mean, how do you go wrong with Tetris? Like,
I've never been a Tetris fan.
Really? I'm not like a fan of Tetris.
I like Jewel. I like match threes. I like those types of games.
Okay, right? Yeah.
This one, I've played plenty of Tetris, but I got to say that what was the last Tetris Unlimited? What the hell was it? The one with the techno music and the one that they launched at the beginning of this generation. What the hell was that? That was freaking fun as fuck because of the music and the way that they had the lighting and the explode. That was cool, man. I had a great time with that one because it always changed up. But yeah, normally I'm not a Tetris guy, but I had a buddy who was huge into it on the Game Boy. I hated it on the Game Boy.
Tubabu Kumi says, I got I don't know what that first word is supposed to be, reaimed by my friend the other day when I read hyperbole as hyperbole. Yeah, that's another good one. Because I like when you first see it, you see hyperbole, but then I know it's hyperbole. You know what I'm saying? This is just another one of those words.
Yep.
It's just funny. At least I think that's what you were saying.
I'm pretty sure that's what he's trying to say.
Since it's that hypercolon. Reamed. Yeah. He reamed. Okay. He reamed you. Pause.
Oh. He railed you.
Whoa. That's even worse. Let's not get railed by your homies. Let's gotta get into a whole different thing. Hey, if you're into that, hey, do your thing. But maybe all deeper than a little bit more than homies.
Your deep homies.
Yeah. Whoa, homies with benefits. There goes the fight. Choo choo. That was a wrong time for a choo choo. Great. It was a wrong time for a choo choo. No trains in that scenario. We're good. No cabooses, none of that. I don't need any extra bags of coal or anything. Next up, we have Medieval Apocalypse. This comes out on November 15th. In Medieval Apocalypse, survival goes beyond merely managing hunger, thirst, and fatigue, as seen in previous survival games. Here, you must also vigilantly guard against infection from zombies to avoid becoming one.
What?
Surviving the apocalypse isn't just about battling zombies. Players can pose just as much of a threat. However, forming an alliance allows you to stand shoulder to shoulder with other players, jointly taking on hordes of zombies and conquering their lairs. To further ensure your survival, you'll need to hunt wild animals, cultivate a range of vegetables, and gather plants. A PvE game that is random.
With naked zombies in medieval times.
Yeah, it was that. I mean, the fucking characters, it was in third person.
They got polar bears, giraffes, regular bears, hippos. What?
There's a had a nice little third person camera on it too.
It did, Steel.
Had the dude in fucking night armor. That shit looked kind of all right. I saw that go by. Where was that? It was like in the beginning of this clip here. Let me see.
Yeah.
Let me see if I can. Yeah, like.
Yeah, medieval DMZ. Correct.
You pick up weapons. You find weapons out in the world.
Bro, is this early access or is this a full release?
It says it's a full release.
Oh my god.
So you gotta fight, you gotta survive against zombies and other players.
Right.
Okay. Interesting.
Swords, shields.
I mean, the weapons need some work, but yeah.
Well, yeah. I mean, obviously, but
it needs it needs a little bit of work, but for a game that kind of came out of nowhere, so it ain't bad. Ain't bad at all. Interesting
idea.
A lot more interesting than I thought it was going to be, actually.
Yeah.
All right. And then next up, you got Funko Fusion. In Funko Fusion, you get to experience your favorite movies and TV shows like never before in Funko. A 4-player action adventure game that brings together iconic characters in worlds from Jurassic Park, Back to the Future, The Umbrella Academy, The Thing, Child's Play 2, Masters of the Universe, and so many other blockbusters in Funko Pop form. I saw this game before. I thought that this is interesting for the Funko Pop fans out there. I think some Funko Pops kind of be kind of cool. I mean, the fact that they turn it into like an action and adventure game is interesting. I don't know how I feel about that. To me, this kind of, are you going to be able to like scan in your own Funkos or are you now going to have to get like special Funkos to be able to use part of the game? Like, has this all of a sudden turned into, what is that game? Sky, what is that fucking name?
Skylanders?
Yeah, Skylanders. We get fucking characters, or what are these amiibos now? Is this what we're doing? I don't know. It looked like it could probably be some fun though. Has some shooting mechanics in there. Hey, people are down for that. Julian97835 coming live from the Twitch side of things. What's going on, Julian? He says, "Yo, we over here on the YouTube side of things with chat getting litty." As you can tell, man, we getting up. We're getting hype on these upcoming games right now, so appreciate you coming through. Yeah, no, that would be, it would be cool. Not for me, but it would be cool. Maybe they're probably that's how they're probably going to make their microtransactions. MF Great says, sounds like a diss. You one of them Funkos. Yeah, I mean, if somebody didn't take a shower for a couple days or something, yeah, you definitely one of them Funkos. All right. Up next, you got WWE releasing 2K24, DLC 5 WCW. Apparently they're adding Diamond Dallas Page, Iron Sheik, Mr. Perfect, Great Muta, and Alex and Lex Luger to the roster.
Well, they're going back to my
Classics.
era.
Damn, yeah, they fucking threw it back. God damn. I haven't heard those names in a long time. Jesus Christ.
Iron Sheik. Let's go.
Hey, there you go. You guys still playing some of that good old wrestling. You got a DLC pack coming for you, so you can wrestle. I actually heard it didn't play too bad. So shout out to that. Yeah, man, a lot of people play WWE games. It's like the same people who play Madden and 2K.
I always want to jump back into them.
It's so funny.
I don't watch wrestling anymore, but I still love wrestling games from back in the day. I look at them now and I look at them and it's like Madden still. I think it, and again, people say that they're still awesome, whatever else, because I'm not going to go online. I'm not going to play against people or whatever the case may be. But to me, it's almost like they've gotten too complex with all the moves and shit.
I think they simplified it also in 2K24 as well.
And that's what I'm wondering about. And I might have to try one at some point, because that's when I look at it. Because I like the old school wrestling games where you basically had, 2, 3, 4 moves with a super move or whatever the case may be, and that's what you pulled off. And now you got all these. It's like a fighting game almost, where you got all these freaking. You can pull off basically everything they do in real life, and that's where I go. It's kind of like Madden, where you've gone too simmy and lost some of that arcadey feel to me. Almost like it's like, do I really want to jump into this and play it? But I love the idea of wrestling games. I've always loved wrestling games from back in the day. So I might jump into one again at some point. But anyways.
Rescue Squad cope with the 5 bones. He says Divine Dynamo Flame releases November 14th on Steam. Pre-order exclusive.
What the hell is Divine Dynamo Flame? What's that?
Yeah, that was a random one you threw out there. Hold on. Because they got some more. They got a lot of games on here as well. Why are so many games coming out? We're probably going to just kind of drop down the list here.
Oh, yes. This is that RPG. This is an RPG where you get to go into almost a first person view too, as well, with like a mech. I think I've seen this before. See, Divine Dynamo Flame Shift is bringing back classic 2D action play as the hero Yuto in top-down slashing adventure stages, and pilot the magical robot Flame Shift for first-person boss battles. Yes, I think I have seen this before. Master both styles of gameplay to restore peace to the parallel world of Hollow Guard.
Okay.
Yes. Okay. Yep.
Interesting. Well, ladies and gentlemen, there's not just that. There's a lot of stuff coming out. I mean, this covers DLC and everything as well. You got stuff for Phasmophobia that's coming, Ark Survival, Multiverses. Multiverses just got Raven, and they did their thing on it with her in that game.
Did they?
Yeah, I you didn't see that on the timeline this week.
I haven't been around this timeline.
It's been sending people in a tizzy.
Really?
Yeah, they did a good job designing Raven. Yeah, they did a good, bro. The timeline was like, oh, it's my first time drawing Raven. Isn't she hot? And it's like they just taking it to the next level. I mean, Raven's already a pretty attractive character from Teen Titans. Definitely depending on the different iterations.
Are we in the gray zone?
Raven? I think
according to lore.
Lore wise, I don't know how old Raven is. Lore wise, that's weird.
Just ask, bro. I gotta ask if we're legal or if we're just doing the whole, because it was Teen Titans, so I just gotta ask.
How old is Raven from Teen Titans?
It's one thing to draw pictures of her growing up.
She's 18 in the comics.
Okay, so they kept it. Okay, all right. Well, there's that.
Yeah, so she's 18 according to the comics.
MF Grape coming in here with the drop of the 20 bomb. He says, stay classy. Have a great weekend. Appreciate you, MF Grape.
Appreciate you, great.
Yeah, no, absolutely, man. Go enjoy yourself. Go do what you got to do. And thanks for dropping by. Appreciate you being here for any amount of time. And that goes for everybody, whether you're listening now live or in the future. Hey, man, if you're here for 5 minutes or you're here for the entire time, man, we love you. So thank you for that.
Much love.
Zach Riley, I see you jumping in here. What's going on? He says, Temtem Swarm is dope. It's a Vampire Survivors like, but it's built around being 3-player. Oh, interesting. Okay. Dude, there's a lot of cool Vampire Survivors like games coming out now. That's for damn sure. I talked about a couple during that Steam demo week. But yeah, there's a lot of them. I'm gonna have to look that one up because I love those games.
Okay, nice.
Anyways, yeah.
All right. So that was the upcoming games for the week of November 9th through the 16th. Hopefully you saw something in there. There's some more things in there that were like DLCs and things like that. But if anything, this tells you that there's still a ton of games that are coming out for different types of people. Yes, it's not AAA, the newest game, hottest game that's probably ever going to exist, but that is still out there. And you still got the First Descendant that's out there. Oh, by the way, the First Descendant is pretty good now because you can play it on the PlayStation 5 Pro. It's got a Nexon is working with Sony, and they got a PlayStation 5 Pro patch for the First Descendant. So everybody should try out that game.
Yeah, because
it's a good game now.
It looks good. I see where you're going.
Okay.
It looked good on console, but it definitely took a resolution hit, like massive resolution hit. So if they get closer to the PC version, because the girls at higher res look even better, so the characters look really great. So anyway,
shout out to First Descendant, still pumping out content.
I still want to play.
Doing good. Yeah,
I want to get back to it. I miss,
but it'll be there.
It's a filthy.
It'll be there. It'll be there.
Still downloaded everywhere. I haven't uninstalled.
Yeah, me too. I've kept updating it too in Steam. It stayed updated. You know, it's I'm gonna play it, probably not, but hey, it's how it goes. All right. Where would you like to slide to first? I did name the show this week Unprofessional, just because I thought that was funny and it was the best thing I could think of in the moment. So I'm glad that it ended up working out. Hopefully other people got what I was trying to go for there. But yeah, man, in case you guys didn't know, the PlayStation 5 Pro did come out fully this week, right? And there was some information put out there. I have just been bad since I got in a little late about getting all of my details straightened and having things ready to go here. Because there was a specific article that I wanted to pull up here about the PlayStation 5 Pro, just for talking about based off of like Digital Foundry and the different things that they found, and it was just talking about the overall like performance of how games are doing on the PlayStation 5 Pro and things of that nature.
Again, I've been out of the loop this week too.
There was another one also talking that people were trying to give some smoke about, because that's where the whole rating games, because I believe it was IGN, but people were talking about rating systems based off of their price kind of came from as well. So there is that. But give me a second here, ladies and gentlemen. Let me get that pulled up. I'm pretty sure there's a few different articles here that I can get into right now. Let's see. Sony president says PS5 Pro $700 price tag hasn't harmed sales. Well, I mean, you're not going to know that right now. So, all right. I'll just pull this one from WCCF Tech. Again, they're not the world's greatest, but something that we can kind of base off of and at least have be as a conversation starter. I think this would be good because they also rated the PlayStation 5 Pro as a 7.5. Again, an average score that people said that the average score is not fitting to such a great console that optimizes and makes games run so much better than they ever did before. And the only people complaining about it are people who are broke and they can't afford a PlayStation. So you know what they do is they say that they don't like it because you can't afford it.
Of course. So we've heard this gatekeeping for a long ass time, bro.
And again, I mean, now resolution boost is okay. Now FPS boost is great. Man, I mean, again, guys, it's very early. We're not going to really know. We're not, bro.
Why are you playing old games, Steve?
Bro, this is what PC players do, man. You go back, you go in and play old games, bro. It's like PlayStation 5, on my PlayStation 5 Pro, bro, I can do what these PC guys be doing. I can go back, play Spider-Man 2. Just plays that much better. A little bit more ray tracing, a little bit more reflection on those mirrors. Those puddles look just that much more crisper. Venom's tongue, when he sticks it out, is very detailed. You can see the grains now. You couldn't see that before. It's a lot of good ones. But anyway, they get into it here. Real quick, because we had somebody else come through on the Twitch side who says Bop, greatest Twitch. Okay. It says, hello, gentlemen. Hopefully I'm saying your name right. If not, correct me. I'm just dumb. But real quick, Sly Crow in chat just says, not gonna lie, Stellar Blade and Dragon's Dogma 2 look very good on the Pro. Good. I mean, that's good to hear.
Yeah, they do.
Nixie says, very early to tell how the Pro will turn out. I might be forced to get one if GTA 6 only plays at 60 FPS there. I don't think that would be the case, but sure. And Nixie also said, I need to see more of a sample size. I pulled back on buying day one because I need to see more.
Best way to do it, right, Nixie? Best way to do it.
Hold off. I appreciate that, Bob. That's dope, man. He said he ain't clown or nothing. He was just like, Bob creates Twitch. See,
nice.
I appreciate that, Bob, man. If you don't mind being called the Bob. Now that means a lot of different things from where I'm from. Hopefully you're not a bop, but
whoa,
you are a creator, so that's good to see. Shout out to Bob in chat. Much love, Bob. All right, but anyway, PlayStation 5 Pro hardware review, the next gen graphics upgrade. They go in to say mid-generation console refreshes are nothing new in the gaming industry. Everything from the pre-market crash Atari 2600 up through just about every Nintendo console to hit the market. Console manufacturers have found ways to introduce additional purchases to get into the lifespan of a console, usually accompanied by a form factor change or addition of new features in the box. The concept of introducing a console that could run all of the very same games, but with added performance, was something unique to the Sony ecosystem with the PlayStation 4 Pro or Microsoft's Xbox One X. Companies like Nintendo tried something similar with the new Nintendo 3DS, but these introduced games that were exclusive to the upgraded hardware. Xenoblade Chronicles being one of these rare titles, Sony's PlayStation 5 Pro aims to be the console that can achieve a higher benchmark across all their titles. But is that boosted flagship console worth investment if you're already a next-gen player? Again, I kind of got into this a little bit earlier. He says, Switch, you like Switch? I call you Switch. Shout out to you, Switch. I like that. I say Bop because that's the first thing in your name. I don't know what you want to be called. Bop, Switch. You like Switch? I'm down for Switch, man. That's what's up. It's just like somebody said, if somebody came in with the name Daddy Kratos, I'm not calling you Daddy. I'll call you Kratos. You know what I'm saying? So there's just one of those. Hey, just giving an example. All right, let me get this bill up on the big screen for you guys as well. So you can see where we're reading from. There we go. Is it worth the investment if you're already a next gen player? This was something that I was speaking to earlier. Again, for me, I don't personally believe it is. But if you think that's, again, you trade the console in your current PlayStation 5, GameStop is giving you, I believe, about $300 for that console at the price of a graphics card that like the PC players would say, or pretty much the price of getting a new console. You do have that upgrade path for you, right? Maybe you trade in a few extra things and you're able to get this new piece of hardware. So there are paths out there for people who are interested in that. So yeah, I appreciate you, Switch. But they go on to say what comes in this package is the same usual assortment of parts that Sony has bundled with all their consoles. Well, except a CD drive and a stand. So, not the same usual assortment of parts. You're missing some things and you're being charged more for them, which again, I didn't see anybody complaining about. If you don't complain about it, then they're going to assume that it's not a problem. And obviously they felt like it wasn't a problem because they sold the console to you without the CD drive and without at least giving you the stand. Man, I never knew that stand was so expensive. It had to have been like, what was that stand? What are they charging for that stand? Like $30?
Yeah, it was $29.99.
$30 stand, huh? For a console, for something that should already be there. Interesting. Psychonauts is coming in with some correction. Well, I heard you're giving me conflicting things, Psycho. Because we got Forte, shout out to Gaming Forte in the community. He's saying they're doing about 300. Maybe that's because of, maybe it's for the Slim, maybe. That's what they're doing the 300 for. But Psycho says no. GameStop is giving 200 for the PlayStation 5 because the Pro came out. Okay. He said they just changed it. Okay. Oh, well, dope then. All right. Well, I mean, again, some money off is still some money off for sure, right? Again, I am not going to be the one to tell you not to buy a particular product if you want to buy a particular product. I will be the one to tell you why I don't think it's a great idea and that it does say something else, but you have to control the things that you can control. And I can, again, it goes back into the whole thing with like what my idea of right is and what your idea of right is. It's all going to be subjective because at the end of the day, this is a hobby, right? I will adamantly tell people, do not spend $1,000 trying to get a 3090 or an 80 or a 90 series cards. Please do not do that if you're going to get a PC. Get a 70 series card. Now, for an example, when Pong talked to me about what his kind of PC he was trying to get, he also had a certain expectation. And when you have a certain expectation, I'm going to tell you what that expectation is going to cost. And it's not going to be cheap if you want something that, as an example, you could play First Descendant on in 4K on your OLED TV. But if you're playing in 1080p, if there's some sacrifices you're willing to make, it doesn't have to be at that cost. There's just so many different levels of things that you got to take and consider. Switch says, I would also say the Nintendo Switch is the best because you don't have to worry about upgrading it every year and a half. That's fair. But I would also say Nintendo does not understand what online infrastructure is. And I am glad I'll give the Switch some props here that Nintendo did come out and say that the Switch will be backwards compatible. You know what that means? The Switch being backwards compatible means you automatically got a guaranteed buyer out of me. Because guess what? The kids are going to enjoy that. The wife's going to enjoy that. You know, there's so many additional options that are going to be available. Again, that's how you do things. Anyway, and I don't think it infringes on their innovation or anything like that. Spend a generation making some more money before you try to innovate a little bit further. They go a little bit deeper and they say to look at what's in the package and my powered off impressions. Check out their unboxing. They talk about their first purchases being the external drive. They also want to play Prince of Persia for whatever reason out of their backlog. So there's that. They do say that PlayStation 5 owners won't find a secret menu that gives players super user access to overhaul the appearance and performance of a given game. Instead, Sony PlayStation Spectral Super Resolution, PSSR, runs behind the scenes at all times. If players didn't have a list of PS5 Pro enhanced titles or a base model PlayStation 5 sitting side by side, there's a good chance that the secret sauce wouldn't even be visible to the player. For some titles, such as Naughty Dog's The Last of Us, which features a quality mode that runs at 30 FPS, the same mode running on PlayStation 5 Pro is a significant game boost. Now, there is this related story here that goes into the PlayStation 5 Pro significantly improving performance. And they do get into Dragon's Dogma 2, Marvel Spider-Man 2. Again, there was a lot of reflection things that they shown there. Those things were better quality, image quality overall. They also talk about some this YouTube user Gabriel Master sharing footage and different things of different gameplay. He also showed Dragon Age, the Veilguard, Demon Souls, things like that. Apparently, there were slightly noticeable, but not really. Again, there is noticeable things to be seen out of this console. You have to make the determination whether or not, again, whether it's something that is for you, whether it's a noticeable difference enough. What I'm going to tell you up front is if I got to zoom in 300 times to see what the difference is, it's not that big of a difference. And that hasn't been the case for previous pro type consoles. At least when we go back to the Xbox One X and the PlayStation 4 Pro, you didn't have to zoom in 300 times to see the difference, right? You could just look at the image and vastly tell that, hey, there's an extreme image quality difference here, right? Where I'm noticing a lot less of that with this, which makes it hard for me to understand why this is worth it. Again, some people will say that, hey, well, it's early. There's just a lot to be determined still. I do think that with everything that the PlayStation 5 Pro is now able to do, the tools and everything else, we get back into this tool conversation. I'll bring up something here that I mentioned before, and that I do think that this is going to allow the Xbox Series X to open up a bit more. Right? That there's going to be tools and things that were not being used before that will probably end up being used now. Nixie says, was a Digital Foundry that said PSSR outdid FSR? I don't recall seeing that. But again, I didn't watch the Digital Foundry's review completely of that. They also said that it doesn't necessarily compare to the super sampling and upscaling methods that we currently have available on the market. But they said it's not bad, right? And I would expect for it not to be bad. If this is going to be something that's going to be constantly working behind the scenes, AI upscaling, this is a technique that you should be using. Because again, it's not always about everything being in 4K, but you also can't be telling people that you should expect 4K and then the games come out at 1600p, 1400p, 1200p, 800p upscaled to 4K. Those aren't good image resolutions, right? So that is more so where I get into the conversation. Again, I don't think that this still excuses the perspective of optimization. That is still something that they got to continue to work on. And just throwing more hardware at a problem is not the solution to me. And like I mentioned earlier, spending the R&D on this when you need to be spending the R&D figuring out what's going on internally is just, it's a miss for me, and continues to demonstrate to me why I will not invest in Sony for the foreseeable future until they give me a different reasons. Switch says, what is your opinion on phones and tablets made specifically for pro gaming? Woo! Phones and tablets made for pro gaming. I'll tell you that phones and tablets are not the best piece of hardware to game on, but if that's what you have access to, there are things available now. I can't recall because I haven't used it on there. I knew this some time ago when I was more looking into it, but I don't remember. I don't know if GeForce Now is compatible with phones. If you can use it that way, plug up a controller, hook it up, whatever the case, maybe even plug your phone up to your TV and play it that way. I don't know if that's possible. We are at a place where I do think like if you had a PC and you wanted to like stream games to your phone, I think that's very viable. Or if you can make some sacrifice and you're cool with cloud, right? With like, because Xbox offers their cloud service through the app as well. So I'd imagine GeForce would. But anyway, I just haven't played with it enough to know, and this is not on my preferred. It's not my preferred way. And there you go. Nixie just helped us out as well. He says GeForce Now can be played on a phone, tablet, etc. So through that way, is the main way. Now, if you're planning on doing emulation with these devices, that's when I think that tablets and phones come in extreme handy, because it's so much, it is more usable, right? To play those older games on touchscreen controls or anything else like that. So there is that. But Pong, I mean, from the things, from anything that you've seen, I know you kind of stepped away from it for a bit, but how do you feel about the PlayStation 5 Pro releasing this week? Have you been able to catch any of the little slight talking points, or even the ones that I brought up to you, to where now these things that we were talking about, that we were kind of bigging up at the beginning of the generation, when we were talking about the upscaling techniques and the resolution boost, the frame boost, and all that good stuff, and how important that stuff was, and how influential it could be, and going back to play these older games, and now people seemingly understanding why some of that exists. And again, now hearing this side be in support of us moving this direction, when they were more so on the side of, we believe in generations. How do you feel about what you're seeing? I know you spoke with Mav, and you said, hey, if Xbox was doing something similar, I'd probably be on board. You still feel that way? And from kind of the little bit of details that I've given you, what you thinking? How you feeling?
I mean, taking this from a way outside perspective, because I don't even own a PlayStation 5. So again, I'm not gonna be that guy who acts like, I own this piece of hardware, or that I know everything about it, or whatever the case may be. So just take it from that perspective. Again, the key is that, beauty is going to be in the eye of the beholder. Value is going to be in the eye of the beholder. So like you said, Steele, not here to tell anybody whether or not they should buy this piece of hardware.
Thanks, Switch.
If you feel it's worth it, you feel it's worth it. Again, if it brings you any kind of joy and you think you got your money's worth, whether that's just for bragging rights, or because you honestly think that your gaming experience is better for it and it's worth that uptick, then so be it. That's on you, man. Again, I'm not here to tell anybody. I think that the idea that this was going to change everything, that some people were promoting, that this was going to be a massive mid-gen leap in some way, shape, or form, ignoring, again, I'm not the tech guy, so I never speak from expertise, but obviously I have a lot of people around me who are much better at that. So I do listen, I do understand basics, but when we were told the CPU wasn't changing, and that would cause, certain issues, that bottlenecks would exist. And as you said, steel bottlenecks exist no matter what. That, some people were out here saying that this was going to be a huge generational leap, and it was going to be some, oh my God, game changer. Obviously, I think from the initial results, from what I've seen, it is hit or miss. It is very hit or miss on how much better it's going to be for you personally. And it's going to depend a lot on the monitor or TV that you're using still. So if you're still not using a really nice monitor or TV, then it's going to have a less of an effect as well. I still think it's, it is early in its stage. It's weird to say that, especially because, we expect Sony to have a PlayStation 6, at least most of us do. I know, shout out to King and some others who think that they're not going to do a PlayStation 6. I'm still expecting them to do a PlayStation 6, and I'm expecting that 2028 is probably the latest. I would imagine they're probably shooting for 2027, but we'll see.
Okay.
To say that this is early in its lifespan, well, you're going to be hopping into another generation. And again, why I say that is because the people that are buying the Pro, for the vast majority, are going to be your enthusiasts. And in Hiroki, in his article that I did happen to read real quick, I didn't catch all of it, but I read parts of his quotes. That's what he was alluding to, that the $700 price hasn't had an effect on sales yet, that he's seen, because they're not promoting this as the replacement for the regular PS5.
Oh yeah, it's not meant to be.
Yeah, no, they're promoting this to their enthusiasts. Like that's who's going to buy it, is the person who has to have the best of the best at all times. The same people, like in the PC realm, that every GPU generation upgrade, is even though, like you say, Steel, it's dumb and it's not dumb, necessary. But stupid, they do it. But they gotta have the best of the best, right? Whether it's for bragging rights, or whether the difference, the small difference, the upgrade is enough that they have value. And again, if you've got the money, you've got the money. Like, I'm not here to pocket watch you. Go spend your money on whatever you want to spend your money on, bro. That's like,
I like to go deeper than that though, because it's like people take it there. Oh, it's more so about the money, and it's like it's not just that, like. There's a wider conversation that could be had, right? But it's depending on your angle.
Because it's personal still.
Always.
I said, if I was the ability to do that, I would do it.
People just dismiss it, and that's what more so I'm speaking.
No, I get it. I just say from the outside looking in, I can't judge any one person for some type of decision like that if they're going to do it, right? Whether it's worth it, whether they use it to its full capabilities or never do, I don't know. But with the PlayStation 5 Pro, I've said this all along. It's got its spot. It's going to be for the enthusiasts that are probably console only, PlayStation 5 only players that do see the value in the bump. They have really nice monitors. They have really nice TVs, and they do see the bump. Again, hit or miss. I've seen enough of Spider-Man 2 to understand the appeal. Even with the frame rate not being locked 60, some of the screenshots are absolutely incredible. And again, it looks beautiful. Now, ray tracing is something that Steele and I have gone back and forth on. Steele doesn't, ray tracing has no appeal to Steele. For me, I will always choose performance over ray tracing. I do turn on ray tracing when available just to check it out. And if we ever get to the point where ray tracing isn't the hog that it is on the resources of the console or PC, and I can get the performance in ray tracing, of course ray tracing makes it look better. Of course it does. It's beautiful. The reflections do look good.
Sure, yeah.
They do. I mean, again, all you got to do is look at the Alan Wake 2 screenshots. It does look better, right? Again, but those are still screenshots. And I do agree, unless you're driving around in a world at all times that is wet, kind of like Cyberpunk a lot of the times is, right? Yeah. Then you're not going to notice as much. Screenshots definitely are different too, as I pointed out. Somebody hit me up and asked me about it. Screenshots on Spider-Man 2 or whatever else. Photo mode in all games, from that one still shot, and photo mode allows you to do some editing and all that kind of stuff, depending on the photo mode in games. Photo mode always looks like better than what you see.
Because photo mode allows you to do other things. Like you can clean up the picture and everything.
And it's also just taking a still shot.
That's
right. That detail comes through, whereas a lot of that detail when it's in movement is lost. You'll never notice it. So there's always going to be give and take. I again, for me, would I would like to see some more how they were talking, and I'm not talking about the fanboys. I'm talking about how Cerny was talking about the PS5 Pro, saying, "Oh, you don't have to. We want our consumers, because we see so many gamers choosing performance mode. We want to take away the issue of having to choose performance over quality." Those were big statements, Steele. Yeah. And I got to say, I was expecting more games to be locked at 60 the way he was talking. I was expecting that the PSSR, they'd gotten to the point, and again, I'm no tech guy. Digital Foundry pointed out they think that there are some early issues here with PSSR and how the system is deciding to prioritize quality or performance, and that they think that can be fixed, that eventually they'll be able to have it so that it does lock 60 on some of these games, especially these games that are hovering in the 52, 53 range. Like they're like, they just think PSSR is just prioritizing wrong, that it's just, it's doing it backwards. So maybe we'll see that. But to me, the way they were talking about it, I would have liked to see more consistency, even out of these early games with a lock 60, right? I really thought that was going to be a thing. So that does, I go, okay, well, they obviously didn't hit that mark the way that they kind of promoted it was going to be hit. So I would take a step back and I would ask. But again, as I said on Thursday, for me, playing on a VRR OLED screen, 40s and 50 frame rates don't bother me as much, because the VRR makes up a lot of that, right? So, and again, I know everybody's going to have their person. Some people really feel it. Some people don't. I just don't. And again, I've never been a nitpicker. I still don't see screen tearing to this day. People call me crazy. I just don't. I understand what it is better now. And I guess if I was really looking for it, I could probably point it out.
It's not something that you really need to look for.
But I just don't. But some people really bother. Some people, it really bothers. To me, it obviously doesn't bother me. So again, I'm different this way. Yeah. For me, I still, if this was a Series X Pro, because I'm locked into that ecosystem so heavily this time around, and because I do still enjoy, again, I've been playing pretty much 99% console for the past 2 weeks now. Because I'm still at that level with my console, I probably would pick up the Pro Xbox. Obviously, again, financial wise, being in an okay position that I could do that with a trade in, I probably would go do it. It'd probably be worth it enough to me for how much I do play on my console still with my OLED that I would do it.
Mm-hmm.
But it's not gonna be the same for everybody. And again, I'm not, I'm just not gonna act like I know exactly because I've got my hands on time with, because I don't. But I just think from the outside looking in, from what I've seen, even with the inconsistencies, I still would do it. It would be worth it to me. I think it is very fair for the reviewers to use the price point as a value review. This happens in everything. This happens in TVs. This happens in GPUs. This happens in any electronics. Why would the PS5 Pro be any different? Why would people ask for reviewers or say that reviewers should use a price point? That's part of the price point. That goes into the review process.
That's what people do when they're telling you that's what they do in the reviews for games. They're assuming it's a free, you have to buy this game. And so before you buy this game, is it worth your money?
That's plenty of games I would say that are worth $10 that were full price $60 games. Like
there's $10 games that I felt like they should have been $60.
$60, right, exactly. It goes both ways. You're getting overvalue, right? Yeah. You're getting over it. So that argument is nonsense. Again, that's part of the fandom bullshit that I just can't say. Don't be a clown show. I mean, again, you guys are honestly going to sit out here and complain because a console got a 7 out of review. Like we're really to that point where we're complaining about console review scores now, bro. Again, this thing isn't going to sell 50 million. Okay, that's not what this console was made for at all. It was made as an option for those people that want to have the best of the best. Like I said, whether or not that's good enough for you for the price point is up to that individual consumer at the end of the day. But I think that kind of nonsense doesn't add any value to the conversation at all. I think that some reviewers were obviously being pretty honest with themselves here, and because that's what the review is, looking at the price point and saying, is it that big a jump? No, it's not that big a jump. So we're gonna, score this. I saw lots of 7 and 8s. Again, what's wrong with that?
There's nothing wrong with that.
It's not bad at all, bro. It's just that they're being real about the situation, that it's not a massive leap. Right. Again, I think I saw a lot of reviews, or I should say the section of reviews that I did look into. Some of them did mention they thought like the 1X and the Pro and the 1X and the PS4 Pro were bigger leaps.
They were,
because you were going from 1080 to 4K in a lot of instances, right? You were getting a massive leap. And again, that was back before 4K TVs were everywhere. That was when just that adoption rate was really starting to pick up on 4K TVs, which is totally different now. But I saw a lot of people say they thought that mid-gen refresh was a lot bigger than this one is with the PS5 Pro. And I think that's a fair conversation to have, because again, ray tracing's cool, but again, you're not getting ray tracing at 60 frames. You're getting ray tracing at
you're getting
pretty much 30 frames.
You're getting low level of it, but yeah.
You get some of the games do have the option to put in ray tracing and performance mode, but again, it's gonna be lower level and all that kind of stuff. But again, for new product, new tech, I love new tech. I've always been a tech geek, no matter what it is. I think it's dope as fuck when companies do this. Again, whether or not it's worth it, that's up to you. But I think that overall, I thought this thing had fairly good reviews. And for the inconsistencies, I thought the reviews were pretty spot on for this thing. It didn't blow anybody out of the water, but it really didn't come out and be a dud. I mean, it wasn't like completely worthless. People did see an increase. There was a couple games, again, Spider-Man 2 I saw, Stellar Blade, I've seen the side-by-side screens, definitely a big res increase there.
Yeah, again, I've seen that. It was improved.
That's and Final Fantasy 7 is the one that I saw.
It's noticeable. That's extremely noticeable.
Bro, like the resolution boost in that, like, yeah, man. Again, whether or not the
frames still not performance mode though. It's better in performance, but
right.
It is better.
But I'm just saying that you could see the difference. Like I visibly, even through screenshots and even through compression video of people post, like there's a difference. So I think from that standpoint, it was great. It was good. It's an option for people who want it, pure and simple. And again, Sony didn't produce this thing to save anything or to, again, build a $50 sell 50 more million. That's not what this was created for. This was just created to enhance their lineup, to give those people that want to an option, a better option than currently what they have, to get them to the next generation, because all the people that buy this PS5 Pro are going to be day one on the next gen, whether it's 2 years.
Oh yeah, no matter what. Yeah,
they're
going to trade in that console and get the next one.
Yeah, and then some of the people that are still stuck on PS5 that don't choose to go forward for whatever variety of reasons, whether it's money related or whatever the case, like we've seen, a lot of people are holding on to Xbox One and PS4s right now. There's still half the generation back there. Those people are going to come forward, and some of them are going to buy PS5 base models or Xbox Series X base models or Series S. But then some of those other people are going to invest in the Pro, and some of the people that have the PS5 now, when the new generation comes out, will upgrade to the used PS5 Pros that are out there that people trade in, or go buy a new PS5 Pro. So it just sits there as an option for everybody. That's all there is. So I'm cool with it.
Yeah, I mean, but that's it. But to that point, that's exactly why I even tackle it from a different perspective, because mine more so goes to, again, what I'm looking for out of them and all the different ideas that I would have liked to see, and the issues and the money and everything that they've been speaking to that they're trying to move further into. And now all I'm getting from all of this is them doubling down on wanting to make more single player games. Right. So it's like,
and this system was created to make money too, Steel.
Oh yeah.
They're making a good amount of money off of e-console sold on this system. Just got to put that out there. That was another reason.
You think so? You think they're making the money on this one? Because some people are assuming that they may be taking a loss on this one, or a little bit of a loss at least.
I think they're making between $50 and $100 per console on this one. I think so.
50 to 100?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
But what I was speaking to as far as the multiplayer thing with single player games, more likely to be hits than multiplayer. This is coming from an article on November 8th. This is coming from PlayStation Lifestyle. Let me pull that up on screen for you guys. But it's essentially saying Sony Group has acknowledged that PlayStation single-player games have a higher predictability of becoming hits than its live service multiplayer offerings. The company made this statement during a presentation announcing the group's financial results for the second quarter of 2024, ending in September 30th of 2024. Earlier, Sony released Helldivers 2, which it describes as a huge hit. Towards the end of the year, it released the multi-million disaster called Concord, which it ended up having to explain to stakeholders today. They go on to say, "We gained a lot of experience and learned a lot from both the company," said before conceding that single-player games are PlayStation Studios' strength. However, Sony is still planning to take risks in the live service department to increase revenue. "We intend to build an optimal title portfolio during the current mid-range plan period that combines single-player games, which are our strength and which have a higher predictability of becoming hits due to our proven IP, with live service games that pursue upside while taking on a certain amount of risk upon release," Sony said. The company added that it would use lessons learned from PlayStation Studios' successes and failures to strengthen video game development and management of these studios. Now, it doesn't say it here in this article, but there was also something else that I saw, and again, don't quote me on this, do your own research on it if you'd like, that they were considering doing more internal evaluation as well. Right. More testing, going through more checks and balances that people typically have said Sony is known for, quote unquote, for the future. Now, I saw more people. My interpretation of this doesn't say, oh, they're only going to do single player games, but this statement being made, though, is still a very curious thing for me, because your successful IPs are God of War. Is Horizon a successful IP? I mean, it's been looked over a few times now. I think it has to be, at least in their mind. I mean, they're getting a Lego game.
Herman Hulst.
I mean, just because Herman Hulst is behind. I mean, Herman Hulst thought Convo was Star Wars. So
right, but I'm just saying that's his baby. But the way they promote it, you would assume they count it as
So you throw God of War in there, you throw Horizon in there, you throw Astrobot in there, which Astrobot did 1.5 million, again to a 60 million player base, because I don't believe that game was
65.
65. So a 65 million console player base. That's not even 10%. Anyway, for that though, I don't think that that's necessarily a terrible thing for a platformer. Is it great? Not per se. Does it fall in the realm of what we believed, as much as people were hyping it up and everything? I think me and Paul were kind of on the money for our expectations of what that game was to do. I didn't think that game was going to sell 10 million copies. Now, if you are listening to people who are in that ecosystem and a little bit more on the fanatical side, you probably would have believed that, hey, this game is going to sell 20 million copies, right? Platformers don't do that. Again, Sonic Frontiers is a better game than Astro if we're just going by numbers. But again, it's also a different style of game. It has platforming elements, but I saw Everboy, shout out to our gaming circle brothers on a Saturday. So he made a little post and he said, what other platformers came out this year that did better than Astrobot did? I was like, hey, Sonic Frontiers did. And Sonic Frontiers did, believe it was like over 10 million, 15 million. I think it's even more than that, actually. So again, it's not the end all to be all, but them moving further into single player, knowing that they do need to work on their live service elements again. They do have Marathon that they can maybe potentially lean on next. Maybe that's one of the games that he's speaking to, they are speaking to, I should say, that is going to go through that process. From the most recent video that Bungie did for Marathon, it doesn't give me the best thought that that's what's going to happen. I just kind of think it was poor. It didn't get some streamline. Again, I know the art style. I'm not worried about Bungie's art style though. I'm worried about the support and the overall development of this game and what your intentions are, right? Because you've already sacrificed one, right? Roadkill says Sonic Frontiers is definitely not a better game considering Sonic has years and years of evolution behind them. Sure. We can take that into consideration. A 3D Sonic is usually more frowned upon than other iterations of Sonic. So, hey, take it for what you will. I'll admit to you that I'm biased. Astro would never be a game that I play. I would never play that game. I will replay the entire Crash trilogy before I ever played Astro. I just don't think it's on the same level. Well, not even if I think, it is not on the same level to me, right? So for me, it's always going to be interesting. I do appreciate Astro being kind of like an appreciation to Sony's lineage, right? But the game did take elements, just like other games do, a lot of elements from games before it, right? So even an Astrobot is a product of the past. So I would hope that it was a decent game. I mean, it was the main game that Sony had this year that came from first party. So I just don't want, because of the IP that I care for and what we have seen with them do with it thus far, it does not make me feel positive about them saying that, hey, we're going to focus on what we're good at, and that's single player games. I don't think all their single player games are good. Again, I'll never play Last of Us 2 because it doesn't have the multiplayer connected to it, right? Again, we expect, it goes right back into that conversation of consistency. We expect all these great things out of Halo. Halo needs to be everything in one package, but then other games don't need to have that, or it shouldn't be set at that same expectation. We drop the expectation down. We move the goalposts to fit whatever narrative that we're trying to spin in that moment. And I just feel that's disingenuous quite a bit, right? Rokid says, why won't you ever play Astrobot? Because I don't care about the character. And I like mechs and stuff. Like, I just don't care about Astrobot. I wouldn't even buy it. I wouldn't buy it if it was $10. I wouldn't buy it if it was $1. it's not a game for me. I don't necessarily consider it a little kid game either. Because it's definitely not about difficulty, Road. Like, I'm the guy that plays games on the hardest difficulty. So, I mean, it just, you know, it's a perspective thing. Yeah, I don't care about none of that at all. But yeah, man. But kind of moving into this conversation about Sony acknowledging its strength in single player, and blatantly saying here that their single player games are more likely to be hits than multiplayer, Pong. Like, don't you feel like this is kind of them coming out and stating the obvious? And like, do you agree with me why it's kind of worrisome for you to why would you even say this? Like, your community knows this. I'm pretty sure your shareholders know this.
I know why.
What would you say? Well, why would you say?
Because this is partly journalism these days too.
Okay.
Right. Nobody asks the tough questions, right? This is a reassurance article is what this is, Steele. This is a reassurance article.
I can see that.
Because they just doubled down on multiplayer games. Because again, don't forget, they also just had interviews with Herman Hulse about Concord, about Firewalk.
Mm-hmm.
And he doubled down and said, this is lessons learned, and we're going to carry these forward as we continue to try to,
he did say that.
You know, grow our multiplayer and games as a service games, right? So he doubled down. This is a reassurance article because it's been, because their first party single player games have been inconsistent for a couple of years. And they've stated that they're planning on having one,
but they're quality.
Right. But I'm talking about the other studio not having multiple first party games.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Per year, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, gotcha.
Because they focused and they had some of their big studios like Naughty Dog working on multiplayer games, right? Now that's obviously changed because they canceled some of those games like Factions, and they've moved their teams back to working on the single player game. So I think this is just a reassurance article. This is a reassurance for all the PlayStation fans that are on PlayStation for those first party games, those single player focused games. It is also, again, you do use media as well, Steele, to continually reassure shareholders as well, stockholders as well.
Yeah, fair.
I think that it happens. Everybody does, all the big corporations do it. Okay. They have fluff piece articles. This is what a fluff piece is to me, in this gaming industry. So yeah, they are they're restating the obvious, Steele. They are like, hey, everybody don't worry. We know what our bread and butter is, right? We know that our single player games are going to have the most hype behind them because that's what we've built the PlayStation brand around now. We are not a brand that's built around multiplayer games or games as a service. That's not us. We're trying to learn. We're trying to grow. We're trying to bring that in, but we are a first-person single player, or not first-person. We are a first-party single-player narrative game developer, and that's our bread and butter, and that's what our fans love, and that's what makes us the most successful and has the least amount of risk for us, at least in terms of getting good reviews and being I just lost my whole train of thought, but being successful when we put that game out. So again, yes, this is an obvious article, but to me, it does have reason behind it. And I think it's because of Concord, right? I think it is because of the $400 million failure that was Firewalk. And I think this is just a follow-up to that, saying we understand who we are. And we are not going to go away from that. So don't worry, fans, right? Don't worry.
Fair.
We know we've been a little slow, right? We haven't had the amount of games that normally we do on the same kind of cadence we normally do, but don't worry. We're working on those. Those are coming. So don't worry. And I think that's what this is about. I remember they haven't had a showcase.
Yeah, no show of dreams or nothing. So still.
No hopes and dreams. There's been none of that. So these little articles, now, whether or not again, we can have these discussions all day. How many people read this article? How many people talk about this article? All that kind of stuff. But again, corporations do this stuff. This is normal in all different walks of industries. So that's what I see this as, Steele. And, again, Did anybody ever expect Sony to all of a sudden go, hey, we're not making single player games anymore? Fuck no. Of course not. No. Of course not. Of course not. That's their forte, man. So, but that's all I see this is. So,
okay.
Anyways.
Roadkill 801 Ace gifted 1 membership for the Horde of Vor tier.
Single ticket. He bought himself a single. He gifted a single ticket.
Yes,
Leonard Herrera got that gift too. Welcome aboard, Leonard Herrera. Thank you, Roadkill 808, for getting us up to a nice easy. We're gonna give you some extra credit on that single because the Decano came through earlier with that 5 bomb that Steel got to when I was gone for a minute. Listen, y'all, we're up to a Mach 3.0 on this Saturday afternoon, thanks to the generosity of the chat. So choo-choo, motherfuckers, and thanks for that single ticket. We do not discriminate here at all, Roadkill. We appreciate any type of support. It is never expected and always appreciated here. So choo-choo, motherfucker. Choo-choo. Buckle up and get ready. We got more to do.
Oh, yeah. You sounded extra crispy today, Pong.
Yeah, good.
Jago says, let's be real, people. Sony hurt Sony. The decades of money having third party instead of reinvesting in themselves led to this moment. And again, that's what I'm speaking to. Because I know people were mentioning it earlier, like Jago was also said, agreed, people shouldn't be ridiculed for liking a different type of game. That's like throwing shade at someone that likes a different type of food. Makes no sense. And I hope that's not something that you were taking out of what we were saying. I know I did see people in the community speaking to that. How Astrobot is kind of irrelevant and things to that nature. And again, I'm not going to be the one to try to argue with you about sales or how well that it did sales wise. Like, again, I don't think 1.5 is necessarily bad, but again, when you have a community, a fanatic community, that is big or has these dry spells, and the game that you're bigging up when other big games are releasing around it that typically would get more attention. If we're talking about Astrobot, love to it, but it's just not the game that I'd be looking for. And if you are, hey man, great. Shout out to you. I hope more people play it. I do appreciate the King's perspective on it. You know, there's people who all of a sudden support Astrobot now, but didn't support the demo or when it released, or the previous, like the little tech demo that they did for Astrobot, when they show you, oh, this is how the controller works and all the great stuff, and how they showed off the Sony lineage before. Again, the entire reason probably this game was greenlit at all, right? And then also the VR game that they had for Astro as well. You know, these same people didn't support those games, but now are bigging this game up and making it seem like, oh man, this game it's like the next best thing for PlayStation, man. Like 1.5, that's good for PlayStation. It's like, no, I don't think that it is, right? It should have done more. It is an accessible game. It should have reached a wider audience, and it didn't. You know, obviously it's not a kid's game because kids aren't playing it, right? 1.5 million is not, ooh, the kids are playing it. That's not what it is. So, but hey, man, you know, to each their own. Hopefully everybody has an appreciation for it. It makes me feel a way because I know the experience that I want from Sony and the competition that I would like to see from them. I just feel like they're solidifying again, even to the point that you're making, Pong, is them saying, hey, we know what we're good at. It's like, I don't think that you do still. Like, you can say whatever you want to the community and make them feel like you're doing okay, but you obviously don't. The vision is lacking. You have somebody in Herman Holst who literally allowed a game to come out that had no checks and balances. They thought that the game was Star Wars. Look at what you're comparing your game to. That is not a small, oops, I just looked over it. This isn't just it was Jim Ryan. No. There is something else internally happening. And that's what I'm speaking to, right? That's what I'm seeing through the window, you know, wiping off the fog on the glass, putting some anti-fog on there so it doesn't fog back up when I put my hot breath on it, you know, as I'm peeking through the window. That's like, there's just something else off there, because even Helldivers 2 is not their game. It's not. It's not from their first party. The thing that everybody asked for, first party, this and that and the other thing. When other platforms don't have first party, again, when Xbox was lacking on first party, but they had third, second, and third party, it was a problem. Now it's not a problem. It's just, and then you also hear and then not here, you get everything that has happened this year. Just, to me, it's weird. Nixie says, Sony not investing internally? What? Please search big business like Sony. Good grief. You got to let me know who you're talking to, Nixie. I don't think you're talking to me.
No, they're having a good discussion. They're having a good discussion going back and forth.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
Again, it's all, my point has always been that they painted themselves into a corner, Jax, to your,
okay.
Third party.
Good stuff.
Yeah. I just think that they painted themselves into a corner during the PS4 generation when they went away from the diversity of lineup and did rely on third parties to fill in the gaps of the genres that they weren't making. And so I to your point, I do agree, just from a different stand. I just think that it's not necessarily the money hatting, because PlayStation's making enough money to money hat. They can money hat all they want, right?
Yeah, we can do it.
Again, the idea that PlayStation is somehow going to go bankrupt. No, Sony Corp as a whole, the stocks aren't great. They've dropped off, and obviously that's a problem. But in general, PlayStation, as a division, is making money. Like, they're making a lot of money, right? So they're fine, and they can go money hat. But the idea is that they got away from having a first party lineup of devs that could produce different styles of games. They forgot how to make different styles of games. Not all. And again, before everybody goes, yeah, but Ratchet and Clank, yeah, look at Astro. Yes, they have some of those, right? But I'm talking about the multiplayer games. I'm talking about the SOCOMs of the world, right? I'm talking about the kill zones. I'm talking about those games that did fill in, which are very popular genres. And that leads me real quick, Steele, into the other conversation about, people downplaying certain types of games or whatever the case may be. Listen, this is a big problem that we've talked about as gamers.
I saw people making posts already like, oh, thank goodness they're not going to make multiplayer games. Single players, fuck the world. Yeah, let's go, guys. We won. I'm like, y'all don't get
that
it.
Ain't going to happen. But that does occur in this community. And I hate, this is one of my big problems with, this community specifically, as far as how gamers treat other gamers or react to other gamers, likes and dislikes. Like, it's very strange out here. Again, I have zero interest in Mario. I have zero interest in Zelda. Most of our OGs here, everybody knows that. I don't downplay those games.
Yeah.
Like, that's not a thing. Like, again, I'm happy when those fans get a great Zelda or Mario game, even though it's something that, even if I wind up picking up a Switch 2, you will not hear me talk about Zelda. You will not hear me suddenly playing Mario. I don't care. And that's the truth. But again, I don't say those games are shit. I don't say they don't count or nothing like that. But this happens with genres, right? Platformers. Perfect example is Astro, right? Again, I've seen people downplay Astro. Listen, platformers should exist. There's a big fan base out there that love platformers. There's a lot of great platformers. For me, I don't do platformers anymore. Like Steel, if I had a PlayStation 5, I would not buy Astro. I could care to give two fucks about it. Again, I tried Psychonauts 2, liked what I played, but I tried it because it was in Game Pass, and I played it for I think I played it for maybe 5 hours, maybe 4 hours.
I've never played it.
I was done.
Never will.
Right, you've never played it, but I was done. I'm not going to reinstall it. I'm not going to play through it, right? So, but we had this conversation, Steel. We've had this conversation because we just had it earlier in the show a little bit, because again, Mav and I talk about this. People don't give credit to Xbox first-party games like Flight Simulator. They don't give credit to first-party games like Age of Empires 4 or Age 2 Definitive
that is true.
or Age Mythology.
True.
They don't get credit when people start talking about those games. Oh, those games don't.
Those are irrelevant. Those are
irrelevant.
Those games don't matter.
What do you mean they're irrelevant? 0 people are playing them. Like that would be irrelevant. that's why I say that is true.
Like downplaying.
Yeah, totally downplaying it just because it's a game or a genre that you don't like. That's weird. Another part of these conversations I hate, bro. Like it's just like
you treat them like they don't exist for some reason,
right? But that's not the case. Yeah. Like they're highly successful games, and they do count because there is whether you consider it a big group or not, there is a big group of gamers who are playing those games. That's why these devs are out here making these games. Again, that's why they're even produced. If there wasn't a big contingent of gamers, now again it's all relative, but if there wasn't a good enough group of gamers playing these games, they wouldn't invest in them anymore. But Flight Sim did big numbers. Now they're gamifying Flight Sim with this new release, and it should get credit because it's going to draw in different people that might not have touched Flight Sim as a true simulator, but when they see what you can do in this game, that might bring more people in. But Flight Sim's already been big. Flight Sim's been big for 40 years. Because that's how long it's been around nearly. Like, it's crazy. But people just go, nah, it doesn't count. It's not for, it's first party, but come on, it's Flight Sim. Like, this is what we do. Oh, yeah, but come on, that's an RTS in age. Like, nobody plays it. Bullshit. Huge fan bases. So, again, don't want to go overboard on this topic, but I just thought it was interesting because there is a lot of that. It happens for fanboying reasons, but it also just happens not even necessarily for fanboy reasons. It happens as there's a certain sect of gamers out here that truly believe there is only one or two style of games that count, or only AAA games count, and AA and indie games don't count. You're not really a gamer if you're gaming on that shit, man. You're a casual if you're gaming on AA or indie style games. No. That's not the case at all. And we've had these conversations. So I just wanted to bring that up because that does happen. There's a lot of downplaying. And again, to your point, Steel, about Astro specifically, I was giving Nixie a hard time about being Astro Defense Force. 1.5 is lower than what I thought. I thought we would see.
It's not bad, but like, I was expecting higher. I was expecting like 5 mil.
I'm not going to say it's a failure, but I will say that Astro is a known IP. This is not a brand new IP. So I thought because of how many people love the first Astro, even though it was a demo, right? Even though it was a tech demo, but how many people continuously played that Astrobot, and how many people got to touch it because it was a pack-in. Remember, Astro is a pack-in. So about 50 million people got Astro, 60 million people got Astro. So I thought with that kind of knowledge, with that notoriety that Astro already has, there's people saying that Astro is PlayStation's new icon, right? That it is the new, that Astro represents. Okay, because we've talked about that in the past too. PlayStation has many great characters, but do they have one that represents them, right? I don't know if they do, like just a singular one, but a lot of people are saying Astro could. So with all that being said, I thought that easily they were going to top 3 million with Astro. I did cringe at the price point when it was announced a little bit. I flinched at that because I was like, ooh, okay, 60 for an Astro game?
Yeah, it's a $40
like 40. Yeah, but I still thought they could do somewhere near 3 million. I thought that was going to be the mark. So again, eventually it will. I still think eventually it probably will sell that many.
Yeah, it's going to become a pack-in, and it'll be selling with the PlayStation 5 Pro at some point for the holiday.
Or it's going to go to PlayStation Plus, right?
Oh, yeah, or that way.
So 1.5 is a little low in my opinion, but do I think it's a failure? No, because I don't think it costs that much to make Astro. So I think from a financial business standpoint, I don't think it's a massive or close to being a failure at all. I think 1.5 is good. I just was expecting more from the PlayStation community for how it was being talked about for all the casuals and kids that do have PlayStation.
I mean, it's comparing it to Mario. You know what I mean? That's a lot of people. That's what a lot of people were doing. So it's like when you make that comparison, maybe you see a little bit of those Mario numbers. And I wasn't expecting the exact Mario numbers, but again, like if it's playing off a lot of those elements, it's paying homage to the PlayStation lineage, you would think that there would be a little bit more taken into consideration. God Emperor Sofa King with the 5 bones. He says, are we going to talk about how Japanese are now abandoning the exclusive money hats, Square, Sega, etc., and now saying no soup to them? Look, obviously.
Nixie, that's a fact, by the way.
Oh, what do you say?
The new Dead or Alive dating sim, if I had a PlayStation 5, that would be being
I know you would. I know you would be. I know you'd be on that.
That'd be physical. That would be imported, bro. We'd be going all the way if I had a PS5. Yep, that'd be the one game. You know that.
Fuck, where the fuck was I going?
About God Emperor, about the money having about a lot of Japanese devs going multi-plat and saying no more exclusives. And I think that's a conversation we've had so many times through the years that was, especially with Square, that was eventually going to.
There's obviously some truth to the issues that Sony is having, right?
It's a perfect generation.
And now even again, and now you're seeing second and third party recognizing and admitting to those low points, right? When you're just relying on PlayStation to sell Final Fantasy 16 as an example, and yes, it is available on PC. Now we'll play that at some point. Probably going to end up waiting. It'll probably end up being on Xbox by the fucking time I play it. So I'll be playing fucking Monster Hunter. But when you look at games like that, again, a popular IP like Final Fantasy, and it not even turning the numbers for a single player game, and again, that is a single player game. This is something that and no, Square Enix is not their studio, it's not their dev team, but there is a deeper rooted issues. These people who hype these games up, get excited about them, want them on their platform, want these games to be exclusive, have been detrimental to second and third party. We can know there has to be a different future now, right? And I think, Xbox kind of came out on the field. We're putting games in other places, and people were like, "Oh man, Xbox is getting out of the business." Now you have second and third party pubs and devs coming out and saying, "Look, we can't just keep releasing games on one platform anymore. We need to be putting these games everywhere." And when you take that into consideration, take it for what it is, exclusives aren't what they used to be, right? There has to be a very vast change that ends up happening. And Sony can't rely on that. But again, that speaks to the issue that I was bringing up earlier about me feeling like they are lost, because these are things that you should have been focusing on prior, instead of relying on these handshake deals or good relationships to carry you for X amount of time. Again, somebody made that point in chat as well, but even Jim Ryan says if they lose Call of Duty, it is going to impact Sony. And I can guarantee you that now, because it's not just a 70-30 split, it's an 80-20 split where, again, and even that deal was different because it's not like Activision was under Sony. This is Activision under Microsoft. So they're getting the full 80%, not just, we're just not getting partial. We're getting the full 80%, and Sony's getting 20. Bro, that is a 60-point difference. That is major from what you were getting before. 50-point difference. Major from what you were getting before. So how do you move forward considering those things? And when you have Astrobot sell 1.5 million, and again, you have people trying to reassure your audience that single player games aren't going nowhere. We also know that 1.5 million might have not been enough. Right? Again, we'll never know the truth behind that. Right? Unless it ends up in the service. Because at that point, when games end up in the PlayStation service, I assume that the game didn't do as they wanted to. Right? Whereas on the opposite side of things, because it's part of Xbox's strategy, we don't question that. So if the game didn't sell well, hey, it's in Game Pass, that's their strategy. Like, as long as Game Pass does well, that's all that matters. Right? Who said that in chat? Keydern12 says, I mean, you're not wrong, but Call of Duty is a dog shit game. Hey, it might be if that's the way that you feel. You know what's funny? You know what's funny about that? Usually the people who say games are dog shit are bad at them. That's usually what ends up happening.
Oh, Steel.
Not in all cases. And again, I'm not going to defend Call of Duty, but it is a good game. Campaign is solid. Zombies are solid. Multiplayer feels good. if you don't like skill-based matchmaking, I can't do nothing about that.
And there's a variety of reasons to say stuff like that. Either you really truly don't like it and you do think it's a piece of shit. That's fine.
That's good, and that's fine as well. Yeah, that's fine as well.
Again,
but usually,
or you're trying to be contrarian, right? You're trying to be contrarian.
Yeah.
You're trying to go against the popularity crowd.
Do what you do.
Again, get it? Or like Steele said, there's a skill issue and you just had a bad time with the game. I freely admit when I have bad times with the game.
Oh, I'll talk shit about it. Yeah.
I freely admit when I have bad times with the game, man. That's that. And you have an opinion on that game based upon that. Again, I don't say Souls games are trash, but I can't understand how people love to play Souls games like Steel and bang their head up against a wall.
I'll be honest with you, Paul. When I played Dark Souls 1 for the first time, and Dark Souls is biggest reason I even got into this little genre, where I continue to play those games anyway. It took me a few times for me to get into it. That third time that I tried the game, I fucking fell in love with it. But the previous 2 times, it was like, this is kind of bad. Like, this is not the action game I was looking for.
Like Demon Souls, Steel.
See, I never played Demon Souls. Yeah,
I bought the collector's edition of Demon Souls, or the deluxe edition, I should say, with the art book and stuff. On Demon Souls, I still got the box. I don't have the game anymore, but I got the box around here somewhere. But that's how far back I go. It was PlayStation 3 playing Demon Souls for the first time, and you got to remember that was before.
Yeah, that was back there. That was back
showing up on the team, bro.
Yeah.
I thought I was getting an RPG, like a straight RPG.
Oh, it was RPG, all right.
Yeah, it sure was an RPG, but I was like, the first time I had read up on it.
Role playing, getting your ass whooped.
Difficult. I was like, oh, difficult, not a problem, bro. The first time I walked up towards a castle and one of those skeleton archers took me out with a 1-shot to the head, I was like, what the? You mean I just died? I'm sorry, what?
Yeah, go back. You know those enemies you just fought? They all spawned back. Don't worry.
Yeah, bro. It was crazy. Anyways. Sorry.
Into a little bit of a funner topic here, and Kumi says Lina Khan will soon be out of office. What do y'all think that can mean for acquisitions going forward? I've been hearing up and down things about Lina Khan, man. I've heard she's done some decent things for the tech side of things. Not as far as gaming's related, in other sectors that she's done some decent things, right? So she's not completely failed at her job, but it's going to be interesting to see who steps into that role and how they look at business moving forward, right? So what do you think, Paul?
It's gonna be open. So it's open season. It's open season. We talked about this a long time ago without getting into the political side, but again, unfortunately, it is all political. It is massively political. That this election could change acquisition season for Xbox. Now, again, don't forget, they still have to deal with the EU, but even this election influences the EU in a lot of ways too, for a variety of reasons. Again, that's a total different show, but I'm just saying that this does open it up. Satya was very quick with congratulations. That's not just about Xbox. That's about Microsoft in general. That's being one of the world's largest corporations and understanding you're going to have to deal with things, but it's also positioning yourself.
Microsoft's deep in government anyway, too. So
Microsoft is massively into government. Of course, they got huge lobbyists. Okay, again, we're talking about stuff that we don't need to get. It's crazy. But I'm just saying that I can guarantee you that the people within Microsoft that are about acquisitions, and it's not just Xbox, I'm talking about in the cloud space, I'm talking about the AI space, I'm talking about all the interests that they have. All of those people from the top to the bottom woke up with a little bit of smile the following day because they know for a fact in the US, regulations are going to be coming down, right? And with Lina Khan gone, and somebody who is more conservative thinking put into place on that side, that is going to rule, and that is going to dictate that they can go make acquisitions. I think that if Xbox has any more acquisitions, you will see those come to fruition within the next year to 2 years.
Yeah, if they acquire Sega, then you know what's up.
And I think that the Eastern one is if it's going to happen, it's going to happen within the next 4 years. Now you got to consider midterms could change things a little bit too as well, but not necessarily with that. But I'm just saying it makes things a little bit more difficult, dicey. I think the next 2 years will dictate what Microsoft is going to do acquisition wise, especially on Xbox's side. But yeah, I definitely think it's going to have an impact. Lina Khan was a major roadblock to a lot of these tech companies. It's not just Microsoft. Again, you saw Apple Cook very quick to congratulate as well, because they have they're in line for a monopoly case here soon as well. So yeah, there's going to be a lot of movement here. But yeah, this was huge. We talked about this even long before when ABK was going on, that if they made the ABK acquisition, they could be done for a while. And we had multiple conversations, especially with me. I brought it up. Well, the election's going to dictate going forward. King, shout out to King too, King David. He jumped on it right away too. He reposted Satya's and goes, Satya knows what's up. So it's time. So yeah, I think this will be, we might see some more coming up shortly.
No, I don't think Microsoft will buy Ubisoft, although that would be like extremely impressive. That's just, I think with them taking in ABK, they recognize what they can handle now, probably, especially with all the layoffs and these things that they have. Ubisoft has way too much going on. Ubisoft would have to downsize themselves first before that would even be taken into consideration. And Ubisoft is getting support from other places to where they're not having to do that, but they're evaluating as well. I'm going to be really interested to see what else comes out of that. But I mean, I can see why you definitely say that, Pong. It's going to be interesting. Yeah, if the one play that I do see Xbox making is a play for Sega, just because of the type of games that they're going to be releasing, and that IP branding, to get Sonic to be an official part of Xbox would be extremely influential as well, especially with how well the movies have been doing. If they can keep that up, how well the Sonic games have been doing. Sonic Cross Shadows has done fucking phenomenal, apparently. Frontiers did pretty goddamn solid. The shows have been doing good. There's just a lot in that bag that they could get into that I know Microsoft would like, and there's already handshaking there and good business that's been had and good partnerships and things. And that plays a lot. And again, that gives them that wouldn't just be a foothold in the East. That would be like, that would be your mountain in the East, right? Because people wouldn't be able to deny you. And maybe that's what it would take for more people in Japan, more people in China, more people just across the board to recognize what you're trying to bring to the table, right? And they got better internet infrastructure than we do.
Yep.
That's why I will always speak to that play, because just too many things make sense for that to be the case, especially if they do end up going this handheld portable kind of route, where you'll be able to dock it, hook it up to a TV. That's that community, man. It's something that we'll all possibly be part of. Because again, I'd jump in there as long as there was plenty of value. I could play my games however I want to play my games. Again, I'm considering it now, right? Just looking at different options and whatnot. So it's going to be interesting to see how things play out. But yeah.
I mean, again, Sega would be great. I've said it all along, and again, it would be difficult, but if they did get Sega, I think you have to consider branding the Xbox Dreamcast X over there. And I think it would be massive. I honestly think you could do it. You could sit here and say, "Oh, it's just a name." I'm telling you, if you did that,
people would buy it just because.
People would buy it just because, and you come up with the Dreamcast H for the handheld or whatever. I don't
yeah.
Off the top of my head, but you use Sega completely over there. Like
Xbox Game Gear,
anything. Game Gear X, Game Gear X2, like whatever you want to do. It would work, and I know it would work. It's a mental thing, especially over in the East. A lot of it is Eastern pride. A lot of it is that nationality over there. Nationalism is still a big part of it. You got to understand what it is. So I think it would be a huge advantage for them to grab somebody like Sega. Now, whether or not it happens, I don't.
I will see. But that is
a great partnership.
What's happening right now makes it more likely for it to happen, because again, the other thing that I can always continue to speak to is, why does an American-based company, and again, that's not a monopoly, get so much more critique than the Eastern company, but they've done more shady business practices, even come to find out more information, that because people assumed before that, oh, well, if you make these exclusive deals and all that stuff, you got to come out and you got to say something. We're finding out that that's not always the case. PlayStation can cut deals just off a handshake, off of a word, and not say nothing for some time. Xbox, you'll have Xbox do that, and people are like, oh, it's a monopoly. They can't do that. That's not okay. They're like, oh, I thought you didn't have faith in Game Pass. I thought you said it was going to fail. But yeah, it's interesting to see how things are playing out.
It would be.
Exciting news for Gears of War. Marcus,
real quick too. Real quick, I want to answer this one too. For Eastside, he asked about the tariffs and how it affected.
Okay. I didn't know if he was being
serious. It could
affect
gaming, but it didn't affect gaming the first time around. He had tariffs on. Okay, so it didn't affect gaming. Again, it depends. People just think that it's automatic. There's negotiations involved, right? There are product limitations in some of the tariffs. So not everything is just because you put a tariff doesn't mean it's a blanket tariff where everything is covered. So there could be specific things that are left out, etc. Right? Could it? Absolutely, especially the GPU side, PC side, it definitely.
It's already bad,
right? But it could go even higher, which would in turn obviously. A console would be affected because obviously AMD, produces the
because we're working on getting our chip manufacturing here.
Again,
which we should.
There's reasons. Could it? Yeah, it could. It definitely could. Eastside. All I'm going to say is originally it didn't have the greatest effect. And again, there's negotiations involved there. There's a lot of different things that play in. Could you? Yeah, it could affect it. For sure. Again, it's the price to pay for having to do business in the world when you got to set some things right. And again, whether you agree with me or not, I'm not here to argue any of that shit. I'm just saying from that standpoint, the reason you do it is because America is also tariffed from other countries as well. And that's why we don't produce a lot of things and export because we're tariffed to hell. So again, and if we tried to, we would be even higher. So again, but there's negotiation involved there. So hopefully it doesn't affect the gaming industry. But
there's a lot of things to take in consideration. Yeah. It's just like how people say
complicated it is.
It's just like when people say, oh, well, we should bring all manufacturing back to America. Yep. Well, the problem with that is that Americans are not going to accept you getting paid a sweatshop salary, essentially less than $3 to make shirts for 10 hours a day on end, or have child labor as well, which is not necessarily frowned upon over there. So again, unless you want to go to Walmart and get a pack of Hanes shirts instead of for a 5-pack for, what is it, like $12? I don't even buy Hanes, but $15, whatever it is. If we brought that here, those same Hanes shirts would end up costing $40, $50.
But wages would go up.
That's what you would hope. That's what you would hope. That's what you would hope.
Again, the sacrifice to God, man, we can.
But that's the thing, like
the sacrifice to do this, the sacrifice to reverse the damage done, would absolutely we would take a hit short term. But you could do it, and it has to start, even if it's small, it has to start in some areas, and that's been the problem. We haven't started it at all. You can do it. You don't do it all at once, but everybody's got to be on board with it because it is going to cost us. But I would be on for it if you're going to tell me the wages finally go up after all these decades of stagnant, but I have to pay more for American quality stuff. I will do it because the quality will also go up. Steel.
We'll see. We'll see.
But again,
we make American-made cars, and they end up being pretty kind of shitty. So I mean, hey,
but they got better, haven't they?
But they've also gotten worse. Ford isn't that great. GMCs aren't that great.
They have good lines again, and you don't pay the premium price like you do for the other cars, right? So
you get a good Toyota, a good Honda, for a good.
Pay a premium. But yeah, no,
I do not support.
But there's a lot of Toyotas
labor
that are made in America too because of that. Because of the tariffs, there's Toyotas that are made in America too.
Yeah.
So it does benefit.
Yeah.
Again, whole other show.
The car's made in Mexico and everything. So
is there one right answer? No. Again, just like everything else in life, bro. There's a lot. So anyways, but yeah, we'll see if it affects video games.
No, Vandal, I don't support child labor, man. I don't. I really don't.
Yeah, no.
But there is some
by buying the products, we all do. Just saying.
And again, that gets into a whole other conversation.
Correct.
With inconsistencies that we spoke to about before here, when people draw a line in the sand, but you don't draw that line in the sand for everything. And you get into very shady territory if you start questioning where your phone comes from, where your headset comes from, where the box comes from, where everything in your house came from. You're gonna walk into a really dark alley. You start questioning those things, man, because you're not gonna be able to use anything. And again, people love diamonds. Where do those come from?
That is also a fact too, Babu. I agree with you wholeheartedly. So, anyways.
Nah, I mean, they got saved. Yeah. You heard it here, folks. Steel Rain wants your kids making sneakers. Hey, only if they got a creative heart. Only if they got a creative heart. Nothing crazy.
I mean, the China thing is one thing, but even for tech,
Vandal, you are fucking stupid.
Since we're talking, oh my god, yeah, East Side seizes. But since we're talking tech, I mean, the what happens in Africa for all the different minerals, and stuff
for the chips.
For tech, that's even worse, bro. Like I've watched the stuff on that. Like, yo, you want to talk about real child slavery and actual just slavery in general? That's really happening still. Like,
no,
that is legit.
That is a fact, Nixie.
Yeah.
He says, once you find out where everything comes from, naked gaming will be in full effect. You already know. You already know. Hey, I'll be right up front for you.
Back to the Stone Age if we're gonna go down that line, because we ain't gonna have much that's pure.
No, you're gonna be mad about a lot of things. There are a lot of things. God Emperor Sofa King with the 2 bones. He says, there eat cats, there's eating the dogs. LOL.
Yep.
So fuck it. It's stupid. Jesse B says they've made record profits for decades. Why would that change now? They're not taxed enough to divest the profits. Again, it gets into a different time. It gets into a different thing. And that's kind of how I feel as well. We're depending on something that's been corrupt for a long time to all of a sudden uncorrupt itself.
Yeah.
And I don't necessarily have hope in that, but I'm also not like on the side of I'm gonna completely like fall apart. It's like, nah, you still gotta fucking live day to day, man. Like, you gotta adjust, you gotta change. You're like, this is what it is. What will you do tomorrow to make sure that you're going to be in a better place or have a good mindset and be good to the people that are around you? Because again, don't be asking for all these things and be mad about all this other shit when you go up to Walmart and you're mad at everybody at Walmart when you're needing something and wondering where the people is at. They not getting paid, so guess what? You're gonna get shitty service. But we don't want AI to take over. There's a lot of things that don't add up for people that don't want AI to take over or robots or anything mechanical to take over. Gotta start crossing your wires a little bit. Anyway, back on a more gentle note, and then we'll probably start winding things down with a couple more things here. We'll probably end it with the Pokemon Company getting their injunction. But I wanted to jump in real quick because this is, again, it just hits home. Somebody made a post this week. I forgot exactly what it said, but I said Gears of War 2 is the greatest game that has ever been made, period. It's not even remotely close. There's nothing that you can compare to it. Story-wise, gameplay-wise, multiplayer-wise, the game did everything flawlessly. One of the greatest games that have ever been made. But for those who are not familiar, stop stealing my black jobs, you smear merchants. I'm still trying to figure out what kind of jobs those are. I don't know if I understood the intention of what he was trying to say, but we need to work on a lot of that. We need more opportunity for sure. Again, it has to be valued. Marcus and Dom will have their original voice actors in Gears of War E-Day. I don't know about y'all, but I kind of assumed that this was going to be the case, that they were returning. We knew that one of them was, and I believe that was the actor for Dom. Knowing that there's going to be the same guy for Marcus at least tells me that the emotion is going to be there, right? In E-Day. It depends on how they tackle this story or if they end up leading this to where, I know, because this takes place 10 years plus before Gears of War 1. So Marcus is not even going to get locked up in this game unless they do like several time skips, which would be weird for doing E-Day. But maybe they end up being together, man. I saw some people having a conversation where they don't think that the coalition is going to end up doing 6, where they're going to do E-Day and then just kind of do this whole, do a prequel trilogy. I don't know if I necessarily agree with that. I can see that being a possibility if the coalition does want to get back to the grittiness of Gears of War, the dark nature of it, the horror aspects of it. Again, when you involve the Locust, you automatically are able to involve the Krill again. There's just so many different elements that do invoke a lot of the important things that were important about Gears early on. What you got, Paul?
Question, Steel. Just popped in my head. What if they're having... What if it was that $50 million project plus that they have with People Can Fly is actually Gears 6, and they're having People Can Fly finish off that trilogy while they do E-Day and move forward? Coalition. Just throwing it out there.
That would be interesting. I
mean,
if anything, that would probably make more sense because again, regardless of how people feel about Judgment, Judgment did have a good story.
I just went back and played it. It's a great story. Again, it's great. I enjoyed it as Gears fan.
But what they did with fucking Baird and Cole, I thought that shit was fucking phenomenal. And again, I like the multiplayer as well. I thought it was a decent game. Was it a Gears game? No, not per se, but I thought it was a good game. No, everybody else isn't hype on it. I mean, with People Can Fly, because of what I've experienced with Outriders, knowing that they can put decent games together, and because they did do well with Judgment, I could see them under the tutelage of the coalition.
I mean, that deal is signed. I'm not just making up something out of the blue. We got the announcement that they had because People Can Fly is a Polish company dev studio. They have to announce their money because part of the government funds part of their studio, right? So I'm not making this up just out of the blue. Like, hey, what if they had People Can Fly? They have a current project with Microsoft, with Xbox, to make a game. They said it's a $50 million plus. They didn't give the exact number. They said $50 million plus budget, which if they're going to finish off the trilogy, like that would be like they probably will spend between 50 and 75 million. Like People Can Fly. Their development costs are cheaper over in Poland.
Doing it on Unreal. Maybe it's not going to be necessarily the greatest leap forward for Gears 6.
Because
High Busters already look good.
They got a lot of the stuff already built from Coalition, from Five. Like it just I just popped in my head.
That is their style. Judgment reminds me a little bit of that style that they went to in Gears 5.
Wrap it up, not have the Coalition take time to wrap up that trilogy if they are moving on. And Coalition can completely focus, obviously giving, guidance to People Can Fly, but they can move on to E-Day and move forward with the
Dark Zone.
Have that wrapped up for everybody who wants that trilogy wrapped up. Kate's story told. People Can Fly can wrap that up. It just popped in my head. I'm just throwing it out there.
Black John says the main team will be on it. If anything, most likely remakes. I don't think People Can Fly will do remakes. They don't need to do Gears remakes. Yeah, I don't necessarily see the point of them doing the remakes for 1 through 3. Although, I mean, maybe that could also be a possibility that they're the ones doing the Phoenix Collection.
Yeah, could be.
That could very well be a possibility.
I would have thought that would have been started earlier than when we got notification of People.
That is true, which is why I don't necessarily. But maybe that could have been Maybe that's what they got. That's what they're using the money for. Maybe the coalition started it and said, "Hey, People Can Fly. We see you got this money in. Hey, this is what can you use the money to do this?" And maybe Microsoft cut a deal with them to get that done. And maybe there's some criteria or whatever. It's just going to be curious because I still think that E-Day is supposed to be releasing within the next 3 years. I'd assume, right? 2026. Yeah. I think we're mostly
launch for whatever the new console is. So 2026 or 2027.
So if we're saying 26, and I mean that would put the Marcus Phoenix collection out even further. I just don't want. Yeah, you'd have to have a 2-year separation between like a Marcus Phoenix collection and E-Day coming out to hit right. At bare minimum, it'd have to be 2 years. Doing a year less, I think you would just be stomping on toes unnecessarily because people will move over. That's the one thing about Gears that, sure, people go back and play the older games. Like, for an example, when Gears 5 was struggling early on, people went back and played Gears 4 multiplayer because it was the better multiplayer. And still people go back and play Gears 4. And then based off the hype of Gears E-Day, people started going back and playing Ultimate Edition and 2 and so on. So there is a lot of possibility to be had, but that's a damn good idea though, Pong. I mean, I could definitely see People Can Fly doing that. It would definitely be a good solution for them. And I wouldn't mind putting some faith in them to finish that story, because I think they can tell a good story. And again, I didn't really think about it until now, but when you think about the art style of Judgment and the art style of Gears 5,
right,
I can see it fitting. I can see that working, right? But again, I still think you need a 2-year separation between that. Just so that, hey, or maybe that comes out first and Gears E is given an additional year and it comes out, maybe a year, sometime later, right? That could be an official option. It would be a good idea, man. But I mean, this voice acting news, having the voice actors come back is great news. There's too many scenarios where you have remakes of games getting done and people can't come back. So it's dope that both of them are healthy enough to do this. And that, again, it's just reassurance to me that the coalition knows what the fuck they know what the fuck they're doing. I don't have any reason to doubt them. Again, I didn't have reason to doubt them with 4 and 5. I know everybody doesn't feel as strong about that story, but again, you have to. It's different from 343 because 343 was there the entire time. The coalition was Black Tusk, which they weren't working on Gears prior to that, right? They took over Gears because they were passionate about Gears. They had a passion for Gears and created something from it. I think they did a good job. I think they should continue to be the overseers of anything Gears related. So I think it'd be cool. I think it'd be cool if they did that. Interesting concept.
I think it is, man. I think it is. I mean, everybody said, well, it's obvious. Nothing's obvious in this industry when they announced that the voice actors are coming back for Dom and Marcus. So I think it's a big win, and I think it's a big announcement.
Yeah, because they could have wanted too much money, or one could have not been healthy enough, or one may have not wanted to do it.
Seen all different reasons why. And again, I don't take anything for granted in this industry. Like, common sense doesn't always happen, and sometimes things that are just obvious don't work out. Like that's.
And these characters are younger too, so it's like,
exactly.
Why would we assume that? Yeah.
Right. So when they did announce it, for me, it was like I was like, "Oh fuck, cool, great, freaking amazing, bro." To keep that consistency, to keep that continuity, and because those two dudes already proved that
they got it.
Again, they're fantastic voice actors.
They make you feel every freaking moment.
So I was super happy for this. I was like, yes, let's fucking go. I said on PM to PM. I'm like, this is
more Dom and Marcus. You talking about even at a top prime Dom and Marcus?
Well, actually, I shouldn't say that because they're just they weren't prime fight because they just started.
No, but you're talking about young, like I'm talking like age prime though. Like that's what I mean. Like young. Yeah. You have a good day.
To watch them grow together, bro.
Keep your phone.
It's gonna be. Oh, you're talking to fam.
Yeah. I was talking to the older. She's going to them all for a bit.
Yeah. But no, to see those two grow together in this from the beginning.
Yeah, it's going to hit on a whole completely different level. There's going to be so much more dialogue that they're going to be able to have. It's just going to be. I can't wait.
Yeah, I know. Neither can I.
All right. I'm going to wind this down with something that I thought was interesting. I didn't hear too many people talking about it, but off the news of the Switch 2 being backwards compatible, which we got that news this week, which again, I admitted to you guys earlier. I mean, that makes it a guaranteed buy for me. I'll be able to trade in my old Switch, get the new Switch, whatever the case may be. Because there are certain games like Astral Chain, for an example, that I do want to play that I have not had a chance to play. I have not been able to emulate it. And when I did try to emulate it, it didn't run very well. And I do want to play that game. I at least want to try it out. And I'm not going to try it out at 30 frames. I'm just not fucking doing it. I tasted a little bit of 60 on that game when I had it working for like 5 minutes. And yeah, I'm not playing 30. No. I tried, even in the emulator. I am good. I'm not doing that. So hopefully I'll at least be able to like get it frame boosted or something. If not, then I'll just miss out on that game. But there are other games that I know the fam will be extremely interested in. And again, the kids are the main one and the wife is the main one that'll be jumping into that. Again, Breath of the next, Tears of the Kingdom on there is going to be good. It's going to be good for them. You know what I mean? again, I know some people think that them doing this with the Switch 2 is not them innovating, right? And that Nintendo may be losing something. I think this is a prime opportunity for Nintendo. I think this fits right in their wheelhouse. This is what they've done with all the other handheld devices. They released the next iteration of it. It's somewhat the same but different. You had the DS, the 3DS, the 2DS. Like, you had all these fucking devices that were the same fucking thing, but they were different, right? So why not this time around double down, get into more of that Xbox One type performance, maybe even more, because they are on the NVIDIA side of things, right? Guess what, guys? You know what Nintendo's going to have day one? An upgraded form of DLSS. You know what the number one form of upsampling is right now? Is DLSS. That is going to be a huge advantage for them and a huge performance boost for them, right? Hopefully they can get the online infrastructure together as well, but Nintendo does deserve some smoke, and this actually made me almost consider, like, maybe I shouldn't fucking invest in Nintendo any further, because, maybe I won't play any games further. Maybe I won't play Pokemon anymore. I'll just give up on it. I'll play Palworld from now on, because the Pokemon company and Nintendo, they suck injunction against Palworld developer Pocket Pair, plus fines for around 10 million yen, plus late payment fees. This ended up coming to about, I think people did the math, to about $60,000. I don't know if this is where it's going to stop at. You're mute. Yeah.
This is so petty.
It says TPC and Nintendo are suing them over 3 patents of gameplay mechanics like throwing a ball to catch a monster. The fact that this is even being honored and they literally just made this a patent, especially the throwing a ball to catch a monster one, we know for sure that one's more recent. Nintendo, why are y'all scared? Pocket Pair, like, why are y'all scared? $60,000? Like, I thought this was going to be some dramatic amount. Like, I thought they were going to come out and say, oh, Pocket Pair is going to have to pay 20 million or something like that. 10 million in fees and United States dollars, 10 million. And I've been like, damn, that's kind of fucked up, man, you know, but $60K? Nintendo wish they had PSSR. You stupid. Nixie said, is it true that Palworld people are suing Nintendo? I don't know if Palworld is going to sue them back. And again, I don't think Palworld, the people from Palworld necessarily have the capital to go back and forth with Nintendo over that. Now, if they feel like they got a good case and they got a good lawyer who feels like he got a good path and he can make some money, then there's definitely somewhere that they could take it for sure. But nonetheless, for this to be so petty though, like $60,000 for infringing on patents, it's like it's not even a slap on the wrist. It's just more so like, oh, we just wanted to prove to you that we can make you shaking your boots a little bit. It's like, why would you do that? Why not just put out a sample of what your next game is going to be? That's how if you wanted to shit on Palworld, do it in a way that's creative to you as Nintendo. Be proud in your brand. It's not Palworld's fault that Scarlet and Violet released and had optimization issues and played like ass. Like, that's not their fault. So, like, I get it. No, honestly, I don't get it. It's just, it comes across messed up. It comes across greedy. It comes across as so many different things. And it's still not over, right? One of the main dudes, main developers for Palworld, I believe he's director actually, came out and said, hey, this is just an update right now. There's still more to happen and there's still more to happen, and more news to come. So we'll see how things go. Lydian says no reason to countersue. That would be stupid. Yeah, I don't think Palworld is going to try to sue back. I don't know. I mean, I thought the whole point of a patent is if you copied somebody's patent sure, you have to pay them, but don't they have, like, wouldn't you want them to take the game down? Like, I thought that was like kind of the point in that. If you feel like it's that big of an issue, that's the main mechanic of the game. which again is still fucking stupid. But
they're trying to set precedent so they can go around to every other game that uses any type of mechanic like this deal and just
scare them
a little bit of money. Yep, or grab a little bit of money from them. You know what I'm saying? It's like a licensing fee. Nintendo is petty as fuck, bro. Nintendo is petty as fuck. They're trying to set precedent.
That's so fucked up if that's what they do.
Japanese courts do honor weird shit compared to the US courts. This ain't gonna fly in the US. They're not gonna get by with this. So again, but over there they do get away with weird stuff, man. But this is just petty Nintendo. To all the Nintendo drones, again, I've been telling you guys this for years. Your favorite company is just a greedy fucking bullshit ass corporation as all the rest of them. Do not think that because Nintendo makes Mario and Zelda,
they don't give
that all of a sudden they are good corporation because you got my Miyamoto coming out and says all the right things and it's so great, blah blah blah. They do everything by the book. They do everything right for their gamers. No, they are a petty, greedy ass fucking corporation, just like all the rest of them. And sometimes, in fact, they are worse.
I think they are worse
because they go after their creators who promote their products. They go after creators who are Nintendo fans that just want to share the joy of Nintendo. They shut down different YouTube channels and stuff and
streaming games,
streaming games, legal games. I'm not talking about the people that pirate and do all that. I'm talking about the legit fans who are just out here promoting their games and they come after them. Like, this company is bullshit, bro. Like, they're legit some of the worst in the way that they go about that. But anyways, this is just another example because seriously, you're going to try. I talked about this when we first heard about it. Patent the capture a monster in a ball. Come on. We can't set this. We can't set this mark.
No, it's not a good precedent to set for anybody.
Again, we can't. It's just, it's too dangerous to this industry to start doing stuff like that, man. It really is. It would hurt the industry, but that's Nintendo for you, man. They don't care. Like I said, they're shitty, bro. They're a shitty ass corporation too.
And again, it's different from like we talked about this before. It's different from like WB patenting the Nemesis system. Again, I don't think I still think that's limiting innovation and everything. And again, apparently, Shadow of War actually got worse over time from patches and whatnot. Apparently, Pong, one of the endings actually. The good ending that you could get in Shadow of War has been removed out of the game. WB removed it out of the game, apparently. And the Nemesis is, if you update your game, it is not there no more, apparently. I haven't checked it, but this was a topic that was talked about this week as well. And apparently the Nemesis system on that game is also broken. I mean, I know the game's older, but it's just like, damn, why does the game older it get worse? Why is there content removed? Shadow of War. Yeah. Something to that nature that I've seen. Yeah, Fahim, there's a good ending. I mean, depends on your perspective, but it's a good ending. I would say it's a good ending.
I'm not showing anything.
I mean, and it could just be could be people making stuff up.
I mean, I'd love to. I mean,
but there was a whole thread of people having a conversation about it. I should have saved it and bookmarked it. I wanted to bring that up.
Yeah,
I thought that was interesting. I didn't because I was like, I don't know. That sounds kind of weird with me if that ends up being the case.
VG 24/7. Here we go. No. That was about the removal of microtransactions and war chests back in the day. I'm not seeing anything. So if you find it again, let me know, Steel, because I'd like to. There's been no news articles recently talking about that at all. So, see if it just say changed ending.
Yeah, because there's a secret ending to where if you complete all the siege quests in the game, they said that ending was taken out. The siege quest, this ending. But again, it's not like something I did necessarily enough research in.
Yeah, all I see is that originally it is a end game grind to get that actual.
It wasn't that bad.
A lot of people shared it. A lot of people shared it out just so everybody could watch it, but that's it. Yeah, I don't see anything about people saying it changed. So yeah, be interesting if it has happened. Nobody's caught up to it yet, but yeah. Still crazy. I imagine some of the patches they did, though, Steel, obviously could have broken the Nemesis system. And obviously WB is not going to spend money to go back and fix it because they didn't even spend money to let
it's not that they took out the Nemesis system, Dark Zone. Apparently they patched it and it caused issues with the Nemesis system that it wasn't working as intended.
Right. I can see
and it
that.
made the experience worse.
Doesn't go back and take care of their games. Right. They didn't even let Rocksteady go back and patch Batman to run 60 frames. Right. Which is the dumbest thing ever. Like
it's dumb. But yeah, for him, if you don't know about the end, it's the secret ending. Just look up it's the siege ending. Oh no, actually, let me see if I can find it for you. I made sure to spend time to get it. I fucking love Shadow of War.
Great game.
It's fucking phenomenal. It's what Shadow of Mordor and War are fucking phenomenal Lord of the Ring games. Mm-hmm. Probably like I'm talking about like if you're looking for an action RPG game that is on point, top to bottom, gameplay wise, story wise, and world built, bro. This game, Shadow of Mordor and War, and you should definitely play both games. Please, if you considered playing them, place Mordor and then War right after. Bro, this is one of the, there's only but so many games that literally truly make you feel like you are in that universe. Yeah. The stealth in it, the way that you can approach the sieges. I didn't really like the online portion of the second one, how they treated that, and it was more like loop-like.
And it's got its version got its version of the arcane dance in there too. So if you like Batman,
yes. Oh my God, it's fucking great.
It is.
It is so great. Anyway. Nick says Steel Pong thoughts on WB focus on 4 pillars: Hogwarts, Game of Thrones, DC, and MK. I mean, it makes sense. It's the ones that they've been doing really good for them. Of course, they're gonna go dig back into Hogwarts. I don't know how good the the Quidditch game is doing because that did end up coming out. I haven't heard many people talking about it. I heard some people say that it was okay. I do still think this should have been part of Hogwarts Legacy, but again, it has a different art style and everything, so maybe that's not something they considered. And I am interested in the second game that they do. Far as Game of Thrones, I do think Game of Thrones is missing out on an opportunity to do something similar to like Kingdom Come Deliverance, something in that vein. I do think Game of Thrones could do really well with a third person narrative driven game. With some good combat in there, RPG-esque for sure. Maybe you make your own character. Maybe it's based on the characters that already exist. I think just using the characters that already exist would be a good opportunity. I also think that, if you're able to make a custom character and kind of you live out some of those moments would be a way to experience the things that happen in the show so they don't have to create new content, right? You can kind of introduce more people to this narrative by giving this outside kind of perspective. Like, yeah, you were part of it, but you more so saw all the fucked up things happening. And maybe somehow later you find out that you're indirectly involved somehow and whatever. I think that would be the kind of cool to do. As far as Mortal Kombat, it's gonna do good regardless at this point. I do think MK1 isn't where it needs to be for a Mortal Kombat game, but maybe that's just me. From what I'm seeing out of the fighting game community, it's just not hitting as hard as previous games have. So that's interesting to see. And then what was in DC? I don't know, man. I don't know what they're gonna do with DC. DC has been on such a downturn. Like, DC has so many opportunities to dig deeper into the dark Matura bag. DC's Titans, the show that came out, I thought was actually pretty decent. I only watched the first season, and I liked what they did in that show. The Raven that they had in there, I thought she was kind of weird. But again, I mean, it still fit the character. I mean, I thought it was okay. I mean, again, I'm coming from Teen Titans, where I think it's like, that's like top echelon as far as like what I would expect from a DC story, just because of how many different ways, especially with the way they played off the Robin's mental state and how he got involved with Slade and him becoming X and just all the things like when you recognize how fucked up Batman even is as a character, right? And how he treats the people, how he treated and trained the people around him. I think diving deeper into that bag, Red Hood and stuff like that is dope. I know they did say that I think part of that DC push was they're focusing on Batman. Again, if they're not doing Batman Beyond, I think that anything else you do would be a miss. The
latest, they're going to have them remake Arkham.
I don't think they should do that because the Arkham games are already good.
But you know what it is, Steel?
What?
WB is giving Rocksteady a chance to make up the money they lost on Suicide.
But if you do another Arkham game, like,
but if you remake it,
I would say Arkham Beyond.
Cost, right? But I'm just saying. But if you cut, no, I'm just saying. This is my thought process. Right? I'm just throwing it. If this is true, right? If they're going to do an Arkham remake and they're going to remake the older Arkhams, like it's going to be it's going to be efficient on time. It's not going to take them.
Yeah, they can do all three.
Long time. They can do all three.
Look real good too.
The cost. That's what I'm saying. The cost. It's an automatic seller. Steel. If they remake,
I would buy it.
They bring up. Everybody would.
I'd buy it,
bro. Bab and I talked about this a billion times. If they just released a trilogy and charged everybody $30 for a pack,
they gotta remake it.
Everybody would freaking buy it, right? No, and I agree with you, and I think that's why the rumors have started that's what they're gonna do. I'm just saying, like, it's an easy money. It's easy money, bro. Everybody would have paid $30 for a next gen patch. I'm not even joking. Like, they would have sold tons of it. That's all we ever asked for. But WB's in this mode now, so because of the finances. They've got to come up with some easy cash flow. They've got to come up with some automatic low risk winners. Having Rocksteady after Suicide Squad, which again, anybody doesn't know,
we like it. We still need to go back to that as well.
Yeah, the DLC looks a little wonky, some of the stuff, but anyways, I still want to go back and play it and check it out. But anyways, this is a low risk, high reward type project for Rocksteady. To go back and just remake those and sell them again, and they will sell. Steel. They'll sell like gangbusters, bro. As long as they do them well, obviously. But I'm just saying, it's all there. It's a low risk project for them, and I think that's exactly what's going to happen here. So I wouldn't expect anything new Batman for a while out of them until they get through this. So,
yeah, I mean, if they're not doing an Arkham Beyond, because I think that would be the best next step, especially knowing that Batman isn't technically dead off the heels of Arkham Knight, because of Suicide Squad. There's some things that I guess you can kind of tie together. There is an opportunity for you to kind of ignore Suicide Squad and kind of go down the old Batman route, to where he kind of retires and you have this new dude who steps in and you can make it a more futuristic-esque Batman, right? I think playing into that would be really dope, especially us being in 2024, going into 25. I think having a futuristic version of Batman, where he's using more gadgets, more tools. I mean, you still have the hand-to-hand combat. I think is a dope way to play into it. And also the other thing about that, you want to appeal to the younger audience, right? You can have him be, I don't want him to be an edgelord. I don't need a Robert Pattinson. I think he's the fucking worst Batman ever.
Worst.
I cannot.
Awful, bro.
Sorry.
Yeah.
I watched that movie and I was so disappointed. And I like Twilight for what it is, but that's the only thing I like him in. Well, no, I liked him in the there was another movie he did with another actor that I thought was dope. They kind of played on the like an Inception kind of thing. That movie was fucking dope. That was a good ass fucking movie. I'm gonna have to look it up. It was another movie that he was in. It had like this Inception kind of thing kind of going on. It was Tenet, I think it is. No.
Oh, it's Tenet. Yeah. Was he in Tenet? I don't even freaking remember. I've only watched it once.
Oh, bro. Tenet's one of them ones.
Yeah, he is in that one.
Yep. Bro, Tenet, that's one of those that's one of those you got to watch a couple times. I pretty much got it the first time, but Vandal says, Robert, I agree. Still, Robert is not a good actor in general. Never has been. He was good in Tenet. He was good. I really enjoyed that. So,
well, that's Nolan though. So I mean, obviously, it's going to be good.
That's and a good point. Yeah, Christopher Nolan's a fucking high. Yeah, he's again. Those are Christian Bale is for me. At the top of the line. I don't think there's anybody better. Even the older Batmans, I don't think compare. They do for like time period wise, for like memories, right? Those movies are cool.
That's divisive because there are a slew of
Jim Carrey was fucking fire as the Riddler. I will say that, you know. Yeah. But he was all right, and he had the J's on, so there's there.
Yeah. I do tend to agree with you though on Batman though.
Christian Bale's phenomenal as Batman though.
Christian Bale is.
I know people make fun of his voice. I thought I liked it. I like this whole approach to Batman.
Over the top. It would be if you were a rich dude trying to like protect your identity. Like it would be some crazy shit.
I love that fucking trilogy, bro.
Yeah, and it helps that he, obviously with Ledger across from him too as well. I mean, again,
yeah, there's nothing going to be better than that. That was the best pairing ever.
Yeah.
That is some of the best presentation of acting talent between him and between the Joker, between Heath Ledger and Christian Bale that I feel like I've ever seen. Still to this day.
Especially for a superhero movie. Like that's ridiculously good. Ridiculously good.
Yeah, it is unreal how fucking amazing that was. Anyway, enough.
Jason Statham as an older, angry Batman. I can see it.
I can see Jason Statham.
I can see Statham.
Some people don't like Jason Statham. They feel like he can't act.
A lot of people don't like.
I feel like he acts like himself. I mean,
he's got a role, bro.
I think he's fired. I think he's fired.
He plays what he's good at.
I'm biased. I just feel like he's good in everything. Transporter is still my favorite from him. I love fucking Transporter. Oh my god! Phenomenal. Yo, the shit he did in that Audi, bro.
Yeah,
he was a fucking beast. Bro. I still
anytime you got a hitman who could drive to, I'm in.
The dude from Reacher, from Jack Reacher. He was actually decent. I first was introduced to him in in Titans,
the show.
Yeah. The big, he's a bigger white, bigger white dude.
Bro.
Yeah, dude.
He could be in Gears. I would be interested.
He could be a good Dom. I mean, not Dom. Yeah. I mean, a good Baird. Excuse me. I think he could do a good Baird.
He could do a good Baird. I think he could even pull off Marcus. I think he could pull off Marcus. Because you're not going to get. Yeah, what's his face is not going to do it anymore. He's completely off the roids, so he's done.
Freaking Batista. Yeah, I didn't like him. I get that you're passionate about it, dog. But the only person that needs to reprise their role is the actor for Cole. That's the only one. And everybody else, you need to get familiar. But the dude who plays Cole, I can't see anybody replacing that. Cole is a fucking phenomenon. Yeah, that's a fucking phenom right there. Mm-hmm. Black John said, "Isn't Patterson's Batman like year one?" Sure, and that's the thing that people say when they say, "Oh, it's a younger Batman." I don't give a damn about none of that. I don't need cry Batman.
Emo Batman.
No. Yeah, I don't need.
I called it right away.
I get the detective nature of it. Oh, we're trying to make him more detective like, and just that and the other thing, bro.
But the emo bullshit, no.
That's not Batman, man.
No.
Oh yeah, for him, if Heath Ledger never dies, he is the Joker. Period. Oh no, he would have been, bro. The run they would have went on.
Wow, the spinoff, they could have had him by himself as the Joker doing crazy shit, going after others.
We wouldn't be talking about Joaquin right now. We wouldn't be talking about Mr. Phoenix at all. He wouldn't even be in consideration.
Ledger. Again, I'm a Nicholson fan, so I love Nicholson's version.
He did good too.
Style Joker. Again, you're talking about like
different generations.
And it's different genre of Batman almost.
It is.
Right?
It is.
So it's really weird. But as far as that goes, as far as like that type of Joker,
point,
that Nolan Joker, bro, Ledger. Again, that's part of the reason why he's no longer with us is because how much he put himself into that role. Like, you go listen to the stories about what he was doing at the time to put himself into that. On top of he had addiction problems already, but that just led into that even further because he was trying. He would not remove himself from that role. Like that's why you get that type of performance, unfortunately. But it's if he was still around, he would have locked down the Joker for life. That would have been it. We would have been getting old man Joker as Ledger got older.
Even thinking about it now, like those fucking moments, especially when Batman came to the jail, bro. That whole scene,
his mannerisms in every scene.
It is so insane to me.
Bro, the way he looks at him when he is standing over after he gets beating the shit out of him in the jail scene, and he's up against the wall, and the way he looks up at him still gives me chills, bro. And he's licking his lips, and he's got the blood. Oh my god.
Yo, he was a fucking maniac, dog. Like that shit was just so goddamn great.
Comes in with the grenade string.
Yo, he's
oh my god, just played it perfect.
It's fucking phenomenal. Fahim says Michael Keaton is the only guy I know who could jump from Batman to the Vulture. Michael Keaton got range, man. Michael Keaton's a fucking good ass actor. I fuck with Michael Keaton. And again, Michael Keaton had the J's on with the Batman suit. He was fly. He was a fly ass Batman. He's kind of like he's like the James Bond of Batman to me, kind of in a way. So I mean, I appreciate that because I
appreciate all the Batmans for who they were for the most part. Honestly, even Val, I appreciate Val because I like Val. Yeah, but I appreciated
George Clooney was fun. Yeah,
Clooney was decent too. I didn't mind Clooney at all.
Yeah, they didn't do bad, man. They didn't do bad for the time. For the time for sure.
Yeah,
but for a more serious, the modern Batman is fucking phenomenal. All right, well, ladies and gentlemen. That's all that I had. Running out of juice here. So I want to thank everybody for just this fucking ride we went on today, man. It has been a fucking journey. 5 hours of straight live, raw, and uncut podcast. The energy has not dropped. We're still at the tip top. It's just such a beautiful thing to see, man. Week to week coming in. This is episode 168 of Living Split Screen. I thought last week's episode was 168. Last week was 167. But yes, this is going to be 168 of Living Split Screen. And ladies and gentlemen, damn, was it a fucking ride. From just, trying to get the message across, just to be more loving to one another, appreciate each other. And again, when I say find people that you vibe with, when I say not everybody is meant to be friends, we're not all meant to be cool with each other. That's 100% what I mean. What me and Pong have built up from the first interaction to now was not something that was forced. It's as natural can be, right? It reminds me the most of those early gaming days that I appreciate, right? Why I am more ecosystem focused, and why I always will have an appreciation for what Xbox has done, because there's been so many amazing people that I've met through online gaming and different worlds that I've been exposed to through the online gaming. The amount of happiness that that has just been brought into my life because of the access to online it will always be a magical thing to me, man. So taking that into consideration, I'm not trying to tell you how to think, but just try to be open, try to be caring, try to be appreciative. And if we can't fuck with each other for whatever reason, man, then we can't mess with each other, man. But it's never going to be from a hateful heart from me. I like being upfront and real with people. I like having those conversations, no matter what. And hopefully we can continue to have those here, have a untraditional kind of gaming conversationalist show. But again, that's exactly why I say that. This is not just a gaming podcast. It is a gaming conversationalist show, because there's so many different things that do tie into gaming one way or another. So many different ways that we can flow, even with you guys in chat. And again, this is from gaming. And if we can blow this into something much grander, based off of being able to have these open talks and good dialogue, and just get back into that main thing that pulls us together, being gaming, I think we'll have some beautiful moments to get into on the road ahead. But you can find me, Steel Rain. That's Steel Rain I. That's He is a 7 everywhere. Again, Monday, I'll be coming off of a all-night work day. So I may end up sticking just 2 to 3 hours that day. We'll see. I might go a little bit longer, try to stay up all day on my Mondays when I make my transition weeks. But Monday, 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. The journey from Monster Hunter World to Wilds begins. Anybody that is interested in that, definitely come check it out. It is going to be live right here on Living Split Screen YouTube channel, and also be live on my Twitch channel, Steel Rain. I'll end up putting that in the description and everything under this video for those who are interested. I'll also probably tag it in a comment below as well. And again, main reasons for that, just some things that I'm going to do behind the scenes, and bringing some consistency in. And I think this is a good way to not only do that, but also work on some of the skills that I want to work on to make Living Split Screen a better content place, focused around gaming first. Because again, man, real quick, me and Pong skipped the whole Saturday just to play Space Marine, Space Marine 2, and we beat it. That same weekend, right? Did it on stream. Those streams are still on the channel as well. But it's always, the focus is first, is always going to be gaming, with the conversation following up as well. So, but yeah, come check me out. This is going to be something that's going to be it's going to take that time, man. I'm expecting to be in the Iceborne again by Christmas. Hopefully, maybe I get there sooner, maybe not. And then just grinding out until WoWs comes out, and then we roll straight into Monster Hunter Wilds, where nobody has an excuse not to jump in if you have any interest. And I just think that journey is going to be really interesting, because I'll be making content and other things from that as well. So just be following Living Split Screen. Make sure you follow me everywhere so you can get the updates. I'll always update everything on Twitter and X as well. I'm also on Threads under the same name. Blue Sky, if that's what you're on there as well. I've been trying to upload to those platforms pictures and things like that, just to continue to build up that following. So, but Pong, let these beautiful people know where they can find you. Great show, brother, and yeah, man. Hopefully, we can get you in some world if you end up jumping in.
Yeah, I will. This is my favorite type of show. I love our Every Saturday with You, Steel, and we have whole wide range of shows that happen. Again, never predictable at all. But I love these shows where we do really go free range, right? And the chat leads us in different directions. We have discussions about all sorts of things, real life stuff, and Batmans and Jokers on top of back of WB, what they're doing on the video game side. Like you said, a lot of things are rolled into video games. Video games are a part of pop culture. Video games are now being the number one entertainment industry in the world, money-wise. They are now intertwined with lots of things, including politics, including all of that kind of stuff. So I always love navigating these Saturdays with you, brother. And Chad, again, you guys drive a lot of our conversations. You know that since the get-go, that's what Steel and I have tried to do. And obviously there's weeks where there's massive topics where we don't get to the chat as much, but then there's other weeks that allow us to do this, and we try to do it. We're very conscious of it because we love the conversation you guys have in there as well, and we love to go off track. Again, if you're coming here because you want just straight video game news and it's very straight laced, or it's very organized, or whatever the case may be, whatever you want to call it, one of those types of shows. That's not what you're going to get with Steel and I. It never has been. Some shows are going to be 3 hours. Some shows are going to be these 5-hour shows, and everything in between. But I just love this. And I love the format that Steel and I agreed upon when we first started Living Split Screen, that this was what it was going to be, that we weren't going to do some pre-programmed type of, hey, we're going to go topic, and we're going to have all of this, we're going to read off every single article, and we're just going to do it real quick, and we're going to get through 2 hours. We said bullshit. We're just going to talk how we do this, because Steel and I, like he said, have this natural kind of rapport with each other, and we both like to talk a lot. So appreciate you all for tuning in. Love this day. It was fantastic. Real quick, anybody out there, just want to make mention, I always try to do this if I do see something of interest to the gaming community. If you guys are on PC, if you're thinking about Civilization 7 comes out in February next year. If you are thinking about hopping into Civ 6, listen, Humble Bundle just put up a new bundle, $18, and you get the Sid Meier collection, including Civ 6. It looks like all of the expansions, which is a lot. And it's actually, They go on sale. I picked up Civ 6 by itself for $2.99. It was on sale $3 for Steam. But this includes all the expansions. It looks like all the DLC is included, and you just got to pay a minimum of $18. And on top of Civ 6, you also get Beyond Earth Civilization. You get Civilization the Complete Edition. You get the Pirates game. You get Civ 4. You get Starships. You get Railroads. You get Pacific Skies. You get Ace Patrol. So you get Sid Meier's everywhere for $18, bro. Humble bundle. Go check it out. Great deal. Anyways, y'all listen, you know how to follow me, Pong Soul on X, formerly known as Twitter. No, I'm not doing the other stuff. Okay. I'm locked into Twitter. Elon Musk supporter here. No surprise. I've told you guys that in the past. I'm fully in to X, whichever way it goes. I'm going to ride it till the wheels fall off. I don't have time to spend on Blue Sky or anywhere else. So I'm not joining that, but you can find me on X if you're still on X. Otherwise, you can follow me on Xbox. You can follow me on Steam. You can follow me on Epic, GOG. It's all Pong Soul. Tonight, the Shop Podcast, PTK Blam's channel. That's right. The best way to end your Saturday night. Have us on the background. Nice chill 2 hours. PTK runs a tight ship. It's not like here. PTK runs a tight ship. We're in and out after 2 hours. So I love that too. We get that done and over with. And we are now an hour earlier due to the time change for everybody else. PTK doesn't change, but we go to 9 p.m. Eastern, 8 o'clock Central Time over there tonight. And as you all might have heard at the beginning of the show, Mav's going to be on, even though Mav didn't know he was going to be on. Mav was on last week. So it's going to be a repeat. And he didn't know that was happening. PTK just put it out there. So I think Mav should be able to make it tonight. So be there. It's PTK. It's Fuzzy. It's myself. And again, Mav will be there. So we're going to have a nice conversation. And then obviously next week starts all over again. Tuesdays, Double Barrel Gaming is the channel. Boomstick is the man 5 days a week. But all good things green happen on Tuesdays. Xbox Factor Podcast, 12 p.m. Eastern, 11 o'clock Central Time. Join that crew. My week starts on PM in the PM. Pong and Mav in the PM on Thursday night on the Fun Speculation Network, 7 p.m. Eastern, 6 o'clock Central Time. Be there for that. And then, of course, Friday nights, Xbox Ultimate. Couldn't make last night. Got out of work way too late, got home way too late. But Xbox Ultimate is now 9 p.m. Eastern, 8 o'clock Central Time every Friday night. I try to make as many as I can, and I'm pretty damn consistent over there, but I do have to miss a couple from time to time. But we have a great time. No matter who's there, the family gets together. Doesn't matter if there's 3 of us or if there's 5 of us. We have lots of laughs, lots of good talks. So join us for Xbox Ultimate every Friday night, also on the Fun Speculation Network. Listen, y'all, it's the golden age of gaming. Get out there, enjoy whatever you're doing. If you're being a filthy casual like me right now, cool. If you're diving into some other stuff like Metaphor Refantasio, I'm jealous of you right now. I want to join you. But whatever it is, play what you love what you play, and I'm going to talk to you all real soon. Steel, get us out of here, brother.
Abu_PNK came through and said, hey, what's going on, Abu? You're going to have to catch us on that rerun. That VOD should be live for you after we end the show for you. Abu says, is Monster Hunter Wilds out? No, Monster Hunter Wilds is not out. It'd probably be pulled up under the description because I have it set to for live a split screen because again, it was part of something that we were talking about. I am doing a journey from World to Wilds that it will be on the stream, so definitely check that out. But nonetheless, again, much love to everybody in chat. Y'all be safe out there, and we will catch you in the next one. Y'all stay safe. Peace.
Just one question. What if you miss?
I won't.